Well, welcome back along to VCO Infinity. 12 races done, 12 to go, and we continue our jaunt across the world with 5 different cars and 5 different tracks. It's Formula Ford time at the home of British motorsport, Silverstone. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary. And Ewan, based on what we saw at Road America, similar sort of track, I think, for this Formula Ford machine. Wide open, a lot of high-speed corners, yes, some slow-speed corners as well. We could be in for a rather intense pack-style race, maybe more akin to the Daytona 500.
Yeah, very possibly. I mean, this circuit does provide that very often. I actually thought that the Super Formula Lights race might be like that, but then it rained, so that made things a lot different. It's not going to rain in this race. It is one of the, well, it is the first we've got properly in the daylight from the beginning to the end as well after the night period. So normally, we always talk about 24-hour races. You're looking towards the end. You're looking for those final few hours, but we're absolutely not here. We're only halfway through this event for this year.
And again, back into the daylight we send our drivers. They have survived the night. We do have some more rain to come. That is not the last of the moisture that they will be dealing with. Qualifying will draw to a close, and well, how important is qualifying? Not really sure is the answer, but starting at the front can put you out of the danger zone. Let's run you down through the starting grid for the 13th race in VCO Infinity as we kick off the back half and the run to the 24th and final race. Shoma Shintani in the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car, hoping to stay out of trouble compared to what we last saw him in Super Formula Lights at the Charlotte Roval action. He'll have Sebastian Job off to his outside on the run to the green flag, while Matt Caruana and Harrison Crowther for EMM and Altitude 3M split row 2. Dan Amor for Coanda alongside of the BS+ hybrid machine, and then Byte 500 Team PGZ. Deltraz Automotive, watch for Connor Jopp. He was quick in this car at Road America, and Matt Performance, your top 10. TC Esports and Maniti Racing, 11th and 12th positions with 07 Racing. 13th, Sheza Esports 14th after a great run from David Toth. Falcon Sim Racing, BS+ competition. Watch for Reina Talvar after gaining 44 positions to win in that Super Formula Lights race at the Roval. Romanidis, Mamasi for Drago and Grid and Go, then split row 9. Thomas Eng Sim Racing, Jamie Hopper led at Road America in this car. He'll have Fraser Williamson to his outside to bookend row 10, excuse me. Fast Repair Motorsports and Olympus Esports then behind, while Stint 1 Motorsports, gridandgo.com, and then Impulse Racing, Falcon Sim Racing, Sorrento Motorsports, the Ride Sim Sport machine, and then Movano and Eclipse Sim Sport, your top 30. Still plenty of cars with times on the board as you get down to the ERE race team, Esport team, Absolute Motorsport, Aslith, Solpec Precision Racing. Although they've joined with the wrong car, they'll get a couple of penalty points for that. Rolling on the formation lap, so I'm going to keep scrolling through these names and get your expectations, Ewan, of the race we've got in front of us.
Well, I think we've already set the scene with regards to what we're going to see here. These cars very slow, therefore spend a long time on the straights, therefore spend a long time slipstreaming with one another. About staying out of trouble in the opening laps, making that front group, because there will be splits in the field along the way, and then staying at the front for the remainder of the race, effectively being there at the end to battle for the win.
This is the least coordinated start I think we have seen so far. Sebastian Job not quite alongside of Shoma Shintani until right about now as they descend on this main straight at the home of British motorsports. We have broken out the Formula Ford, and the back half of VCO Infinity is underway. Job on the outside, but watch for Caruana on the inside. Oh, chaos and junk. Sheza Esports may be mixed up in that one. Varga has to take the shortcut, but Caruana, the aggression through one. What's it going to lead out through the village? He clears Shintani. Another spin. Abel Torres gets tangled up in one of the Formula Ford machines, and Shintani sits behind Caruana. Joe battles for third as we stretch our legs and get ready to head to Brooklands for the first time.
I think Mamasi was in that as well for Grid and Go, who have neither of their teams up inside the top 16 at the moment. Christensen's all the way down in 29th as well, so not a great start for them at all. But this is what I mean about staying out of trouble. They're making the front group. First part is complete for those at the front, but already you can see a bit of a break in the group there. It will break apart further than that, but yes, it will be about making this front group for the moment as it all settles down as we get on with this race.
Another aggressive start, another race where as many as 11 cars have meatball flags, and that includes the likes of Sam Ward for PGZ, who qualified so well. And I can only imagine the frustration building into Maggots and Beckett's. There's a couple of side-by-side moments, and expect them to get away with that in this car more than, well, basically any other machine that we have through the competition. That was Solpec Precision and John Dunnigan that looked a little squirrely, but stays in front of Gregory Hoverson and one of the Falcon Sim Racing teal machines. It is Matt Caruana after the bold move into the opening corner to slice to the inside. He's gone from third to first, Shintani Budzinski behind. But we will see a pit stop in this race. They are required, given the limited fuel tank in this car, to return to pit lane and top it off at some point. And so what we're seeing right now is an angry storm of drivers trying to pick themselves into a position that lets themselves fuel in the safest way possible.
Yeah, that's going to be very tricky to manage. Obviously, well, it feels like it's going to be very tricky to manage at this stage, but it will get more spread out than this. Dana Moore's been losing places ever since the start here, really. Was side by side with Job earlier, or at least nose to tail, for third, and now he's in danger of losing a place in the top 5 here, with the Bike 500 car alongside. Thankfully now gets clear of that, and here comes Torlashi as well with Connor Jupp. And look at the group in behind here. It is staying so close together all the way down. Again, who can stay with these leaders? Who is going to get distanced off the back in a break in the group that's surely going to appear?
On board with Torlashi, who sees the spin of Harrison Crowther, I think that was in front, and not really much Augustin could have done on the outside in through Brooklands. There's a bit more chaos as well as more meatball flags, including for Vitality and Movano. So many getting mixed up in incidents through the opening lap, but really a battle pack that continues to have legs all the way through the field. Yes, a bit of separation between 19th and 20th, but not enough to say that the draft has been broken and separation is going to start to build pretty rapidly. Caruana now going to be challenged by BS Hybrid as a new contender slotting into second.
Yep, they're all crowding around one another at the moment. This is very close behind Matt Caruana, but I think he's going to wait around. Are they going to go for it? Brzezinski goes for it, but not too many others willing to. It's going to be a waiting game in this race, that is for sure. A long way to go, when you think about it. Brzezinski does get clear of Caruana. Shintani looks for the space on the right-hand side. Job, I think, looking for some space just to survive here on the left, although he does go down the inside of Shintani now. They're far by side for third, then to get back into line again. Dana Moore not interested in capitalising, so they come across the line again. And what is it? We'd say probably 10 in the front group now.
If I'm Sebastian Job, and well, I could be a lot more talented. There's a lot more things I could probably do behind the wheel of a race car, but you know, you've just seen Cooper Webster return to victory lane. You can't let what happened at Charlotte, getting tangled up with traffic, blindsided through the final chicane, you can't let that get you down too much. This is the race where it would be very easy to get sucked into a drag-out fight, and maybe the Sebastian of old would get involved in that, but last handful of years we've really seen Sebastian mature and just grow into an even more capable racing driver, a worrying sight for the rest of his competition. He makes a lot more level-headed decisions, I would say now, and always impressed when we get to talk to him after a race, the level of maturity that we hear. On the start of the race, it was Maniti Racing, one of those that got mixed up, and poor Jaden Ladick But really, I mean, they were already 4 wide up towards turn 1.
Well, exactly, yeah. The way that the leader slowed on the, well, not slowed on the front straight, but just waited, hesitated there to actually get us underway, meant that everybody queued up behind, and they all piled in. In the end, there was so much going on, and this is what happened to Massey. That meant that both Grin-and-Go cars were a long way down, because the other car was already there. It was I don't know who that was actually spun around, but look, just get piled into again and again and again and again. As we mentioned before, there's so many cars in Infinity this year, and it's just making these starts very difficult.
It was Team PGZ, the one that had spun the black and yellow. There was plenty more. Might have been one of the whilst cooking machines. There's only one of them, to be fair. Movano, Stint 1, Scherer, Thomas Eng. So no Jamie Hopper in contention at the front. Visceral, Blue Mercure, Absolute Motorsport, and a whole handful more. Trouble again for, I think that's Eclipse Sim Sports, who are picking up the pieces. Michael Romanidis is alongside of Sheza Esports momentarily as he tries to get his way up into the top 10. It is now 11 cars, though, in this leading queue, and we are starting to see the separation building behind as only about 8 minutes complete in this race.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very early. Dana Moore, meantime, holds on from Connor Jupp there, who was side by side with him meantime, and holds on to 5th. Jupp and Bastarka side by side then next. Levesque, Crowfer and Varga, the others in this group, and there are some others sort of lurking. Michael Romanidis in 11th is probably counted as part of this group as well, and Gregory Hovson, the one who's chasing this big group now, trying to get involved himself, but it doesn't even seem that you really lose time fighting in these cars. You can just carry on forever.
The problem is if you lose the draft, and so if you're at the back of the queue, it's a bit more dangerous sometimes. You really need to time the run and slide your way forward. It's the BS Plus hybrid car that runs in the front of the queue as we flick it right through Copse, side by side, until you get all the way back to Harrison Crowther and Santiago Astarica in the Bike 500 machine and Altitude 3M counterparts. It's Crowther that goes around. He'll get tagged by Gregory Hoverson, who has to take the avoiding action, but I think everyone else scampers through safely.
Oh, I thought that was Levesque, Guillaume Levesque, who made the contact and has skipped through the S's. It looks like Hovson's actually caught up to the group, so we've lost 2 but gained 1. So still 10 at the front, although those 3 at the back are in danger. This will help, though, side by side. And Moore goes past Job as well, as Coanda try and get in front of Team Redline and try and take some points away from them, some much-needed points away from them as well, indeed, in the battle for VCO Infinity title. Through the chicane they survive, but Dana Moore does get the place.
This is the run on board with Levesque. You are correct. He is the one that tags the back of Harrison Crowther. Rainer Talvar is just headed into pit lane, so that's an interesting call. He doesn't have a meatball. I wonder if he lost the draft of those in front through the incident and is now going to try and do something different. We'll see if we can get word from BS Competition at some point. Amor and Joe Barr are going to fight, though, as they sweep out through Village in towards the loop. Sun is well and truly up. It's great to see. We've survived the nighttime hours. Amor on the bottom left, Job on the bottom right, as they head down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklyn, single file once more.
Finally, single file again. Job looking to the inside of Amor, though, not particularly pleased with being behind Coanda, but not entirely sure why. I mean, I guess he doesn't want this to become a trend that he's just losing a place and another one and another one and another one. And the further down, to be fair, that you go, the more dangerous it is that, or the more danger you're in, that you will actually be cast away from the rest of the group as a break in the field happens in front of you. But I don't think you should be too worried about that from 5th position behind Coanda and Williams and EMM. And then obviously BS Hybrid leading the race. So I don't think he should feel like he's in any danger at the moment. But just, oh, contact! Job's gone! What happened there onto the front straight, onto the Maggots and Beckett's? That was exceptionally weird.
Well, has he been able to keep going? Answer will be no, because meatball flag, and for a second consecutive race, Sebastian Job is going to be needing to head to pit lane, though Dan Amor is in the same situation.
Oh.
Both of the championship contenders will bleed points. And EMM Esports, Matt Caruana, if you're in the ear, you tell him right now, no mistakes, manage this race. We are closing on the points leaders if things hold as they are. Dan Amor will stay out there, but I think there's no question Sebastian Job is going to pitch his car to the right and down to pit lane.
Well, that is bitterly disappointing for Job, but I think even more so for Coanda, because suddenly they had a chance there to gain big points on red line, but you know, this is going to be hard to come back from as well in terms of coming back through the field. This could be really difficult, but it's not going to matter for Coanda anyway. They're going to have to come in as well. That is even more disappointing, I think. EMM, therefore, have got a chance, I think, to get up into second place. We'll see how far Coanda end up dropping here, because they can still run without the without damage being too bad. But EMM are you know, they're second at the moment, in a decent chance to get up into second in the actual standings.
So there is a look at Joe. The meatball's been cleared, and they've also filled up the car with a little bit of fuel. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get them to the end, but we will wait and see. Joe, crucially, has now lost the clean air, or rather the draft, and is in clean air. And so we'll have to watch lap times and see how he responds. Amor capable of continuing at speed, and so therefore will run the 3 laps he has permitted before. The stewards will beckon him in. The fast repair will be used, and he will be dropped back onto track, albeit slightly in front of Job, you would argue, given how much time Job lost on the run back towards pit lane. So, race 11, race 13, potentially pivotal moments after seemingly red line impervious to trouble. Trouble finds them. Matt Caruana not looking to make a move just yet. He is content to sip the fuel and stay behind, trying to minimize his time in pit lane.
Oh, and you remember earlier on that Caruana was caught up in the incident that Job got involved in race 11 as well, so EMM could be a lot closer to red line as well, but to the tune of about 10 points or so. It's pretty major when you're thinking about this. So Caruana's got a big chance here. He's got to, at the most, I don't, you know, doesn't have to go on and win this, but certainly can't get involved in any sort of incident that would send him a long way down the field. That would really hurt EMM Esports, I think. And as far as trying to capitalise on red line being so far down the field here, Job currently 39th, as he's saying clean air for now, but there's groups up in front of him.
Now there are a couple of teams that have just pulled down to pit lane, so I wonder if Dan Amor was also holding out for a couple of laps to try and get to maybe 30 minutes left to go, the 1/3 mark of this race, at which point he feels like he can pack enough fuel into that Formula Ford to reach the checkered flag. Remember, Job had enough damage to the suspension that was not an option. But this is what the strategists, the team managers, will be contributing as well. It's not just the drivers that are sprinting for 24 hours. The strategists in some of these races, the calculations will be typed into various calculators, maybe a TI-84. Good old classic.
Hey?
Did you never use a TI-84?
Well, I wouldn't know if I had.
Oh, the good old classic Texas Instrument calculator. I had one that, you see, if I was more smart, I would have figured out how to put a racing game on my calculator, but, you know, I wasn't that intelligent. 30 minutes left to go in this race.
If you were more smart, you would use the word smarter. But anyway, that's me being annoying.
Oh. It's 12 o'clock in the morning here. I'm going to take my excuses.
Well, you know, you can decide for yourselves how sad I am pointing that out. Got 5:15. Anyway, Dana Moore is surely coming in this time. I don't think he can carry on any further, but I think you're right. He's gone on for as long as he... Yeah, there we go. He's gone on for as long as he can so that he can get as close to the end of the race so that he can stop now and make sure he can get the fuel in for the end of the race. I think it will be fine, but we just have to wait and see. If he comes out in clean air on his own for ages, that might be a bit of an issue.
Absolutely. I think the other factor to consider as another take its pit lane is, will he have friends? And indeed he will. That's exactly what he would have wanted to see. Although I think it's only one that I can see that has made their way back towards the pit lane. That's Tatum Reztech, Alessandro Majorana. See if we can check in with Amor. It's about 11.7 seconds for Sebastian Job. Guess what? 11.7 seconds on the money for Coanda Esports as well. And I have to think that they can get to the end from here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're not that far from halfway anyway, so if they can't make it, this window's very, very narrow for the others to come into pit lane. We'll know for sure when we see what these guys decide to do. But I wonder if, you know, let's say 3 of these out this group, which has swelled to 14 in recent laps, decide to come in on their own, you know, find a bit of clear air, find a bit of speed. What would happen here? Would they be able to maybe go a bit faster than this leading group led by Elliot Budzinski and get in front of them to the tune of a few seconds, you know, create a group of their own? Or would it backfire completely? I'm not entirely sure. We haven't seen it yet, but because mostly guys have been coming in on their own. But it would be interesting to see if anybody, you know, in a smaller group could run faster than this rather large group.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What I do know is separation could build here rather quickly if some are not careful. You can see increasing aggression from those slightly further back. The likes of Guillaume Levesque picking his way back through this leading pack. Although there are a couple more that decide it's time to descend on the pit lane. I think it is Guillaume Levesque, his teammate included. And Elliot Budzinski, after running at the very front of the field, maybe no surprise that he leads them in.
Yeah, and it's not all at once, which is probably a relief as well, but this might be a bit of a response to Amor, who, if they're not in communication with teammates, they won't have known had a meatball, since it was so not obvious that he would have to come into pit lane. But do they all get out together here, or are we going to see some shorter stops, some longer ones? How's Budzinski's stop going to be? Because he has been leading the field around, although I think he has been fuel saving from the front, and he just beat the others out at least.
He has experience in this car in the real world, racing in the BRSCC Formula Ford festivals. And back out onto track. Going to blend just in front of Amor momentarily. Oh, they are going to be straight into a fight. Amor gives him the squeeze as well, but up through the loop. BS car sends it deep, and now they'll be wheel to wheel off the corner. This is really actually helping those behind to now start to slipstream, and that is a lapped car, I think, first. 1.5 seconds, they get back to Avalon Motorsports. A little bit further back to the Falcon Sim Racing machines as well, that also dive down onto pit lane. At what point does Matt Caruana respond?
I think it might be quite soon here, unless he decides that being in the lead is the place to be right now. I think for now he's just put the fuel saving to the back of his mind, though. That's been a big factor of this first part of the race, but it seems like he's pushing on here through Maggots and Beckett's as much as possible. Baz Tarika just in behind here with Abu Torres next. Top 10, all in a line. What did Bike 500 do here? They're going to get in close, and they're going to lift off quite in a big way here, trying to shorten this pit stop. Maybe go a bit further back in the group. They continue to go side by side, just miles wide.
Yeah, that fortunately though is just some track position and not more loss. Caruana does indeed peel off to the right and leads. Who else into pit lane? It's Sheza Esports, and that might be it. But clearly, I now feel more confident in saying Coanda can get to the end from where they stopped. Oh, yeah. I'm not so sure about Redline.
It's going to be close for Redline. In any case, they're going to be off the back of this group, but yeah, it's going to be quite close for them. As Caruana there comes into pit lane with Varga only. I think he wanted to be on pit lane with very few others because he tried to make it look like he was carrying on and then dived in late on there, as if to try and fool them. Now, this pit stop for Varga is already over, and for Caruana it's pretty much the same length. They're both coming out of the pit lane, but they're behind Brzezinski and Amor, who've got a big chance to put distance into the rest of the group.
Yeah, this is crucial. And again, Coanda doing exactly what they kind of needed, and well, minimizing the pain and maximizing the profit from the situation. I wonder now, though, if there might be a bit of fuel saving. That's what Isaac Phelps had to do in the first race with these Formula Fords at Road America. He put in a little too little fuel and left himself vulnerable in the final stages. What happens here, though, with... Oh, wow, Connor Jupp gets sent out wide early in that sequence. Oh, it just gets run into. They check up.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was thinking there. I just trying to work out why he managed to get himself out there, but yeah, contact I suppose had to be the only choice. The only reason why I didn't think it was contact initially, because I thought it would have been a big crash or something, but he's considering the contact actually got away with that really, and is still in the group. He's hanging on the back at the moment with Jeremy Lafar. Here comes Harrison Crowther to the inside of Stowe corner. If Abel Torres wants to come in here, he's got to let that go, because otherwise he's not actually going to be able to turn right and go in pit lane. Let's see if he does. Crowther will have to be careful if he's coming in too, and neither of them are doing so in the end. They're staying out.
Just one. I think that's by... No, it's the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, or as Zach Sweeney might call it, the Williams F1 Team Gaming Community Car. Oh, and Shintani's been dinged with a black flag for speeding on entry as well. Remember, this is a car that has no pit limiter. That's going to drop the Williams crew out of contention. Also to pit lane, Armentario, Eclipse, SimSport. Let's take a look at live points. Of course, it's really not a representative situation right now, but you can get some sort of a sense for how Redline have recovered with Job in 29th position.
Yes, but if they have to stop again, then that's going to be a big, big loss, because Coanda are fighting for this race win. And I think the gap, the group at the front is going to be rather small, actually, for this win a little bit later. They're battling a lot at the front at the moment, and Caruana's there or thereabouts, but even he, to be honest, is struggling to get towards Amor and Brzezinski. Look in the background there. There's just a number of guys hanging on the back, and I think if these two get their heads down, they could make this a front pair, distancing the rest of the group.
So yeah, it's the net leaders of Coanda and BS Hybrid who swap around down to Brooklands in the bottom right corner. Still the leaders running up towards Maggotts and Beckett's with Abel Torres in the black and red front-nosed machine. Harrison Crowther directly behind in the Altitude 3M car. And then John Michael Dunnigan. Solpec Precision Racing. I'll get some penalty points for joining with the wrong team, but still having a great day. He's plus 30 so far. Now, be very careful here, Coanda and BS Hybrid. They are being very careful to avoid bump drafting. Now, you will maybe slightly disappointed to hear that we weren't having bump drafting in the NASCAR truck machines. Bump drafting in this is a slightly different kettle of fish, as Abel Torres is the next to pit lane.
Oh, careful. Oh, dear. Did they both get that slowed down in time? That was pretty close, with John Michael Dunnigan as well getting in pretty close behind Torres. But as you mentioned, no pit limiter, so you've got to manage it all yourself, and got to be very careful when you get out of pit lane for that as well. If you're on autopilot, you'll just accelerate and just keep going once you get back away, and won't be covered by the pit limiter any further. So got to be careful of that when you pull away from pit lane again. But Torres goes right the way to the end of the lane, and he is now making his stop. He was leading. Is he going to be anywhere near these guys, though?
It was 12.4 for Dunnigan. 12.7, make that 13.9 for Torres. So slightly longer actually in the box, and so Back up through Abbey in towards Farm. Pit merge, you can see Dunnigan, the bright red, he emerges first, but he's not in contention. In fact, he's going to end up outside the top 10 in terms of track position, I think. Caruana gets aggressive. Inside of Village, outside of the loop. With Michael Romanidis tucked in behind, the Greek driver makes it 4 in contention, and then some separation behind. 9 at the front, yet to dive to pit lane.
Yep, these 4 though have all stopped, and they all can make it to the end of the race as well. Romanidis for me has been pretty quiet so far in this race, to be honest, but he's now in where he needs to be. Contact, Brzezinski is making contact with Caruana. Aggressive there from Caruana on the inside line, and for me, this is, not the time. There's still guys who have to stop here, and there's still guys they need to distance behind before they can be properly comfortable.
That was close for comfort. We survive, most important thing. Out through Cops, early pickup of the throttle there for Amor. It's no fuel saving going on now, it is maximum push to the end. One more race with Ewan and myself in the booth before we welcome Lewis McLeod and Zach Sweeney into the broadcast booth. A little bit of a change in the commentary crew, if you will. And that next race will see us break out the NASCAR truck machinery and make our way back to Okayama. There was a taker down to pit lane. It was just Harrison Crowther, though. Look at the madness behind, almost 4 abeam as they run up towards Stowe.
People driving down the grass trying to make up places and all sorts happening there. That was pretty aggressive on the way towards Stowe Corner, but somehow getting away with it. This is sort of the remnants of the group that was for the lead earlier, but just lost time again and again. And now the leaders are up the road, and here they are, the 4 of them. Look at the gap they've got behind to that big group. They've got that should put the fear in them, to me, to just say, we've got to work together for a little bit longer here. Try and make sure this is just about us 4 rather than getting a load more drivers back into the fray again.
Harrison Crowther emerges out onto the track. Back behind Fraser Williamson. Gives us the sense of where Connor Jupp and company are going to emerge right now. So it is very much these 4 in contention. I think those yet to pit, even those leading, have left things a little bit too late. Now, these 4 do very much have in mind that if they fight, they'll let those behind come into contention. But look at the squabbling amongst them, 2 by 2. Teammates Overton Levesque alongside through Brooklands up towards Luffield.
Yeah, just look how busy this is through the field. Just so many cars through here. Hoverson and Levesque have managed to get themselves clear, but what about Talvar and Torres? Talvar getting overtaken by Abel Torres here. Talvar was a long way down earlier on this race, by the way, now finding himself in the top 15, but passed by Torres, former race leader. And this is where, by the way, the front 4 currently in this race right now are going to end themselves in this race. They're not going to be joining the 4 who are just up the road, I don't think.
Oh, there's a moment. It's Rainer Talvar, Dunnigan involved. One of the Falcon Sim Racing cars, that is Guillaume Levesque, that slices through the gravel. But somehow, once again, we get through that without more chaos. ERE Race Esports team and Fast Repair Motorsports, they will be the next 2 to dive down towards the pit lane. Another 2 positions that these 4 will reclaim on their ascendancy back to the top. And this is, well, best case scenario for Kawanda, being one of the front 4. Doesn't matter if they win this race. Red line likely to finish no higher than 20th, maybe a couple more spots if they don't need to head down pit lane. But there's a big question mark still remaining on that.
Yeah, and even the 20 odd positions they could gain would sort of reduce their margin by a third. Now, yes, it would still be around 40 points. However, Redline really might have to stop again. I think this is the last lap of those out front for the likes of Connor Jupp to stay out there. So did Joe come in at this time sort of the first half of the race with about 14, 15 minutes gone? I don't think he got quite that far. I don't remember what minute he came in, though. So it could be quite close, and if he fuel saved a lot, he might well make it, and it might be worth it to fuel save quite a lot as well here, but even so, 20-odd points being lost is significant.
He is now closing, though, on those in front, so this will help him latching on to the draft. Our eyes still focused. Michael Romanidis getting intimately familiar with the rear suspension workings on an EMM Esports machine piloted by Matt Caruana. Up towards Copse once again. Tension is starting to build. Those behind squabbling more and more, losing track of time. That moment through Magden Beckett's a couple of laps ago has also broken them up quite significantly. At what point do these four pull the pin and really start to go at it hammer and tongs?
Well, we can't be far away from that now. I think when they return to the lead and they know what the scenario is, because they don't quite know where Connor Jupp's going to be yet. They can make a good guess that he'll be in that group behind, but they don't quite know yet. The Bike 500 now make their pit stop, so Jupp can go on again. The more they can go on, the more faith I have that Redline can make it. This is, meantime, the instant through Magnus and Beckett's there. Falcon Sim Racing, the ones were coming out worst out of all of this, but yeah, there weren't many in this group who weren't involved actually in the end, one way or another.
Yeah, Rainer Talvard, the heroics at the Charlotte Roval, 44 positions gain, not to be repeated, as he finds himself maybe the instigator there, and wonder if race control will deem that as just a racing incident or worthy of some penalty points as well. Connor Jupp, Augustin Torlaschi, Daniel Steinbinder and Antonio Boaventura, the four yet to dive down to the lane, and likely sipping on the final bits of fuel still left in that fuel tank. I don't really think they can go many laps longer here at what is maybe not the longest track in the world, but relatively lengthy to try and eke out an extra lap of fuel around. All of these drivers, patience for the time being. So let's go back and check in with Sebastian Job, who has slowly closed his way up. And now, as those behind him fight, Guillaume Levesque and Jeremy Lafile, Job up to 19th and looking to close the gap in front.
Yeah, so there's positioned on the table here, all the way up, I think, to, well, who knows where he could get to be honest, actually. Plenty of opportunities on the table just up in front there. Look at that. A long stream of drivers only just around the corner here. The guys he's left behind have too busy scrapping amongst themselves to do anything about it. So Redline into the top 20 quite nicely there, but you know, return back to it. How much fuel saving does need to happen here? There's still four drivers out there at the front, so it seems that this pit window is rather wide, and maybe that gives Redline confidence that they'll make it to the end of this race and the 5 laps that are left.
Peter Bieder and Jeremy Lafile. Peter on the bottom right, Jeremy on the bottom left, as they continue their fight slightly further back through the field. I think we have at least one more taker down to pit lane. Gregory Hoverson and Abel Torres hoping to try and work together to pull themselves closer. They have a helping hand now, which is the fact that Bike 500 have come out in the middle. And so it's not over by any means, I think, right now. There is still a chance that these two coordinate well. They link up with Santiago Bastarrica in that no man's land. Well, they could find themselves on those final couple of laps in the striking distance of these four. Romanita's still content to ride behind. Reality is, at a track as wide as Silverstone, you can fit 4 of these around the track basically anywhere. Yeah, well, yeah, and more if you want to. But yeah, for these guys, that is definitely definitely a possibility. And so you wonder what the likes of Caruana are going to be thinking here, because he has probably been the most aggressive of the 4 so far, or at least shaping like he would be the most aggressive of the 4. And so we'll see what he decides to do with this group now. He can
He's just starting to get a bit restless. Brzezinski's starting to look around a little bit and see where he might try and pass Danny Moore. He's leading here. Not really sure how he's feeling about that, really, whether he still wants to lead this field around like this or whether he'd rather one of them overtakes him at some point.
I think it is clear that they're all still just running to pace. They're not looking to do anything special. I think they're aware as well that they've got the measure of Gregory Hoverson and Abel Torres, even with that swapping back and forth. Last time by, about a second slower. Connor Jupp descends on pit lane. I think that might cycle through both Agustin Torlashi and Antonio Boaventura as well for TC Esports and the Capivara Racing team. And so if the pin was to be pulled when they get to the lead of the race, well, end of lap 16, on to the 17th lap. With just 8.5 minutes left to go. Get that pin ready to be pulled as they'll sweep back through to the start-finish stripe. Attrition hasn't played a big factor here, but traffic not a big factor for our leaders to worry about as they inherit the lead once again.
Yeah, so the field properly cleansed now at the front. The front four as we expected them. 3.5 seconds back to the Bike 500 car, which is on its own, by the way. Great job to get up into 5th, and they'll be pleased staying where they are. So it is between these four, and I think this is what's going to set it off now. 4 laps to go. They know what the score is. They know they're fighting for the win amongst each other. So how do they go on and fight about this now? Who gets what? And who wants to be where going into the last laps here? Sebastian Job also just pops himself into 16th place here. So Coanda know their biggest gain is only going to be 15 points, bit less than they were hoping for.
And that still expects them to not come down pit lane. We are very close to contact, and there it is. Was Cooking Racing Adventures, the meat in the sandwich, and Fraser Williamson ping-pongs off 2 different Formula Fords until unfortunately he slips outside of the top 15, and Sebastian Job says thank you very much and picks his pocket. Next up, Abel Torres in that Matt Performance machine. Sliding down the running order slightly in the last handful of laps, and Job rips 14th away momentarily, the long way around at Copse Corner. 7 minutes to go, and if he doesn't need to pit again, what a recovery drive from Sebi. Live championship standings, top right of the screen. Look at that. Sebi has minimized the damage to the best of his abilities, and so the lead is still a healthy 49 points as it stands right now.
Yeah, indeed. It's still about a quarter of its previous size, more than, so Redline have gotten out of this pretty well. Though to be fair, Coanda have had a meatball in this race, and so they'll be pleased that they're still in the conversation for the race win as well. But I mean, Redline have done the best recovery, and I think they will be fine in terms of fuel, by the way. In terms of how long they went and how long some of the others did, I mean, Andrea Barilaro's just going in now, but that's a different issue. Into the last 10 minutes for some of those guys at the front of the field who were leading not so long ago. So yeah, absolutely, I think Redline are fine now, and they're up to 14th with the possibility of 13th. I think that might be the limit for them, though.
EMM aren't making the inroads into Coanda they may have hoped for when that meatball appeared for both the first and second place teams in the championship standings. At BS Plus, they're 5 points clear of Sheza Esports in the hunt for 4th. 7 further back to Drago Racing, who are having a good outing with Romanidis, who we sit on board at right now. Grid and go. That is where the last couple of races have not gone according to plan. Hadi Noah Mamasi is in 49th position and getting 2 points as a result of that. And tied with the BS Plus hybrid crew running 2nd on the road. This is how the points are reflected. Every position worth a point. And consistency is what traditionally has seen our champions being crowned upon. But consistency in races as random as this can be hard to maximize. 5 minutes left on the clock then, Ewan. And it's still these 4 in contention. Connor Jupp, after his pit stop, cycled to the front of the second group.
Yeah, and that's a bigger group as well, fighting for a 5th position, but it's not for the lead. This is where it's happening for the race lead, and I've actually caught up to Bike 500 there to bring them in as well. So bigger group a little bit further down. Actually, I thought some of the others would be a bit closer. Actually, it just feels a little bit less busy than what I thought it would. But that's how the pit stop has changed this race, really. That's why this has been more simple, or more difficult, sorry, less simple than just staying in the front group and hanging around for a while until the very end of this race, and then you really fight for it later on. There has been a lot of strategy involved in this to make sure you're part of this front 4, and there is a reason why some of the top teams have, well, it's only the top teams really who have made it.
Look at Dan Amor, who does have a rather dark atmosphere, but those LED lights doing a good job of illuminating things around him. Closing on almost 6 in the morning, as fends off the advance once again of the BS Plus hybrid machine. Matt Caruana, you see his Porsche Esports, I think that Sprint Challenge UK trophy behind him. A little bit more light in his room as he stands tall in the rig, as he squeezes onto that brake pedal down in towards Brooklands. We'll have, is it 2 laps to go at the line, or is it going to be onto the white flag next time?
No, it's the white flag next time round. There was only 4 minutes left when they started this lap, so yeah, it will be white flag as they come across the line this time around, and it seems they're waiting for that, really. I think they want to let Dan Amor lead the field away, then they can attack him on the last lap. I think Dan Amor, though, will fancy his chances of defending from the front. I'm not sure how easy that's going to be, but he might well fancy his chances here. You can see him lifting off a little bit towards Magnussen Beckett's here. The real looking around, the jockeying for position has properly begun here.
Again, momentum management on the weekend of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. A lot of those same techniques come to the forefront in racing like this. Yes, maybe not high power, but the momentum, that draft, combines into powerful tools. Long way around through Stowe, never really what Elliott was looking for. Cut back underneath, set something up in towards the run in through Vale up to Club. Or is it just setting up for this one final trip around Silverstone? Just under 6 kilometers left for us to settle this race. The back half of VCO Infinity might just start with a bang, but in what has been a measured, controlled run from these 4 so far, fireworks, or will it just be procession to the end?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be fireworks here. The 2 long-time leaders of this race, Elliott Brzezinski and Dan Amor, are going to fight for this win, as Brzezinski doesn't go for it into turn 3 nor 4. So first sector goes by without too many fireworks, but they're not going to lead him. He's not going to lead them all home like this, surely.
There's plenty of opportunities to make passes. That's what makes this such an interesting combination. You can effectively go wheel to wheel through most corners if you're brave, or maybe silly enough to try that. In through Brooklands, still single file for the most part. A little bit of ducking and diving. They're all waiting for the last possible opportunity, the run on the hanger straight up towards Stowe.
Yeah, absolutely. There's it might even be that is what they're waiting for. Surely into Kopp's corner, there might be a look here. Brzezinski looks side by side with Caruana. No, he's going to hang around as well. So Caruana might have figured out here that actually being in third on this last lap is probably the best place to be. Looked like he wanted to get past Brzezinski earlier, but as long as Romanidis is not passing him here, Caruana's very happy with third. I think he's got a great chance of winning this race as well, though, as he tries to take some points for EMM.
I think Elliott was trying to maintain his track position, but will the double toe, will the triple toe be more effective? Here we go. You're allowed to make your moves. Be proactive with them. Amor's taken the bottom. Oh, squeeze now from the BS hybrid machine, who gets a nose in front as they begin the crest through Stowe. Romanidis jumps in front of Caruana, but that's not done either. Dan Amor's in the hot seat. Breaking down in through the veil. Romanidis sends it the long way around on Elliot Budzinski. But it's a fight for second. What a run from Dan Amor. Drama for Kawanda Esports. But the punch of the air tells the story. Kawanda Esports minimize the damage and win race 13 in VCO Infinity.
Yeah, they gain 12 points back on Redline, and that is the biggest gain they've made all race in terms of finishing ahead of their main rivals here for VCO Infinity number 5. And in the end, the front four finished the final lap in the same way they started, which I've got to say wasn't my prediction, that's for sure.
Was it just that they couldn't make a move? I think that's going to be the question we have to ask Dan, is was it just difficult in the smaller pack? Could you maintain your position, or were they just not willing to risk it for the biscuit? Race control, I'm sure we'll have plenty to look at from that particular race. However, it is great to see the 53 starters that took the green flag. 45 of them are going to finish on the lead lap.
Pretty good going. Lead lap's massive, to be fair, but even so, that is pretty impressive to have, considering the racing that we had and the start especially. It was just so much trouble to begin this race. In the end, good finish, and I think a number of good little groups coming towards the end of the race as well here.
Yeah, confirmation they just didn't want to make any moves, avoid any penalty points, not worth a couple of solitary points here and there, as the final couple of drivers will cross the line. I see Dan Amor already ready for a chat with us. Ewan, get your questions ready. Sure, you've already got some good ones lined up. Before then, we'll grab a look at the results just once we get the final stragglers to stream across the line after race 13, our first race back in the sunshine, and what a race it was with major championship implications. Love being able to break out those two words. Dan Amor, 900th of a second clear of BS Plus Hybrid, with Caruana and Romanidis for Esports and Drago Racing close in pursuit, and a fairly big gap back to Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Solpec Precision Racing, great effort from Dunnigan to finish in 6th after qualifying all the way down in 33rd position. 7th for the Falcon Sim Racing crew, the best of their cars at least. Sheza Esports 8th. Altitude Free M 9th, BS Plus Competition, even after being tangled up through Maggots and Beckett's, Rainer Talvar finishes inside the top 10. Fast Repair in 11th, just in front of Sebastian Job. What a recovery drive from him. No questions about fuel in the end. In front of Matt Performance, and then the other are the Falcon Sim Racing cars. Big gains for ERE Race Esport team. Same to be said for Armentario. For MG18, they were plus 25, but equally, Shoma Shintani started at the front, pole position, finishes down in 28th spot. 45 cars on what Ewan correctly calls out is a rather long lead lap here at Silverstone, just under 6 odd kilometers. Average speed for our Formula Fords relatively slow, so about 2 minutes covers those 45 cars. Only a handful, 1 or so laps down, and only a handful not finishing this race. But that's a look top to bottom at our race results. Let's catch up with our race winner, Dan Amor, with Ewan O'Leary.
Dan, welcome in. Congratulations on race 13 victory in VCO Infinity. Tell us about that last lap there, which is what it came down to really in the defence of the lead.
I had not really much plan coming into it. The only real idea I had is I wanted to win over the line. I was quite happy to stay in the lead with it all. I think Elliot behind me, he was working really well with me, so I'm really grateful for that. Big shout out to him for getting us away from the pack as well. So yeah, on the last lap, I think I was really confident in my pace, and I was just trying my best to maybe make a battle behind me, or just to get a little bit enough of a gap that I wouldn't get cleared on my way down to Stowe, which is pretty much what happened. Stowe was a little bit tight. We ended up 3 wide on the way in. It all kind of tightened up on the way in and on the way out. So I was quite fortunate to come out of that in first. I came into the last chicane. I went really deep, somehow recovered it, and then just managed to get the run to the line.
what are you guys at Coanda viewing this your chances like at the moment? You've brought the gap now down to below 50 points between yourself and Redline now. Technically, it means you could be leading VCO Infinity at the end of any race because there's so many teams in these races. But what is the sort of outlook of this for yourselves? Do you still believe you can close in such a big gap at this stage?
I think, you know, if everything was to go smoothly, then in honesty, like, I don't think there is. If you look at kind of the quality of our lineup and their lineup, I think obviously we're both on par. And I think it's a shame that they've got such a big lead already. I mean, we're only, halfway through the race and they're quite a long way gone. You know, it can swing quite quickly, but even you look at this race, the instant with Sebi, and he does well enough to recover to P12. So even then, I can only gain, you know, 11 points, even with him having quite a big incident. So it's really, really hard to gain these points, but we just have to keep knuckling down, keeping these solid kind of podium results and hoping that they have some more incidents.
Well, congratulations on getting the win in race 13, and thanks for coming to chat to us at the end as well.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dan Moore, winning the 13th race of VCO Infinity number 5. And yeah, turns out there wasn't too much to it in terms of the battle for the win. It all came down to the last lap.
I'll be honest here, and I am starting to falter very slightly. 1 a.m. for me, but, you know, that's the fun of these 24-hour races, and I am very grateful that unlike the Daytona 24, 3 weeks ago, I'm not going to have to sleep in the back of my car tonight, and instead I get to go up the stairs and jump into my actual bed. We saw Cooper Webster a couple of races ago. He said he's going to be jumping back in here with the NASCAR truck machinery. Going on about 5 p.m. in the evening for him, but again, the ability to have drivers from all around the world to mix and match, to allow Diogo Pinto, Sebastian Job to maybe get some sleep. I know we just saw Sebastian, but it's the really interesting thing about sim racing, right? That you can align your schedules a little bit more to geographical time zones than you can in the real world.
Yeah, you're all in the same place, obviously, in the real world, which makes life pretty difficult. But yeah, here you can just change things around a little bit. Surprised, therefore, that Job has been doing so much overnight. I mean, 2 races where he's both finished 12th. And I mean, I know that's not too bad, but, you know, by Redline standards, those are the worst results by a long way in this edition of VCO Infinity. And, you know, they've got Ariel, who is, you know, yes, it will be a little bit late, but it's still a more comfortable time, I would say, than, I mean, one of the races would have been from 3 to 4 a.m. here in the UK for Seb, so that's quite, well, that's properly middle of the night, proper graveyard. So, yeah, surprised they haven't just stuck to Ariel and Webster overnight, especially for those, so that, you know, they can go back to back and do 3 races each, to be honest, over the 6 hours. Would have made it pretty easy, but there you go. That's not what they decided to do.
You're listening, by the way, in the background, not just to us rambling on about all sorts of topics, but to the official soundtrack of VCO Infinity, now available on Apple Music and on Spotify. We'll listen to it for a couple more moments as we step away here on VCO Esports, but we're getting ready to go. Trucks at Okayama coming up next. lovely. Enjoying the ambiance, the atmosphere set out by VCO Infinity. Always music has been a big part of our VCO events, going back to the original VCO Pro Sim, where we've had custom music written by composers for us. One of the many, many cool things that Florian at VCO continues to put in. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary. Qualifying about to draw to a close. Okayama trucks. What are we expecting here? It's a track that many of these drivers have competed at, Ewan, but in not many of the machines that we've seen here today.
No, indeed. And I think this could be one of the most difficult combinations, to be honest. It's so tight through here at Okayama, especially the sort of second half of the lap, if you like, not suited really at all to the trucks. So I think, to be honest, those who've actually put in a little bit of work and done a little bit of practice will have a bit of an advantage, but getting and staying out of trouble on the opening lap, getting a clean qualifying lap is going to be very, very important to the to this 14th race of the day.
They are flying by, 10 to go after this, and with qualifying in the books, let's see if we can dial up a look at how they will line up for what could be a pivotal race in terms of continuing momentum. We know just how difficult these trucks can be. Won't see them back in action until race 19 and 22. So 2 more outings with these incredible machines. But after a little bit of an interesting start for Victor Wolfson in VCO Infinity, all the way back in Fuji. He puts it on pole here at Okayama. Sean Campbell, 12,000 splits him from that pole time. Alexei Nestor for Team PGZ is inside of Phil Dinez for BS+ Competition. The other of the Zebras, the BS+ Hybrid machine, is inside of Team Redline. Both of our main championship protagonists inside of front 3 starting rows. Watch out for Griffin Gardner in the Eclipse Sim Sport machine. Yuri Toman for Vitality Sim Racing was able to figure out this rather lethargic machine as well. Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures, Falcon Sim Racing edge of the top 10, with Thibaut Courtois Esports and the Bumblebee of Sim RC sharing row 6. 07 Racing and Grid & Go 13th and 14th Movano, and Altitude Free M right behind them, and EMM 3rd in points, 17th on the road. MG18 roll to their outside with the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, their old school Williams Esports livery on display alongside of the Byte 500 crew. ERE Race Esport Team Stint 1 on row 11. Falcon Sim Racing also on 23rd on the grid. Impulse Racing to their outside. And about halfway through the field to find Blue Mercury Esports and Absolute Motorsport Aslith. Former NASCAR driver Blake Reynolds joins the fun of VCO Infinity. He's in that Solpec Precision Racing truck. Thomas Eng Sim Racing, black and yellow on the front end for them in 28th spot. Delatraz Automotive and Maniti Racing, your top 30. Fly through the rest of the grid because, once again, they are getting ready to pull away on their formation laps. And a couple of surprises looking at these starting positions. Drago Racing, Ewan potentially out of position. Maybe Visceral Esports, keep an eye out for Vince Peters to charge his way through the field. Maybe more significantly, Sheza Esports, no time on the board. They're working from the back.
Yeah, Toft did very well at this venue in the Radicals, so you will be disappointed with that, but I mean, it's so different, these cars. It almost feels like you're at a different racetrack because the car's so different. It's going to be a very, very different challenge. Expected, really, with the front guys. Victor Wilson getting off to a very good start, though, by getting the pole. And again, if Kuranda can start to build some momentum, then yes, the hopes of them gaining all the points required are very, very slim. But they can just start to put some pressure on Redline. You just never know what can happen in the next 10 hours.
Remember, after a little bit of a graveyard stint for Ewan and myself, this is the 5th hour of our time together in the booth. Lewis McLeod, Zach Sweeney will take over from us in 1 race time, and we'll be both back on at various points on our run to the end. Could this be one moment that we look back on as pivotal? Cooper Webster in 6th, Victor Wolfson in 1st, Kawanda and Redline, 2 of the best in sim racing, fighting for our 2026 VCO Infinity Championship. And as the green flag drops, we fan out at Okayama. And the NASCAR trucks onto the brakes hard. Wolfson controls the inside, nice and easy. Nessoff challenges Inez. There's some chaos further behind. Redline were involved, but crucially, Webster able to maintain the momentum, albeit down in 11th spot. Up towards this long right-hand sweeper they will work. Up towards the backstretch and the hairpin they will go. And there's a big chance for chaos incoming. And Cooper Webster finds himself in strife as more trouble behind.
Webster got really, really close to an incident there, really close. With the 18 truck it was, but in the end got away with it on that occasion. Incredible really that he managed to get away with that. It was the Vitality car that very, very nearly hooked him round into a spin there. And you can see where Yuri Toman is now. Toman didn't get caught up particularly either, but did get slowed down. It could have been so much worse for Webster, although he is outside the top 10.
Up through the switchback hairpins, and this is where these cars are going to be at their worst in terms of lethargy. Falcon Sim Racing tag, Eclipse tag TC as well. Chain reaction. Oh, and Jack Keithley, nothing he could have done there in that black and gold truck. And stricken down as we now sweep back towards, descriptively, what is called the last corner. Victor Wolfson 7/10 to the good though as we close the opening lap. Cooper Webster's back up to 10th. He's got some work to do. He didn't find himself in a lot more trouble, and from all accounts, that truck not looking like it's picked up any battle scars.
That looks okay. In any case, should be able to get away with that sort of contact anyway, but now the real question is how can he get back through the field again? It's not like going to be the previous race where you've got to bide your time. We'll just try and pick these guys off one by one, really. This is not going to remain a large group for a long time. Well, I'd be surprised if it does anyway. So let's see how quickly and how efficiently Webster can work his way back through the traffic again. With Griffin Gardner just up in front. There's a long braking zone at the end of the back straight here, and that's a good chance for overtakes as Johan Royer's trying to show on Cooper Webster.
That was slightly aggressive, but I don't think it was necessarily too out of band. At the end of the day, aggression in these trucks is kind of the norm, the bump and run. I'm not necessarily a fan of it, but it has its place, and increasingly, seemingly, the modern style of racing encourages that level of physicality. Let's see if we can start to pick our way through some of the incidents. We're looking focus at, well, it's Olympus Esports, I think that's shoved off into the kitty litter on the left-hand side, but my goodness, Ewan, up to turn one, once again at Okayama, we had chaos.
Yeah, Okayama's been one of those circuits for that here, really. It's been very, very busy. I mean, the way that Cooper Webster's so close to getting turned there in front of the field, and it's just after that all gets straightened out again. It's a chain reaction, really, from the right of Yuri Toman. I'm not sure who's the first one to actually go around properly, but it was so nearly our leaders, Team Redline. That was an escape, really, you've got to say. I don't want to go as far as lucky escape, but it was an escape.
9/10 the gap at the front of the field as Victor Wolfson tries to pull away. Instead, it's Phil Denez and Alexei Nesov, both of whom have been racing GT3 cars around Europe in the last couple of years. I don't know how much of that experience is going to be carried forward into this world. Nessoff bottom left, Denez bottom right.
Oh, indeed. Very, very different. First of all, it's not in the real world, sim racing, but also the fact that these trucks are just different in every way. No assists, of course, way heavier, bad at cornering. It's bad on the brakes. Yeah, pretty much everything a GT3 car is not, really. Very, very different indeed. But Denez is doing a decent job at the moment, and this meantime is what happens to TC Esports. Spun round at the third last corner, which you mentioned at the time, just a chain reaction effect, really. TC Esports were unlucky, you'd say, being on the end of.
Yeah, you know, it's really difficult in these situations. We're on board with 07 Racing a little bit further back in the queue, and just watch as the Falcon Sim Racing truck, the blue and teal colors, it just, again, this is such a lethargic machine through that part of the track that it can be very, very difficult to navigate through without any sort of issue. 1.5 seconds now to the good is Victor Wolfson. You saw Nessoff squirreling that rear end around as he steps onto that back stretch, running up to the hairpin. Dinez has the chance to look to the inside, cambered in corner and sweeps through to second.
Yeah, nicely done. You get the feeling that he's been putting that pressure on for a little while, and he's now on his way through, but how close can he get to the race leader here for Coanda? How can he challenge Victor Wolfson at the front? What about Sean Campbell? This feels like a bit of a Sean Campbell race, doesn't it? A slightly odd circuit and an odd car, an odd combination, and he's now going to be queuing up for third place as well here. I think Nessoff has got to make sure this one overtake doesn't become many.
And behind him, another driver who seemingly has relished in some of the unique combinations in VCO Infinity. It's Indre Setsos in the number 96. Looking quite awake, actually. I'm sure we've seen him do a couple of the races at night, so in a pretty decent state. I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong?
I haven't seen him, but, you know, that's not a complete... that's not completely foolproof that he hasn't been hit. That's just off the top of my head. I don't remember him particularly overnight, but you might be right.
It might also be the look of someone who's just woken up. So someone in chat maybe fact check me. The benefit of having live chats and being able to correspond with our audience. Let us know, by the way, who you're here and cheering for. I know we had lots of Gustavo Ariel fans a little bit ago. Phil Dinez was in chat cheering on Reina Talvar. Is Reina going to return the favor? I hope so.
Actually be in bed by now.
Oh, again, if these teams have split up the schedule based on cars, and you know every driver is assigned a main car to focus on. Reina's just come off racing in the Formula Fords. We've also seen him in Super Formula Lights. He's only got a couple of hours to go and sleep, which I guess you get what you can in these sort of events.
Yep, sadly I'm going to relate to that in a moment. I'm not looking forward to it, but there you go. Just a little bit of sleep and then back on it again. And for the drivers as well, in terms of actually preparing, it's quite something. When you're a commentator, you can roll out of bed and just start, pretty much. But yeah, when you're a driver, you've really got to get into the rhythm again. You've got to get up to speed again. Makes it very, very difficult overnight to sleep. And that's why, to be honest, I don't know if I would split my drivers up by car if I was organising this, because you know it doesn't give you a rest, or it doesn't give you very long rests anyway in terms of sleeping overnight. I would probably get two guys to go, you know, either 3 each or 4 each overnight, and let the others have a bit of a rest no matter what the car's
Well, Reina Talvar has just put into chat, Phil's going to cook the field, don't worry, Arjuna. So, returning the favour indeed. And Reina, let us know when you're next getting into the car. One thing that Jeremy Scott had pointed out was, you know, the schedule's not really... There's no set rotation to it as we check in with the fight for 11th behind Grid and Go and Johan Royer, Mike Grabier, Yuri Toman, Alberto Senau. But the schedule isn't like rotating through all the cars in a set order. It chops and changes, and so it is difficult to kind of use that as the inflection points of your schedule, where you swap your drivers in and out of the rotation effectively. Because if it was effectively, you know, every one car at a time, rotate through, you could actually go and get a decent number of hours of sleep between all of those.
Yeah, I suppose so. You know, it just depends the way you want to go about it, really. What you're good at in the. Oh no, that's Sean Campbell looking down the inside of Nessoff. what you're good at in the races. I was trying to say they're the combinations that we have here. Campbell down the inside of Netsov, and I said earlier that Netsov has got to be careful that one overtake doesn't become many. Well, unfortunately, it is turning out for the worse at the moment. Here comes Sindre Setsas, and Joshua Anderson looks like he wants to capitalise on whoever prevails out of this fight as well.
Look how much gravel has been dragged back onto the track through only about 10 minutes so far. Opportunity for Joshua Anderson to plug the hole. Nessov has fended off the advance of Setsos, and now bumper car slightly as they once again stumble through the awkward switchbacks. I say awkward. The only thing that would be more awkward would be what was formerly known as the Xfinity car, now of course known as the O'Reilly car, which has got a lot more power. Anderson gets a shove from behind. That might have been Damon Woods. Holds on to it, drops in behind Cooper Webster, who's now up to 8th.
Yeah, Webster's been making good progress here, steady progress, which is what you need. Up into 8th now, and you can imagine he could pick a few more of these off in the next few laps as well. Gardner goes down the inside of Anderson as well. So once you get out of line, it's very difficult to get back into it, and that's what I feared with Nessov. But actually, as he defended from Setsas, that knock-on effect actually affected Anderson. So, you know, you see how it just affects all the way down the line, and the way you've got to effectively, you've got to put a stop to these overtakes happening, you know, one after another. Otherwise, it's just going to be miserable. And that's exactly what Nessov has done. He's managed to keep 4th for now.
A couple of looks at some drivers that we haven't seen so much of, but it's nice to see 07 Racing Juan Lemus up in the mix. He's got Cooper Webster behind him, forcing the issue down to the inside at turn 5. Turn 6 Revolver. Juan Lemus holds that inside and assertively defends that position as well, but the margin has grown up the road to Damon Woods slightly. Dinez is cooking. Reina Talvar was not incorrect. Last lap, about 2/10 shaves off the lead. Dinez trying to get under a second. Speaking of getting under, Griffin Gardner had a chance to maybe get underneath the Webster there as he struggled to find his route pass of Juan Lemus, who's now settled back in and focused back on the task of closing up to the tail end of Damon Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing machine. Crazy to think Damon Woods was the first winner in VCO Infinity 13 races ago.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant 4
Not
years
ever.
ago.
No. Yes.
No, so okay. I was going to
Correct.
say, we've had more than 13 races in four editions. Yes, okay, fine. I mean, suddenly that feels like a very long time ago. And, you know, the ambition that Falcon would have had at that stage must be so different to what they've had now. It's been a little bit difficult in the first half of the race, other than that victory for Damon Woods, as Webster now does get down the inside of Juan Lemus. Maybe a lap delayed on where he would have wanted, because Lemus put on a good show of defending, actually, through the second half of the previous lap, but now Webster's down the inside and surely through, and actually Lemus has got to make sure that, again, that this doesn't become many. Oh, Gardner making it 3 wide. Is Webster clear now? Finally he is.
And so let's try and grab a look at the championship points, as well. Penalty points have also been factored in now, and so I think these might slightly have shuffled around. Coanda still doing the best that they can, but only getting 6 points into that advantage that Redline have accumulated through their consistency. And the gap at the front is 45 points as they run right now, which means Redline can give up about 4 positions a race until the end of this one.
But the big change in this one is, for me, is EMM, who are down in 40th right now, a long 41st for Luca Alpert. Not a good race. So that is the big change. They were challenging Coanda, I thought, for second at one stage. They're now 80 points behind. They might start looking over their shoulders again now. 29 points only over BS Competition, who are currently second, challenging for the lead. That's Damon Woods being sent into a spin by Sundre Setsas, and Webster gains a place. He just squeaks through before there's contact. Griffin Gardner piles in, gets involved, and Falcon's difficult day after winning race 1 continues. They've only been in the top 10 once, since winning that opening race, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen again this time either.
And Joshua Anderson tangled up as well. Oh, I think they get away with it without too much damage. These are fairly robust machines. And now that this group has been whittled in size slightly, Webster focusing on moving up into 5th. He's back where he qualified, so after the difficult start, he's put that behind him quite impressively. The gap at the front is down to a 3/4 of a second margin. Victor Wolfson, Phil Denez, neither one by any means experts in this car. They've seemingly figured it out well enough.
Yeah, they have. I think Denez is showing the best speed, though. Saw the gap that was there when he got into second of about 2 seconds. He's now closed it to about half a second to Victor Wilson, who can't be comfortable seeing that gap constantly coming down, but has got to remind himself that he's also one of the faster drivers in this field. They're extending their advantage over the rest of the field by a long way, so could be a battle for the lead, yes, but Denez is only slowly making his way up to Wolfson. It's not going to be a complete walkover. Wolfson can definitely defend this.
30 minutes left to go. 2 hours into the back half of VCO Infinity, twice around the clock, but a 24-hour race like no other. 24 individual races, and what that also means is 24 race starts and race finishes. So action for race control, action for us in the broadcast booth. And the one thing, Ewan, that I've kind of felt through the various Infinities that we have done is because there are so many starts and finishes to races, yes, there's a little bit of a natural ebb and flow. But these are grueling events as compared to regular 24-hour races, and I'm sure the same can be said for the teams and drivers behind the scenes.
Yeah. I do wonder, from their perspective, whether this is more or less difficult than a long 24-hour race. It's 24 race starts all in one go, but I would argue much more exciting than, well, I don't know about much more exciting than 24-hour race. It has its place, obviously, but you're not going to get races like this, with 10 hours to go in 24-hour race, is my point. I remember the first edition, we had TCR cars at Monza. It was one of the best races of the whole thing, and it was about 3 in the morning, and I was just thinking you wouldn't get that at that stage in a 24-hour race. So that's where the difference comes in, I think, from our perspective anyway. But interesting to know from the drivers whether it's more or less strenuous.
It is a different sort of event, so hard to compare excitement levels as well, but you just can't get the level of excitement in a 24-hour race by definition because of the chaos that we have with resetting the field every hour, basically. If a 24-hour race was like the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with the wave around rules and had iRacing fast repairs, that would then probably be about as close as you could get, especially based on some of those restarts that we had at Daytona a couple of weeks ago in the real world. Boy, was that electric, sketchy, 2 different words to describe the same thing. I really do feel as though Phil Denez has found something, though, as we reach the halfway mark. Remember, though, Ewan, these trucks capped at an 80% fuel capacity. They do need to make a trip down pit lane.
They're not going to be tempted to do that anytime soon here. They're going to go as long as they can before they hit traffic, and probably before, or after rather, lots of those behind them have also come into pit lane. Otherwise, they'll just end up in even more traffic. But Denez is going to be tempted.
You gotta remember, Ewan, fastest lap times 1:32.4, last time 1:33.9. So there is an element here of you also have to consider fall off on tires.
True, I hadn't really considered that, but actually, because obviously it's laps normally when you're thinking about a truck series race, and so you just forget the concept of time. And but actually, 45 minutes is quite a long way to go on truck series tyres. So maybe we are going to see 4 tyres from everybody as well, even though that might not be covered by fuel. It might be the right call to make here today. So it's a good point to look for when we get to the pit stops in the not too distant future. And
well,
will that mean they start to pit on halfway in 2 laps time?
So I'm going to think through something, Ewan, and work with me here. NASCAR, you don't have the same flexibility with I want to change just the left front, I want to change just the right front. I think you choose right side tires, left side tires, or both. So if you want to change both rear tires, the ones putting the traction down, I think you have to change 4 tires at some point in this race.
Yeah, I think they will do 4. I think if they decide to make a tyre change, and based on the drop-off that you said about there, and we see it again on this latest lap time, they're now comfortably a second and a half slower than their best lap time of the day, into the 34s indeed for Denez and Wolfson. That they've got to come in and take 4 tyres. So yeah, it's not 2 tyres for anybody, I don't think.
Traffic.
The left sides get the biggest strain, but yeah, it's going to be 4 tyres as yet. They're into traffic. Guys are stopping as well down the back, which is not helping.
Yeah, that almost checked them up. Word from Chadwick, by the way, 3 seconds more to do 4 tyres. So instead, they took left sides only, and we slightly discounted EMM earlier. They have made their stop, so they are going to make up some positions, and we'll see how that impacts the championship standings in nigh on 3 minutes time. About halfway through another one of our 45-minute sprints, working through the night hours here. 1:25 a.m. on the east coast of the US. Ewan, what time is it for you over there in the UK?
Oh, you keep forgetting the conversion, don't you? 6 in the morning.
Oh, I just like asking you. I don't want to do my math either. That's the other part. I never trust a commentator's math, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning. Time for some caffeine potentially for some of our drivers. Cooper Webster, though, what's happened here? Oh, he's lost out slightly through turn 1, dropped to the edge of the top 10. And it's not the first slight moment that Webster has had. Truck looks relatively clean, though, in my estimation. What happens down into the opening braking zone?
Well, yeah, he was making good progress. Was 7th. Oh, Lemmers! Wow, it's Juan Lemmers who gets it wrong. He's on the rear brakes in towards turn 1, and he hits Webster, who then drops a couple of places to 9th. So he actually loses the place to Lemmers. And Yuri Toman comes through as well. Alberto Sanau nearly gets it through as well, but this is a mistake from Lemmers. That's not an attempted overtake as far as I can see. That's a mistake that he might get penalty points for, but it doesn't matter for Webster. He loses 2 places.
And now, behind Yuri Toman, who's having a great race in these NASCAR truck machines, or as I believe it was you, Ewan, that called them earlier, the NASCAR Truck Series trucks.
I did say that, yeah. Not that many hours ago. I wasn't even tired at the time. Toman is going to try and cut this race in half, though. 21 and a half minutes to go, and he wants to come in for 4 tyres now. So, yeah, I think we are going to see 4 tyres from pretty much everybody. I personally don't understand the 2 tyre call, if I'm honest. It's only a few seconds, and I think you get quite an advantage from it.
Well, I guess EMM had to try something. I don't blame them. I guess the question really is going to be, what does Toman end up doing? Keep an eye on the left. Never mind. I'll let you know what the time ends up being for him. Sindre set source, I can tell he has been stationary for about 14 seconds. So that's 4 tyres for him. Yuri Toman 13.7, so I think that's good pit crew work. Choice of pit lap is trouble in front of the leaders, that they go wide and swing past. Choice of pit lap could be crucial here, because I think if Phil Denez gets a 1 lap undercut, he's going to sail off into the distance, and having 1 lap older tires on the run to the checkered flag will not make a difference.
Yeah, maybe. That's what Wolfson's got to be very, very wary of here. So what do? Coming through the right-handed hairpin now. Are they going to stay tight to the right-hand side and come in? Or are we going to see them carry on? Oh, it's a stop for Wolfson. Oh, he nearly goes wide there off the racetrack. Into the pit lane, though. And you're right, he had to cover that off, make sure that he was in before Denez, and he is.
Last lap, 1:34.1 for Denez, 1:34.5 this time by. So let's see if he's got some pace in reserves in the Goodyear tires underneath him. But it's not just Wolfson in. Sean Campbell, Nessoff, Woods, PGZ, Grid and Go, Falcon, Redline, BS Plus Hybrid all following suit. It is only Denez, Lamus, and Senau that will stay out on track, now joined by Blake Reynolds as well as Yannis Albert in the Brabham Motorsports machine, and that's maybe trouble for Victor Wolfson. Only 9 seconds. I'm pretty sure that's a 2-tire stop for the purple and orange, and he's come out directly behind some slower car.
Yeah, it's Yannis Albert who's just up in front, but everybody's taking 2 tyres here, so it's not going to matter too much, I don't think, about the 2-tyre call. Albert brakes too late there and he gets through nicely, but it's not going to matter too much about the 2-tyre call, I don't think, if everybody takes those 2 tyres. Interesting to see what BS Competition do now, because they've already been undercut. Are they going to go for 4? Really throw everything at this. The problem they might have is that they might end up behind Sean Campbell, who also took 2 tyres, and that obviously is going to delay them quite significantly.
3 seconds is the cost, we're told. Gap between Victor Wolfson and Sean Campbell is about 4 seconds, so you know it might be worth the gamble. That's a great pit entry from Phil Denez. No pit limiter and no pit speeding as he enters the lane either. Clinical, exactly what the team was hoping for from him. And now the awkward transition. Slow speed in the pit lane after blasting around the track, and avoids the mistake of sliding through the box as well. So now as Victor Wolfson, already up to speed, emerges onto the pit straightaway, there comes Denez, up to speed for Victor Wolfson, but the overcut has placed Denez in the hot seat. Mirrors filled with the side of Wolfson. How aggressive are both going to be in race 14 of 24?
Well, it's very impressive from Denez to do an overcut, because I thought the tyres would make a significant difference considering the amount of time gain, or time loss, sorry, that there had been in terms of tyre drop off here. But Wolfson is not too far away still here on Denez. He's got to strike early here, I feel, because Denez is quicker than him. He knows that. He's looking like he's just looking in the mirrors, but Wolfson's not going to dive from back there, and now the sort of long game comes into it. Do you want to risk it all for a race win here?
How much does Cooper Webster want to risk to minimize the points lost to Kawanda inside of Sindre Setsos? He's talking pretty animatedly on his radio as we focus on the drivers' faces as well. No such chatter and conversation for Webster as afternoon turns to evening, and soon evening will turn to night for him in Victoria. Setsos with a bold attempt back up the inside at turn 8. Redman clears up to 9, and great job. Again, go back to the question, how much is Webster really willing to risk here? Because Sindre Setsos looks like he's willing to put it all on the line.
Well, exactly. West Cooking Racing Adventures are not fighting for the win by the end of the day, but when you've got 50 points, as Redline have, you realise you only need to be within 5 each time to Kawanda. They are within 5 still, so even this is on track. Yes, they would be tied on points by the end of the day, and that could make it very complicated, but they are within 5, and that's exactly where he needs to be for Webster at the moment. I think he should be pleased with where he is, to be honest, because he's had multiple things go wrong in this race in a way that Redline haven't had so much of, although have in the last 3 hours, not so much historically in this race. And that means that you know, he's limited the damage, or limiting the damage quite well.
You know, it's funny you say last few hours, that maybe Redline, the chaos has built up slightly. At Lewis McLeod, Zach Sweeney getting ready to jump into the broadcast booth as we get set for our change up here at the end of this race. I'm sure they're probably sitting there and wondering, well, Redline is still in the points lead, right? How much chaos has there really been? Oh, there has been enough of it. Yes, the margin still looks big, 663 points to 617, 46 points the margin. EMM in a slightly stronger position now that they've risen up to 16th on the board and put themselves 53 points clear of BS+ Competition, who are maximizing this 14th race of the day.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They've been in very, very good form. BS Competition overnight. Slow start for them in that car. Anyway, BS+ Hybrid got off to a bit of a better start, but it's been in that last 6 races, and then starting up with this 2 of this block, and they've been going very, very well. That's not Sean Campbell. That's the other Grid and Go car, as far as I can see. They've slipped to 10th now in the standings. Has the best of the Grid and Goes. Might be a little bit disappointed with where they are, because they're really a team in sim racing who are going well at the moment.
Look at what happened to Johan Royer. Oh, he's going to get tagged by the 32 as they swept through. So that's Blue Mercure and Ethan Bernard. Blue Mercure, another one of the teams that elected to assign specialists, individual drivers to focus on individual cars. But again, just to reiterate, every driver must race in 2 different cars. Now, crucially, I don't think anywhere in the regulations, Ewan, does it say they have to finish 2 races. And so, unfortunately, there are some drivers that very well could do 2 races and not finish either, as Victor Wolfson gets lent on slightly by some lap traffic, the FCB Racing sim machine, and the gap up front opens further. Yeah.
By the way, it does also say team with the most points wins, so that I suppose covers that. Wolfson just hasn't been as quick as Denez, I think, it is the top of the short of this, I think, because Denez had a 2-second gap once he got into 2nd place, which, don't forget, didn't happen immediately after the start. Got into 2nd, closed in pretty quickly, and put the pressure onto Wolfson before the stops. Then that brilliant overcut got him into the lead, and that gap's just not coming back now, as far as I can see. And so Denez is very much on his way. Wolfson just needs to make sure there's no more mistakes now, and he consolidates 2nd place, because Cooper Webster's in a bit of a fight at the moment for 6th, and who knows what way that could go.
Back in the fight for 12th, Blake Reynolds is going to get a chance to pop to the inside of Jürgen Frank. Smooth on power down for the former NASCAR driver, but now left on the outside through Moss S into the outward curve. All that experience in these stock cars will undoubtedly have taught him that patience required. See them dancing the cars over the crest as they work down in towards the hairpin. 12 and a bit minutes left to go. We are into the final third of this race. Reynolds stuck up high. Puff of smoke as one of the trucks locks the front tire in front, and Blake Reynolds has to tuck back into line. At the Solpec Precision Racing team, definitely one that I was keeping my eye on heading into this event, but you know, they just had a few races. Emil Bernstorff in particular, I remember being in the thick of all the chaos where just had been unable to avoid that madness.
Yeah, and by the way, for the previous race, race 13, they just got 9 penalty points. So, not sure who did what there, but that's a lot of penalty points for Solpec, and that's not they're particularly high in the field anyway, but it has cost them a place. They're 23rd in points as a result of that. They have been on the podium already in this race. They were 3rd place in race number 8 in the trucks at Charlotte, so clearly have some good experience with this car, but not particularly in this race. The top 15 is okay though, just in behind Jürgen Frank, who's getting to grips with this truck, and Jack Keefler just in front as well. Some top drivers back here.
Remembering Keithley got involved in some contact previously, a little bit more aggressive the move from Reynolds to the inside this time, and will fight his way up the hill, and now officially up into 14th spot. So move made, 1 more point added to the tally, and well, starting to offset the 9 penalty points accrued in the previous race. That's a lot of penalty points, and that goes to show the value of staying out of trouble, because that if it was to happen to a Coanda or Redline at the front of the field, that's their 9 positions that they've got to try and work their way forward. If you are curious, Coanda, they've got 2 penalty points so far today. Esports, 1 penalty point for them in 3rd. Drago Racing, they've got 5. That's the most in the top 10, but TC Esports, Grid and Go, they both got 4 as well.
Yeah, there's I think more penalties, more teams with than without, from what I can see. But it hasn't been so bad so far. It's in as far as penalties are concerned, not bad at all. That's the roof.
Yeah, we've had some interesting camera angles. There's the roof, there's the grass cam. We've had all sorts tonight through the graveyard stint. Nice move there, though, is out through turn 1. Jack Keithley clears himself of Matthias Leitao. Blake Reynolds is going to be the next to be given the charge on the run up to turn 4 once again. This is really proving to be a fun fight. Reynolds stuffs it up the inside. Consecutive laps, that move's worked for him.
Yeah, nicely done as well, these last couple of moments from Blake Reynolds. Points being picked up late on here. Can he get to 12? You'd think the gap between Keithley and Lemmers is too much to cross at this late stage, but maybe he could get past Jack Keithley before the end of this race. Leitao also just following, really. Jürgen Frank has been overtaken pretty much as a result of that. And Luca Alpert's coming up here as well, by the way, for EMM, rescuing some good points for them.
Always interesting seeing what wheel rims drivers choose to use with this oval style of racing. Some people want the circular wheel options to give them a bit more, well, wheel to grab at the end of the day. Plenty of our drivers continuing to use their Formula rims with just the paddle shifters on the back. Do need to dance on the pedals a little bit, blip the throttle to avoid locking up the rear axle on the downshifts. One of those things that I'm sure Cooper Webster was adjusting to after the last time out. Slightly different machinery for him. 8 minutes left, and Phil Denez has dropped Victor Wolfson. He's on a drive to the checkered flag. Fight for 12th is now 7 cars strong, Ewan.
Yes, continuing to grow in numbers as well, and it might well do right to the end here, because Keithley's not going to go down without a fight here, I don't think, for 12th position, but Blake Reynolds surely is going to be too difficult to keep behind. Onto the straight they come, and Luca Alpert's going to be looking at Frank Leitao just in front here too. Oh, late on the brakes from Alpert, or was it early from Frank? He gets into the inside anyway, just Alpert, but again, the next 3 corners go to the left, and that's a difficult place to be.
Well, you can see just how much wheel input required as Luca Alpert able to put the pressure on but not pass Jürgen Frank. In front, Blake Reynolds was able to clear Leitao. Jack Keithley proving to be a bit more of a tougher nut to crack as we head into the final stages of this race. 10 races to go after this. Coming up next, Acura at Road America. Boy, that should be interesting. Not expecting anyone to be able to fuel save to the end of the track as fuel thirsty as that. Once again, a roof cam as we head back to the start-finish line. The next race after that, though, is the next race where rain can be expected. Super Formula Lights at Fuji, although say expected, rain only in the forecast until we get into the session itself.
Yeah, indeed. I just feel like it's been quite a long time between bits of rain, but it's only because it was right at the start of our stint. It's going to be 6 hours between those 2 bits of rain by the looks of things. And then in the penultimate race will be the final attempt, or the final chance, sorry, for a little bit of rain to fall. Again, Keithley on the defensive here. Blake Reynolds will have to dive from a long way back, and does not from all the way back there. So it's just, oh dear, and Keithley parks it through the hairpin. Reynolds gets straight into the back of Keithley and still can't pass him.
It's a great view of the bodywork inside of Jack Keithley's Chevy Silverado. Also a great look at the wonderful wallpaper behind the rig for Keithley. very, very gingerly working his way through the hairpins, unwinding the lock, putting the power down. Victor Wolfson 3 seconds adrift from Phil Denez now. Not losing as much time, but not looking like he's any threat to close the buffer at the front. Let's go further up the running order though. Escape the fight for 12 momentarily to find Cooper Webster and Joshua Anderson. Locked in battle as they head up to turn 4 once again. Cooper Webster dealing with a hungry Josh Anderson.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, you know, symbolic really, rather than, rather than important, because it's it will be 6 points rather than 5. Very little difference, but good little confidence boost for Webster that he's, you know, done a good job of holding on to as many points as he possibly can here, and he parks it through the hairpin. Anderson clearly quicker, but can he hold him back here late on? Blake Reynolds was briefly in front there. I saw the two of them change, but he's not able to get past Keithley. Still doing a good job of defending here for 12.
Oh, big slide as Keithley holds on. Starting to compress. Lap times just over 90 odd seconds, 93 seconds last time by for Phil Denez. Make that 94 this time. 2 minutes left, rather 4 minutes left on the clock. I believe that means 3 laps left to go, and Blake Reynolds is now on the outside of Keithley. Opened the door for Leitao to pop back to the inside. Not quite done and dusted, but all the work Reynolds had done. Does not want that to unwind and sends it deep. Has to still send it around the last corner.
He slid there through the penultimate turn. He's gone deep in the final one. Matthias Leitao's going to get straight through. Then it's going to be Frank and Alpert to capitalise here, potentially. If Reynolds can hold it round the outside through here, he might still have a chance of holding the inside for turn 2, but I'm not sure he'll stay there. Keithley's got away with 12, that much is certain. Who's going to finish 13th though? It's an absolute brawl here. There's Lapka, oh no, Leitao goes wide, and Reynolds holds on in the end. Frank and Alpert both get a free place, and he's in the fence hard, Leitao!
Turned on the nose of Loic Grabier in the Movano machine. Oh, it was inevitable, wasn't it? You could sense it was brewing, it was bubbling. That's not the cup of tea that they were all hoping for. Straight to the replay we go. 3 wide for a moment. Alpert makes his move, and as the track shuffles left and right, it's hard into the tires.
Well, it's unlucky. It's a narrow part of the set. That's where the real damage was done. Turn 2 just got away from him. Is he the one who... Yeah, for me, I don't think that is his fault, actually.
To be fair, I kind of think that's just a racing deal.
Yeah. Kind of feels like I don't know who it was, whether it was Rabier, but it kind of feels like they were taking a bit more of a racing line than he should have been with somebody alongside him there. But anyway, it is narrow through there. It's very hard to go side by side anyway, and unfortunate really, more than anything, that Leitao ended up in the wall so hard.
Maybe no surprise that meatball flag for the ERE Race Esport crew. And so they'll drop out of the top 30 as a result of that. Alexei Nesov, Damon Woods fighting up over the crest of turn 4 in what is the fight for 4th position. Remember, been a while since Falcon Sim Racing have been able to smile about much in VCO Infinity. 4th would not be anything to be unhappy about, but Woods escorts Nesov wide. I think that's another thing that potentially Race Control will be taking a look at.
Yeah, they'll be busy, as we've said time and again throughout this race. They will be very busy throughout this, throughout the 24 races, to be honest. As we get to the end of race 14, it's a big gap now for Phil Denez, 4.5 seconds, nearly 5. And it looks like, yeah, there he is, white flag. He's got one more time around before he can take a victory for BS Competition. Would be their 3rd of the race, and their 3rd in just the last 6 races. Yeah, good run for them at the moment.
Yeah, the momentum's on their side, and to quote Gresham Wagner, of course, competitor in Mazda MX-5 Cup, Toyota GR Cup in the US, well, Phil's a trucker right now. putting his GT3 days slightly to the side. Oh, Blake Reynolds pushed to the side as well. The sun shining in the penultimate corner. That's definitely not what he wanted out of the top 20.
Yeah, has been struggling in the last few moments. Unfortunately, losing positions, and that is a shame after a good run early on in this race. There is... so Keithley did get back involved. I thought he was in the clear, but as he made contact with Reynolds, then Reynolds was returned the favour. And I think, yeah, Reynolds drops to the bottom end of the top 20 now, unfortunately.
Fight's not done. Nessoff, Woods with traffic holding them up, and Nessoff also concerned that Sindre set source is only within a couple of tenths of a second as they enter into the final sector of the lap. But what a drive and momentum on their side. What a stat from Ewan. 3 of the last 6 race wins going the way of the Zebras. It didn't start well. It's starting to come good. Fildenez on top here at Okayama in the NASCAR truck machines. And I can read the lips. I'm not going to repeat the words. LFG is what he just said.
And very, very pleased. Yeah, it's a great run of 6 races, but if you look at it, it's not just the race wins, it's the consistency. Last time they were outside the top 10 was before those 6 races. It was race 7 where they were only 11th. Yeah, they're in very, very good form at the moment. And spoke to Rainer Taubar a few hours ago about the possibilities of getting onto a podium. He was a lot more confident, a lot more optimistic about that than I think I was at the time for them on their behalf. But they are making big inroads to EMM Esports and Drago Racing, especially up in front of them. I think they're back to 4th now with that win.
I tell you what, while we wait for final finishers, going to take a while because attrition took maybe 10 or so trucks with it, but not as bad as maybe we could have expected. That's how it stands. 2 points between Sheza and TC Esports for 5th. It is still close inside the top 10, albeit maybe not so close at the very front, as Kawanda, a chase of red line, going to be the main story in the last 10 races in VCO Infinity. It's been a bit of a graveyard stint for Ewan and myself, so we're going to scamper through our race results and then hand over to Lewis McLeod, Zach Sweeney, who will catch up with Fildenez and grab some of that emotion post-race. Final cars have finally crossed the line, and we can take a look at those results. A dominant margin of victory, 5.6. This gap at the line. BS+COMPETITION on a roll. Another race, though, where Kawanda Esports do their best after a win last time out. Wolfson 2nd, this time, with Sean Campbell then 3rd. Alexei Nessoff 4th for Team PGZ. Falcon Sim Racing, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures, and then Team Redline, BS Hybrid, MG18, and 07 Racing, the top 10. As ever, chopping and changing, no one in the top 10. Double-digit gains. The first driver to do so, Delatraz Automotive down in 13th, plus 16 for them, plus 14 for Scherer Esports, and Eric New to work his way forward up into 18th position. But one of the teams that maybe would have hoped for a bit more, Griffin Gardner in the Eclipse Sim Sport machine. Sheza Esports, David Toth failing to qualify. They minimize the points deficit by clawing their way forward 28 positions through the course of the running. Ultimately, plenty finish on the lead lap. 42 cars in total scored on the same lap as the leader, and only a handful down on pit lane, needing repairs, and even fewer sitting there and stationary. Well, what a race. Race 14 of 24 officially in the books here in VCO Infinity. Time for Ewan and myself to breathe and relax. We'll leave you in the capable voices of Lewis and Zach here on the other side of a quick break on VCO Esports. Well, it seems as though tall and not so small are out of the commentary booth. It'll be not so tall and maybe slightly smaller in the booth as myself and Zach Sweeney will take you through the next couple of hours. Before that, though, let's get joined by our race winner from the previous race. Phil Denez joins us in the commentary booth after a great performance here at Okayama to win the trucks. I mean, you did it earlier on in the night at Charlotte, and clearly you got some good speed in these trucks. I didn't realise you got such pedigree in these machines, Phil.
Yeah, I don't really know where it's coming from. I don't really ever drive NASCAR trucks. I think my oval I rating is like 2,300. Yeah, I don't know. I feel really comfortable. Just been having a blast with this car. Quali didn't go to plan. I would have liked to get another pole, but can't get them all. And just put my head down in the race, managed everything like I did in the first one, and it all came together in the end. I just barely got him on the pit exit, and yeah, it was just perfect. I mean, had so much fun out there, really.
After a relatively poor start for BS competition here in VCO INFINITY V, it's really come on quite strong the last few races. There's surely quite a high confidence within the team as to how the last few races have been pieced together. And with that, what's the target? You know, third, second? Not really thinking about that until the final few hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over till it's over, right? So we'll just keep our heads down, and if something crazy happens, then, you know, maybe we can get to the top, but we'll just give it everything and get the best result we can.
Is the truck going to be your vehicle for the rest of the evening, or are you jumping into anything else between now and the end of VCO INFINITY V?
Yeah, I got a 7-hour break, and I'll be back into the truck at 6 in the morning my time, and that's the last race for me.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck. Have a good breather, and yeah, we'll chat to you then.
Thanks, guys. See you next time.
There we go. Phil Denez, two-time winner in VCO INFINITY V, and again, superb to hear from him. Superb drive. Like I said, it's myself, Lewis McGlade. It's Zach Sweeney who'll be taking you through the next couple of races, and 14 races down, just 10 left to go. We're ready for quite the show, I think, Zach.
Yeah, and just to preface, by the way, slightly smaller, absolutely not. I am taller than you and O'Leary. I will get that out of the way, done and dusted right now. I will concede that I am very much smaller than Arjuna and very much shorter than Lewis. I absolutely love the event of VCO INFINITY. It's one of the sort of the best events of the year, really, for me, or well, whenever it's being run. I know we've had a bit of a break or a couple in the span of a year and stuff, but I love the format. I love the intensity, and I love how all of the teams are so passionate about it. We've seen some great racing thus far, and well, now I'd say we're into the closing stint. We're not really. We've still got just over a third of the event still to go. I'm very much looking forward to some Acuras here at Road America.
Yeah, there's been some big trip-ups in the last few races, especially from Coanda scoring just 6 points a few races ago. They cannot afford to do that again, and that's one of the major things at this point of the race. Same as it is in an endurance race. That night stint is where the complacency comes in, but we're effectively on the other side of it.
with just 9 races left to go. Team Redline, they faltered a little bit in the last couple of races in 11 and 13. They scored just 39 points outside of the top 10 for the first time. Between that, those been a victory, and like I say, there's been some up and downs for various teams, but they need to kind of jump back into it now. Elvis Rankin will be behind the wheel of the Commander. He's won already in this event earlier on in this car as well. We were racing at the at Okayama in the Acura GTP that we've got. He was the one that was victorious, so definitely be eyeing up doing that one again.
I would imagine so, yeah. It is slightly more optimal to win races, I suppose. Yeah, Road America in the... Yeah, who would have thought? No, Road America, I think, in the Acura is going to be quite interesting. Obviously, it's a very difficult circuit in of itself. It's, quite bumpy in places, and the Acura, naturally, very, very quick. So balancing the brake bias, balancing that brake migration, going to be key to going and winning. Qualifying done and dusted, so hopefully we'll have a look at the grid in a moment and sort of see where everyone is. I would say track position, probably mildly important, but probably not the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're in the top 10, you should be good to go. We'll see who is in the top 10. It'll be Nicholas Boy for Drago Racing. He'll be starting from pole position alongside the Blue Mercure East Elvis Rankin versus Enzo Benito. Rafa Renhofer for EMM and Will Murdoch for BS Competition, of course, now a 3-time winning team in VCO Infinity V. Ride Sim Sport will start from 7th position alongside the Bike 500 team. And then we've got the 2 Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue cars in 9th and 11th position. And obviously the teal for the second one. Between that is Jordan Johnson for Solpec Precision. Kieran Harrison will start for Sim RC from 12th. 8/10 though off of the pole. Some larger margins in this qualifying session than we expected. It was dry out there. I don't know why some of the margins are so large. Marcel Chinchik will start from 13th position alongside Darius Andre for the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Then it's the Grid and Go car of David Bojka. I think that's in the number 2 car. Then it's the Movano car, the ERE, and the Sherritt Esports in 18th position. To round out the top 20, it's TC Esports and Sheza for Norby Kish. Stint 1, Impact, Thomas Engerson Racing, and the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car. Pablo Espes will start from 24th position as the times grow from outside of a second to pole position. Outside of the top 24, it'll be the Absolute Motorsports Aslith car, the Tatum Res Tech. Then it's MG18 Simtech Pro and the Sorrento Motorsport Esports team. Dutch League and Visceral will start from the back end of the top 30. The BS competition car might be up towards the front. The BS Hybrid, not so much. 31st position for them. The Altitude 3M car of France McGinn will start from 32nd position. Then the second of the Grid and Go Esports car, Jesse Tekelo, will start from 33rd position alongside Team PGZ, Capivara, and Olympus Esports from 36th. 37th is Maniti. Then Brabham, Armamentario, and 07 will line up on row 20 with Avalon and the Project 91 Racing Team car. FCB Racing Sim, Prism, the U Amateurs, and of course Impulse, the first team not to set a time. Norbert Leitner behind the wheel. Cody Deeth for Eclipse. Wars Cooking Racing Adventures for Fraser Williamson will start down towards the back end of the top 50 with Delta Sport, Lion GP, Fiercely Forward, and the GT Spain 92. I don't know, I guess sometimes say 29. I'm going mental in my old age.
Well, you are 30 now, aren't you? Yeah,
I was going to say, you say I'm pushing 30. No, I am 38.
You're pushing 40 now, mate. That's the next milestone for you.
What's that about that?
The golf will be in full swing in the midlife crisis that follows from there. Big grid, isn't it? A lot to get through.
Yeah, it's like I say, more than 50 cars as we have here in VCO Infinity. I've tried. I ran out of time, but I was building some spreadsheets for the previous 3 runnings on iRacing, because obviously we have had 4 runnings before, one of them being on ACC, and obviously 55 cars to go through and get the entry list together for each of the. Honestly, it's a lot of drivers to get through. When you think of each team has basically, some have 4. I think in the past I've had 3. But at this point in the competition, normally most teams have 5. 5 drivers, 55 teams. That's go on. That's a goal a game.
Yeah, that's a lot of drivers. What is it? 275 it would be, 5 times 55 maybe, something in the
more than 250, less than 300.
Yeah, so in that rough area, I suppose. Yes, a lot of drivers, and that's what I love about this event, right? Is that you get, obviously the big teams at the front, the Red Lions, the Commanders, but it does also open up the opportunity for some of those more lesser-known community teams to get themselves onto the main stage.
Yeah, and you can see them on this run down into Canada Corner, where they'll be beginning their formation up towards the line, and that 1.2 kilometre run from the final corner to the first one. Obviously, they'll get going about halfway down it. And look, I'm curious how it's going to unfold. One thing that we will note in this race, definitely there will be pit stops in this race. No rain, and it's quite a fuel-hungry circuit, so expect those cars to throw their way into what is a pretty awkward pit entry.
Yeah, exactly. You're coming off the back of the final corner. You're sort of darting straight right uphill. Thankfully, it's not the longest pit lane, but any sort of straight line pit lane, always difficult to judge the braking zone. It's a tough one to obviously spot. You don't want to be speeding in the pit lane, especially in a 45-minute race. Obviously, in a 24-hour race, a traditional one, you can kind of get away with a penalty or two. You can bring it back. In one of these, absolutely not. It's absolutely cutthroat in terms of, the start you need to get, and obviously nailing the strategy when needed to, especially in these Acuras.
Yeah, absolutely. Drago Racing searching for another victory here in VCO Infinity 5. It was Nicholas Boy who was able to take victory around this very circuit earlier on the day. That was, though, in the Super Formula Lights in some truly awful conditions. It's much drier here at Elkhart Lake now. And it'll be the Drago Racing car in control once again. Bit of a hit of the barrier in the background, but it was a good start for our pole sitter on that race down into the first corner. We'll hold the inside line, trying to keep them at bay. We've got the 32 looking to the outside, and the blue Mercure car will try and hang tough around the outside. It does not do so as the title protagonists do battle for third. Red line to the outside, heading down towards turn 3. So they get on the brakes and flick their way through the right-hander. They still remain side by side somehow. Who's going to be picking up the major slipstreams and making the move down into 5?
We'll have to find out, of course. This is the crunch time. Of course, you want to get that good launch track position here. Quite important, ducking and diving to the inside as we approach turn number 5. And I think for the most part, the top 3 keeping it single file. In behind that, though, an absolute melee is running off the road there, and a bit of a tap as they rejoin. That was the Coanda car nearly getting tagged around. That is the absolute last thing that Coanda need.
It was blue. It's got even worse because red light. There's a few crashes as we head up to the hill, to the top of the hill at turn 8, and a few cars off the road. Team Redline have gained the position because Blue Mercure made a mistake at T5. The same mistake that Coanda made, but a little bit larger for the Blue Mercure car. Oh my God! That was mental coming to the kettle bottom and such. There are cars everywhere.
Yeah, well, when you've got 52 cars all vying for the same bit of track space, especially into the carousel, one of them have found their way off without a rear wing as well. They're going to be making use of the fast repair that they get, I'm sure. Now, of course, into Canada Corner, and looking pretty good so far for Nicholas Bowe. And that's the thing you need, obviously. That's why, yes, you can overtake around Road America, but that's why I think track position and qualifying slightly a little bit more important, maybe, is that you can sort of get yourself away from all of that lap 1 melee. That's exactly what Nicholas Bowe and to an extent Enzo Benito have been able to do towards the sharp end. They are already 2 seconds clear of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and Elvis Rankin is feeling a little bit of pressure from Jesse Jones in the second of the Falcon cars that are running pretty good in this race, 3rd and 5th at the moment. This is back into the battle with Jordan Johnson, who's in the Solpec Precision car, trying to close up to the rear end of Felix Domin. Was more keeping the Sim RC of Kieran Harrison at bay, did do so. Battling behind Carlos Fenolosa and Marcel Chinchik, switched positions further down, and Jordan Johnson, well, he's off the road. He's made a mistake there down at turn 3, and he's dropped a few positions to 12th he goes.
Yeah, he's going to be towards the back end of the train, able to recover to, some success, which obviously is ideal. There's Jesse Jones on the back of Elvis Rankin, a little bit wide from the Coanda car as we ride up the hill towards turn number 6. Of course, you're sort of turning in before you see the corner, really trying to lean on the downforce, especially, of course, in this prototype of the Acura. Jesse Jones with the, I was going to try and describe the colours, green and blue. I'm going to leave it at that with the extent of the Falcon livery. Very nice livery, chasing after, of course, the Coanda just in front. And the pair of them, they don't want to battle too hard at this stage. There's still, 42 minutes left to go, and they don't want to be losing too much time, unlike what happened on lap 1.
Yeah, I mean, look at all of this happening, and this is obviously going to get slightly worse, and it's going to get much, 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 much worse. BS competition in the middle of all of that. and they got sent off into the barrier. So as much as their record in the last few races has been really, really good, unfortunately, not going to work out so well here. More cars off with them before they'll rejoin without a nose to the car and have to return to pit lane. Just kind of in the middle of all of it there, unfortunately. And as I turn the corner, all cars are all over the circuit.
Yeah, it's been a pretty hectic start, as we sort of kind of expect with VCO Infinity. All of these drivers, you know, the normal adage of endurance racing is kind of thrown out the window in this one. Yes, there's an element of consistency, but when you throw in these sprint races, people are going to treat them like sprint races, and that's exactly what we've seen. Elvis ranking at the head of this 3-car train with Jesse Jones and David Adam, also Felix Doman, not a million miles away, just about 0.6 of a second off the back of these 3 cars. I'm still in my karting mindset from yesterday. Elvis Rankin, P4, again 1.3 off the back of Pedersen in 3rd, and again we need to sort of track what the lap times that they're running are to see if Jesse Jones is happy to sit behind the Coanda, or maybe he's going to punch a move to try and get onto tabs of the podium.
Zach Sweeney flexing the fact that he was in a different country not that long ago, commentating on karting.
Literally today.
Worry, mate.
Literally today.
Don't worry, mate. I was in London commentating on Formula E, so pipe down.
We'll be doing it together later this year. We can flex
pipe
together.
Down, good sir. Obviously, we're looking at the battle for 4th position. You've got the Coanda Esports car. You've got Falcon Sim Racing's Teal machine. Then it's the Blue Mercure and Ride Sim Sport in the middle of all of that. It's a pretty tight fight at present in this running for 4th, but I think Elvis Rankin's finally finding his feet a little bit in this race. He tries to set sail and catch up with the Falcon Sim Racing blue car, which sits in 3rd. Vars's first sector and second sector has come in from Drago Racing. That car off the road is going a lap down. Don't panic as they go through Thunder Valley. Pretty sure there were some screams being had as a car randomly popped into shot for them. Yeah,
it's always the the worst feeling in the world as a driver. You sort of, because again it's reactionary, there's not really much that you can do about it. You just sort of have to hope and pray as you're a bit of a passenger, similar again to the opening lap melee. And again, each sort of angle that we see of it, it's just exactly the same really, just carnage, chaos, people getting caught up in the traffic. And I mean, that is just a horrible way to end the race, and rolling back onto the circuit, there's not really much they could have done there really.
I mean, yeah, it was grid and go, and then literally pick up who else was involved in the middle of all of it. Just very, very messy. An unfortunate way to begin this 15th race of the championship of the VCO INFINITY V. I mean, it's basically its championship, isn't it? It's a championship that tends to happen just in a 24-hour period. Elvis Rankin continuing to feel that pressure from Jesse Jones, and every time I think, oh no, he's found his feet, and then it seems to have been taken away beneath him, and the pressure's coming in on the shoulders from the Falcon car. Makes me wonder if there's any fuel numbers coming in. The fact that this group of 5.5 seconds off of Nicholas Boy and Enzo Benito makes me think they're maybe running a different fuel number than those two running ahead. Yes, it could just be pace and maybe some of the earlier mistakes that's caused this gap. But generally speaking, the gap is consistently growing. I mean, looking at the lap times, Drago Racing, Nicholas Boyd, just set a 47.8. It was a 47.9 for Team Redline. This group are setting 49s and 48s, high 48s. About a second slower a lap. That doesn't tend to happen at this level of sim racing unless they're doing something different.
Yeah, I was just about to say, sort of, yeah, a second differential, maybe you could sort of see it a bit further down the field, but at the sharp end, a second, that's an eternity realistically. So I don't think it's pure pace. If it is, I'm going to be mightily surprised. I think maybe there is an element of lifting and coasting. Maybe that's why we're seeing Jesse Jones not being overly as aggressive on the back of Elvis Ranking, maybe using that as an opportunity to save some fuel. My question is are they going to gain back a 7-second offset?
I mean, if they don't stop, yes.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, that's true.
I don't think they're able to save that much fuel though. They'll try and shorten the stop regardless. To the right-hand side goes Jesse Jones on that rundown into the braking zone of turn 5. I was ranking with the inside line for Coanda, who have lost a handful of points in the last few races to Team Redlight. They're putting it all on the line there when it comes to their battle with Falcon. Elvis Rankin will keep Jesse Jones at bay. David Adam into the mix and the blue Mercure car as well. Actually quite like that livery. It's look, a little bit of blue and gold. If you get it working well, I'm pretty into it. TC Esports have had that. It's now black, blue, and gold, isn't it? For the Thibaut Courtois Esports team. Unfortunately, though, that does mean that sometimes I'll look at the blue Mercure car and think, oh, is that the TC Esports car? It's like, no, it's a completely different team.
Yeah, there are only so many colour combinations that you can sort of get away with before livery start to... Yeah, especially. Before you can start to blend teams together. It is an absolute nightmare sometimes. But yeah, to be honest, I do love the liveries in sim racing. I will say there are a few that I'm quite close to that I'm not an big fan of, in all honesty. But a lot of the ones towards the sharp end are pretty decent.
You suggested the company you work for doesn't have the greatest sim racing team livery?
No comment.
Nice one. It's not that bad, but no, I agree. It's not great either. Either way, we'll move on from throwing the company that we'll not name that you work for under the bus. We'll keep our eyes focused very much on this race. Very close there. With a bit of a squeeze. Jesse Jones and David Adam going into that opening corner. It's drive lounge. I'm going to throw out. That's fine. Sorry. As if someone's watching me.
I was like, Lewis being nice. No way. Yeah. Absolutely not. Straight on it. Cheers.
Yeah. I was going to drop into the Westfield Shopping Centre and go and see I've still not been there. To the drive lounge one in the Westfield. No, even though I've literally worked next to it all the time. No, never been over. I've not been invited. I wasn't invited to the opening, and so I'm not.
Well, yeah, you were. Yes,
no, I wasn't.
You were. No. Absolutely you were. There's Vitality having a bit of a problem, and I say a bit of a problem, Marcel Chinchik, a full pirouette round through the flat up right-hand kink. Under a bit of pressure, able to get it back going again though. Mightily impressive, it must be said, from the Esports World Cup champion.
Got a rating for that one?
6.5.
No, I think it's better than that. I think it's about 15 out of 10.
15 out of 10? Wow.
I mean, it was a good little flick round, and no contact was made with the barriers. That's the important bit. As they depart the carousel, now down into the fast kink. Nicholas Boy leads by 1.2 seconds and continuing to extend that margin. 47.8 on the previous lap, 47.9 for Team Redline on the previous, 48.0 rather on the last lap for Team Redline. That is once again a second faster than the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car, the Commander, the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal, the Blue Mercure. This whole fight that we're looking at the moment, you can see the wonderfully applied livery of the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car. I say wonderfully applied. Obviously, it's not supposed to look. Something's gone wrong. They're either using the wrong livery, or this is one that I always used to do. Sometimes, like when you're in like Photoshop, I'll rotate the livery by 90 degrees so that I can like see a little bit easier, and then of what I'm actually working on. And if you forget to rotate it around, then you still put it on the car. It looks a bit like that. So
yeah. That's a very Lewis McGlade move, to be honest. Yeah, maybe it's something in that vein. I've never designed a livery, nor if I ever had to apply one, so I'll stay quiet in terms of my experience on that one. Nonetheless, we've got a 1.2 second lead from Drago Racing. Of course, they're looking incredibly strong in the world of sim racing, off the back of the Daytona 24-hour win a few weeks ago. And continuing to impress in the world of sim racing. Yeah, they are by no means a small team. They are one of the biggest contingents in the industry, and right now they're proving that with Nicholas Bowe at the helm, 1.3 seconds and pulling away from Enzo Benito.
I shan't lie, I had a nap earlier between my two stints, the 5 hours that I was off air. Still had it on the TV, stuck on Arjuna and Ewan, kept me awake. Obviously, horrifying experience, but that's fine. As I was lying down, closing my eyes, they were like, "Oh, Nicholas Boy's taking pole position." I remember I went, "Look, BS competition are on pole, fantastic." And I was like, "Wait, no, because Drago Racing have acquired quite a few drivers in the last 6 to 12 months, but especially the last few, and they've got an unbelievable driver lineup across the board. So one where I'm looking at it being like, this is where you're definitely trying to challenge a Team Redline when it comes to strength of your driver lineup. It's not quite gone their way so far in VCO Infinity V. A few too many mistakes, especially in the qualifying session that's dropped in towards the back of the field at the start of the races. But when it comes to battling for race victories, of course, they do have one a little bit earlier on in the hands of Nicholas Boy in the Super Formula Lights around here. And it looks like they might be on for maybe another one dependent on strategy.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. Obviously, we've still got 31 minutes plus the strategy, and the gap is only 1.4 seconds. But yeah, Drago and the acquisition of their drivers, and also think of the real-world links that they've got. Yes, we have a lot of real-world drivers associated with teams. Big one, obviously, Max Verstappen, Team Redline. But, you know, in the case of Drago, you've got the likes of Alex Dundries, Van Langendonk, of course, the 15-year-old. I believe the youngest top split winner after the victory, bringing it home at Daytona. I will stand correct on that one, but I would imagine he's pretty decent. Obviously now racing in single seaters off the back of winning basically everything there is to win in the world of karting in WSK, so Must Series, Euro Series, blah 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 blah. A very competent, very decent driver, and Drago very clearly putting their resources to good use. Side by side, Williams just trying to go and get themselves up another position as well. Plenty of battles throughout the entirety of the field. That's Pablo Espes for Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, the Spaniard into the top 20.
Yeah, Drago do have a few. I mean, there's a lot of real-world drivers out there and stuff, but obviously they've. I mean, you say about Dries van Langendonk. Isn't he racing in British Formula 4 this year? We'll have to wait and see. Elvis Rankin keeping Jesse Jones at bay. And now going for the up and under out of Canada Corner through Thunder Valley, up towards the Bill Mitchell bend. He definitely does sound like an EastEnders character, but at the moment, it is going to be Elvis Rankin holding on to fourth. I get the feeling there's going to be a position switch here.
Yeah, potentially so. Up over the crest onto the start-finish straight with the slipstream as well. You look at that. You can see from David Adam got the run, squeezed to the pit wall as well by the Falcon car of Jesse Jones. Elvis Rankin trying to decide who to give the slipstream to. A position change, probably not the one I would imagine would have been swapping around the outside through turn number 1 though from the 33. And Jesse Jones is able to retain that 5th place. Bit over the grass though on that run into the kink of turn 2, then into the braking zone at turn 3. Down the inside goes David Adam to take what is 5th place.
And this has allowed Elvis Rankin to pull out a gap of half a second. Into the pit lane comes Carlos Penalosa and Pablo Espes as well. Few cars into the pit lane. Wonder if they've done the opposite thing on fuel and maybe pitting early to try and get out some of the chaos and drama. Blue McCure going defensive on the inside. David Adams through on Jesse Jones. Felix Domin now into the mix side by side up the hill, and this has allowed the Coan to really check away. You know, that Elvis Rankin can run his own strategy. It is getting very chaotic and low grip as they come across the crest at the top of the hill at 6.
Yeah, exactly that. It's crunch time in this race now. We're established, everyone's in the rhythm, everyone sort of knows what their strategy is, and now we're starting to see people get their elbows out once again. Jesse Jones a little bit wide, and that's going to open the door for Felix Domin to maybe come through. There's contact, and Jesse Jones is sent off through the carousel. Yeah,
they'll drag it back onto the racetrack in 10th position. I think it was just a light bit of contact between the pair of them, and obviously it's got some very dirty tyres at the moment as the car scrambles for grip heading through the final part of the carousel. And the last corner that you want to come across when you're scrambling for grip is that very fast kink. And you can see the car wiggling around going through the kink, and I thought that was pretty nervy, but thankfully in the hands of a solid driver. If that was in the hands of you or Isaac, that car would be in the barrier.
We've had some moments, haven't we, in our time, and yeah, thankfully Jesse Jones a lot more capable than myself or Lewis, and but able to keep it just under wraps. It is an awful experience. Dirty tyres, even of course the pirouette and sliding as well. That initial surface temp of the tyre will be slightly hotter. Let's take a look as to what happened getting armfuls of lock through turn 12 and running a little bit wide, and then tries to turn into the carousel and just gets absolutely none of it. A bit of a tap, I would imagine. And to be fair, quick reflexes to hold on to that, and you can see squirming still as he exits out. That is not right. That's not dirty tyres.
No, that's not dirty tyres. That means this is going to be very scary. Look at this. At no point going through the kink, at absolutely no point going through the kink, did that steering wheel turn right.
No, absolutely
That's
not.
Horrifying.
A good effort though, and it's always on the edge when you've got that damage. We've all been there, we've all done that, we've all got the t-shirt trying to nurse at home after a bit of damage. Of course, he's got that fast repair. The question is though, I'm sure if he puts a full tank in now, 27.5 minutes should be doable, so at the very least he won't have to make another stop. I'm just trying to look on the positive side here. That race is firmly in the bin.
I mean, look, you're absolutely right. You can still grab some decent points here as we look a little bit further down the order to see what is happening for the BS car. That'll be the BS Hybrid, maybe BS Competition. Further down the order, it is the 90 of the BS Hybrid, just towards the back end of the top 20, and will now find its way up into 7th position, getting past the 07. But yeah, obviously, like I said, the point score obviously are critical here. You can't just retire from one of these races and be like, yeah, it'll be fine. Because Because effectively, from the race lead, you'll be losing 50 points. If you score 0 points down at the back of the field, it's very hard to gather that one back. This is what happened to Nick Ledecky, and that was going towards the top of the hill. It's kind of a bit of a misjudgment and going for a gap that really wasn't there, and then being squeezed onto the grass. Serious someone else with him.
Yeah, he's yeah. I mean, again, it's going to happen. A bit of a lapse of judgment is coming into the pit lane. A couple of cars as we are towards that sort of point of the race. I think it's yeah, Nick Ledecky coming in after that spin potentially. Oh no, he's not. He's staying out. He's losing. But anyway, a couple of cars into this point of the race. 26 minutes still left to go. And you're absolutely right in terms of the points, right? In between positions, you're not rewarded for winning as such. It's 50, and the same gap between positions between P1 and P2 is the same as if it's P49 and P50, right? But yeah, if you DNF and you're completely wiped out, that is a huge points loss that, because of the lack of differentiation between each of the positions, becomes that much harder to claw back.
Yeah, and that's just how this event unfolds. That's how it is. I've said before that I would be curious, even though I think it's kind of I think the way that we've got our points actually really works in VCO INFINITY, but I have said, I was like, one time I would kind of like it to be like 55 points to win, 53 points, maybe 50 points for second, and then like maybe a couple of points gap back to third, and then it's one position, because it's to really reward that, yeah, exactly, really reward that podium, so that then if you are 20 points behind, you can claw that back up with, you know, finishing first all the time. Because at the moment, Enzo Benito and Team Redline, and this is just Team Redline across the board, if Coanda win every single race, they can finish second or third every single race and then win. Now, you could sit there and go, yeah, that's obviously because the gap they've built until this point, they deserve that position, but, you know, I want drama. And I'm only here for the drama. You can see there, top right, you screen the points as they run in this race. They'll be gaining 49 points with Team Redline with second position in this race at the moment. But the gap, 711 to 664. Not looking great for Coanda. They need to consistently outscore Team Redline, but more importantly, they need drama for Team Redline. They need something to go catastrophically wrong in at least one of the races.
And when, if it does, again, that's the big if. They need to be there to capitalise it. It's all good Redline, you know, having a stinker if Coanda are only, you know, not that they ever would be, dawdling on pure pace outside of the top 15, but they really need to be up there, maximising those opportunities, and then riding that wave of momentum beyond that if they want to have any chance going into the final third of this event. Of course, Team Redline, their consistency, it's just ruthless, isn't it? They're, just when you think you maybe have a bit of a chance, you know, they fire back, they've got something else up their sleeve. Coanda, of course, a very capable team in the world of esports, always up there, and it's always that discussion, Team Redline versus who? Usually it's Coanda in that discussion. Elvis Rankin driving the car very, very well, currently P4, but Enzo Benito, maybe a different strategy. Currently they're separated by, what, about 11.5 seconds, Enzo Benito and Elvis Rankin. Maybe there's some strategy elements still to come, and ultimately a lot can happen in the next 9 races.
I mean, there's definitely some form of strategy differential running between the likes of Coanda here and then the top 2 runners of Drago and Redline, a different philosophy and a different approach to this race at the moment. Race number 15 of VCO INFINITY. Into the pit lane comes Elvis Rankin, wanting to get out of the battle pack that he's in with David Adam and the blue Mercure car. So an earlier pit stop than we would necessarily expect halfway through this race into the pit lane. I mean, you're staying there if Redline have an issue, Coanda need to be there to pounce. And that's one of the things that reminds me of, I think it was the Pro Sim Infinity in 24. It might have been VCO INFINITY in 24. But I remember Redline were leading, and then Redline had an instant, and I was like, oh my god, here we go. This is the great time for Urano to claw some points back. Because I think Redline literally dropped down to like 30th place. Who joined them? Yeah, Urano. They both, so it was like, actually, as much as big and highly dramatic, nothing changed in the points. Second time that Nick Ledecky's trying to leave it on the outside, going into the braking zone, and the car ahead just squeezes him. Maybe not doing that in future would be a good one.
Yeah, probably, I'd imagine. Just putting the car where, I mean, even, you know, regardless of whether you deserve to have the space or not, it's just a case of, do you want to put yourself in those positions where something wrong could happen? I believe it was the 96 Tatum Restec car, running P17, of course, Ludico going to be dropping back a little bit after that incursion, and that's the thing in these races, you can't really afford to be having those minor spins like that, because especially at this level, the level of competition is so high, the gaps are so small, it becomes that much harder to then regain from those spins. And maybe you could see it as a blessing or a burden of this sort of format in a 24-hour race. If you have some clumsy moments like that, you've got the time to recuperate and come back. Obviously in this format you don't, and like we've been saying, a loss in one race can actually exaggerate itself into a big loss, but also at the very least you've then got plenty more other races to try and regain it. It's a fresh slate every every hour, so very interesting sort of way of looking at it. But yeah, Ludica, I'm sure, is going to be a bit of a race to reset from.
Just getting past the Prism Motorsport Pro car, race leader, putting another one a lap down. Drago at the moment leading by 2.5 seconds. Enzo Benito keeping relatively close watch on our race leader, and in fact dragged the gap back by about 1/10 of a second on the previous lap. But it does seem as though Nicholas Boy is the one that's in control of this race at Road America. Into the fight for 5th position, Felix Domin, Kieran Harrison, Darius Andre onto the rear end of this fight as well. We've got the it's the ride car at Sim RC, Delatraz, Shero and Sheza. Not a billion miles off of this fight. Sheza really are. They just won't appearing on my lifetime in the way. Basically, it's a 4-car fight, 5th spot between Domin, Harrison, Andre and Nudek, who is, I'd say, close enough for Shero Esports.
Yeah, easily, 100%. You've got to think as well that these three presumably are probably going to battle. They're not going to sit where they are and settle for 6th or 7th. Obviously, Felix Domin currently inside the top 5, and yeah, fair enough. There's only a couple of points differential, but like we always say, you want to go and chase those milestones, right? If you're in the top 10, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, yeah, it's the top 10. You want to go and get yourself into that top 5, and right now they can see it right in front of them. I would say, yeah, Nudek and Share Esports have a very good opportunity. We've still got, of course, the majority of the pit stops to come through, and again, the battling between these three will more than likely bring Nudek into the fight. It's just a case of can they deal with that pack racing dynamic and fight their way to the front. It's going to be a very difficult affair, I'm sure, over the course of the next 20 minutes.
Definitely. We'll just give a little bit of a shout to the races that are coming up. If you are just joining us here, VCO Infinity, obviously we're in race 15 of 24. The next few races, Fuji and the Super Formula Lights will be the next race we'll tackle after this in some potentially wet weather conditions. That'll be, I'm sure, terrifying. Super Formula Lights had a wet race around here a bit earlier on, and it was chaotic for poor Ewan O'Leary. Ewan O'Leary and Will Chadwick were trying to talk their way through. It was absolutely mental. After that, it'll be the Radical SR10s at Silverstone before we return to Fuji in the Formula Ford 1600, which is a mental combo. Dan Moore has won the last 2 Formula Ford 1600 races, and that is the car that sees Sebastian Jobe as well take to the circuit. Unfortunately, he won't be racing at the Fuji one. Diogo Pinto, who we've seen race a couple of different cars, including a couple of wins as well. He did win in the Radical SR10s a little bit earlier on in the day. What's he going to end up getting up to in that Formula Ford 1600? Because he's won the Radical SR10 twice. That's a very different car to be racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that a lot of these drivers wouldn't really have given much attention to. I believe it was one used for Racing Prodigy at some point. So maybe there's a little bit of experience there, maybe testing, helping teams out, that sort of thing, as Nicholas Bow will continue for another lap, same to Enzo Benito. Yeah, it's a different car, one that I've not got a plethora of experience in. I do have quite a lot of experience in the Formula Fords and the Super Formula Lights, and both of them absolutely quality cars. The Formula Ford, obviously the one that you start off with, it teaches you a lot about basic driving technique. And at Fuji, I mean, what a combo that is. I mean, it's going to be a case of slipstream, a very oval race-esque dynamic, I would imagine, especially with that long straight, banging off the rev limiter into turn number 1, and then judging the braking point and getting it stopped. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one, to say the least, and like I say, maybe a bit of a lottery on that final lap. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, indeed. I think it'll be very similar to what we had when the Formula Fords raced around here. Isaac Phelps was the one who crossed the line to take victory, and that one a post-race penalty actually passed it over to Matt Performance and Abel Torres. But it was very, very tight. Did actually realise Diogo Pinto did that race, ended up in 2nd spot, so it'll probably be pretty good stead when they go racing at Fuji in a little while's time. That's certainly one that I'd be keeping an eye on as being a pretty exciting race to come to in the future. This one, though, is still going. And EMM looking to the outside to try and clear their way past the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car. And in fact, in doing so, they lose out to the altitude 3M Esports car. Impact also in the mix. Just a little bit of contact between the two of them, nothing major.
Yes, I mean, you're in a 4-car battle here at Road America towards the lower echelon, and again, yes, it's for 24th, but these guys are giving their absolute all. Of course, altitude trying to find their way past, looking to the outside of turn number 1. That's going to be very difficult on the outside of Williams, and a bit of a touch between the two of them, a bit of a snap on the inside as well from the Academy car, who almost and very nearly could have had a monumental incident towards turn number 3. The altitude car goes through in towards turn number 3, and of course the consequence now for Williams is that the EMM car straight there with the momentum.
Yeah, count the corners. We've left turn 3. We've gone through absolutely 0 corners, and now we arrive at turn 5. Wait, what? Classic Road America! Oh my goodness, that is going to be a massive crash. Just wiped him out. Costly mistake, poorly read. And the altitude car has been sent. A lot of damage on the rear end of that after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just see the consequence. It's a very sensitive car. It only takes a small tap to have some big consequences, especially with how these drivers drive them. Into the pit lane, though, of course, comes Enzo Benito a lap. Well, it could be a lap, it could be 2 laps earlier than the race leader, but nonetheless, Enzo Benito into the pit lane and up onto the jacks as well.
Yeah, I mean, the pit stops now will be very curious to see where the red line car is going to end up comparatively to Coanda. Obviously, we had Elvis Rankin into the pit lane a little bit earlier on. So more just curious as to where the gap is going to be compared to him. Enzo Benito, maybe it's not been fuel saving, I don't know. I was convinced they were running some form of different strategy, but the gap is pretty much bang on the 10 seconds it was before the pit stops. That is really Nicholas Boy and Enzo Benito a second a lap faster than the rest of the field, every single lap not on strategy? That seems crazy to me.
On a fixed setup as well, you have to think there's very small amounts that they can change. Obviously, you've got the brake migration, the brake bias, that sort of thing that obviously drivers can change, but that's more a preference thing. And yeah, you can extract more pace out of it, but a second is monumental. And I think, well, we just got Dane Baird messaging as well that Nicholas Baird, I think he just really likes this track in all honesty. Sometimes you do just gel around a circuit. Enzo Benito as well. What I was surprised about is we were talking about Coanda potentially fuel saving, lifting and coasting that, and that's why the gap grew to as large as it did. And yet Elvis Rankin came in about 5 laps ago, which again I don't understand. If you're on a full fuel saving strategy, surely you're trying to go as long as you possibly can, and yet that wasn't the case for Coanda. I think, yeah, pure merit for both Drago and for Redline. Nicholas both, speaking of, towards the sharp end of the field, the majority of the rest of the pack now coming in with just under 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, but the thing is with that race, you know, obviously Nicholas Boy loving the circuit and such. That race was in extreme wet weather conditions, and Dane Baird, our broadcast director at this point, said, yeah, but you know, he was the only driver who kept it on the track. And I'm like, yeah, that's why he won by 26 seconds. Not necessarily the fact that he was a second lap faster than everyone else, but the fact that Nicholas Boy and Enzo Benito are both a second a lap faster than the rest of the field. I don't know. Whoa! Into the pit lane. That is very sketchy. As the blue Mercure car, that was Nikolai. So it was David Adam coming into the pit lane directly behind the likes of Nikolai Pedersen and whatnot. That was very tight. There's Elvis Rankin directly behind David Adam and up to 5th position for the Coanda car.
Yeah, of course, the Coanda car very offset in terms of where they are in relative to everyone else. And I would imagine for the majority of the race, been running slightly heavier than all of them, unless they didn't start with a full tank of fuel, and that's why they were had to come in a bit earlier. I'm not entirely sure, but Elvis Rankin slotting in pretty much bang on where he was towards the beginning of this race. And speaking a bit on that pit lane incident, it goes back to what we were saying about how awkward the entry is. And of course, there's a lot of time, a little bit of time to be gained in terms of really attacking that entry and spotting that braking point into up into the pit limiter. You have a little bit of a tolerance as well that these drivers are all very aware of and able to exploit. But yeah, some may be a little bit more aggressive than others. On board with Elvis Rankin as he tries to get after David Adam. I'd imagine around Road America probably feeling a little bit of dirty air, but for the most part in this race, it's not stopped anyone getting close.
I mean, yeah, the Acura will be dishing out a fair share of dirty air, and it can be very hard to sit on the rear end of someone, but certainly not impossible. Got to say, 6.5 seconds post pit stop, the lead for Nicholas Boy. He's gained 4.5 through the pit stop sequence on Enzo Benito to really take control here for Drago Racing, looking for a second victory for himself and the team. Again, showing the pace and promise. I distinctly remember the first time that I'd really noticed Nicholas Boy as a driver, and it was in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and he grabbed pole position at Road Atlanta. I was like, cool, he's quick. And cool, that was quick coming into pit lane from David Adam. I don't know how that wouldn't be a penalty. I'm not going to lie.
For what?
For potentially speeding in the pit lane compared to his speed difference with the car ahead. But also, I don't know, if you use the grass on the right-hand side, is that legal? What's the situ?
It's an off-track, isn't it? Or do you count the pit lane as being part of the circuit? Can you overtake off-track in the pit lane? I don't know. Again, when it comes to, like I was saying, there is a little bit of tolerance in the pit lane. There's sort of like a 1.1 to 1.5 second sort of grace period, if you like, in terms of pit lane speed, unless you're obviously not like 100 k's over. That's different. But if you're creeping in 5 k's over, you can get it slowed down just after the pit lane line. He's able to get it stopped, and to be honest, I think he's just, you know, braked where he normally would brake, and has just overtaken the car in front because of it. And also, had he not done that and settled in the car behind, potentially would have been, or come out behind Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, and Nikolai Pedersen, the driver who he nearly made contact with there, you could see slowly that as they were going into pit lane that was Nikolai Pedersen that was actually pulling away. So I wonder if... So it's one of those ones, right? I wonder if all of the drivers actually used the pit limit. You'd say, yes, they definitely do. But you say about the grace period and stuff. Let's say, for example, the pit lane speed limit is 80 kilometres an hour. And you put on the pit limiter. What speed do you end up doing in the pit lane? You end up doing about 79. Yeah. But we all know that you can generally get away with doing about 82.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Same as your speed limits on the road. So you can get away with a couple over. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. And so I do wonder if sometimes in pit lane, especially in competitions like this, if you just don't put the pit limiter on, maybe put the pit limiter on to make sure that you're actually at the speed, and then turn it off and hold it there. It's not that hard to sit on the pit speed.
No, it's really not. And yeah, you'll use the pit limiter to sort of slow the car down and get yourself to that benchmark. And then what they'll do is they'll sit in sort of second or third gear, and they'll coast the throttle. They'll coast the throttle, but they won't be full throttle, because you have to think, if you're on the pit limiter and you're flooring it, the car is going to be on that pit limiter. It's then going to adjust that. It's going to keep you under. It's going to, adjust the speed, like we say, 79 to 80. If you turn it off and just sort of sit at, 30 to 40% throttle, you can get away with, they get a very specific tracker, as there's a spin off the exit of turn number 5, not for any of our lead cars though. One of the back markers towards the back end of the field, but you can sort of get away with like 81.5 to sort of 82.5, and as long as you're within that window, you won't get a penalty. If you sort of exaggerate that 1k over the course of the whole pit lane, you can very easily gain, at the very least half a second to a second and a half relative to just sitting at the pit limiter.
Yeah, and Dane does point out, again, our broadcast producer does point out the Road America pit lane is a bit up and down, and it is. But I will counter that with just control your right foot. It's not that hard. Or, like you say, just leave the button on and just accept the fact that you're going to lose a little bit of time in the pit lane. I mean, the time is negligible. Like, it is literally going to be a couple of hundreds, another car off the road. It's very scary. And the reason you won't see it normally, right, is because you will gain hundreds in the pit lane. But if you are going side by side with someone, it can be the difference between you coming into your box ahead of them or behind them.
And that's the difference that these guys have to make, right? Obviously, Nicholas Boy and Enzo Benito aside, this race has been pretty competitive between the Falcon, the Blue Liqueur, the Coanda. They've been incredibly close, and that could be the difference. I think it has been the difference. David Adams' really aggressive entry into pit lane has given him the leg up relative to Elvis Rankin, and has allowed him to press forward and get after Nikolai Pedersen in the battle for the podium. One that maybe if he came up behind Elvis Rankin, the commander car probably with 12 minutes to go would start defending, wouldn't be too much racecraft going on, and maybe the blue car wouldn't have this opportunity. Nice opening up of turn number 5 there, using all of the curb and then some bit of a ripple strip on the exit. That does get quite bumpy at times, and able to keep it under wraps for now. Nikolai Pedersen will be feeling the pressure. 7 minutes left to go. I'm sure it's going to be all gloves off in the fight for the podium.
Yeah, being an American track, there's no track limit, so use what you want, basically, as long as you're back really on. Oh, yeah, exactly. Any time that anyone says, oh, yeah, it's Marshall posts, I actually want to...
They're two separate entities, hang on.
Yeah, but that's how it is going down into turn... So obviously you go through turn 1, right? The next corner you come across is turn 3.
Yeah. And
somewhere between them is turn 2, and it's a slight right-hand kink that makes no difference. But it is numbered 2 because of the Marshall post. And yes, you are right, that is a very poor way of doing it. Corner numbers and stuff, yeah. Yeah,
it's not going to start this.
Yeah, because I will absolutely go off on one.
It's a slippery slope.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. David Allen here onto the rear end of Nikolai Pedersen. But I was going to say this. We've got the Deltraz Automotive by Major's Garage Car of Darius Andre. Couple of tenths behind Elvis Rankin, and Commander are losing 4 points to Team Redline. That gap's going to grow even more at this point. But it could grow even more in favour of Team Redline if Darius Andre is able to find his way through.
Yeah, exactly that. And Elvis just trying to hang on to what is P5 Darius Andre, applying that pressure, like we've been saying. Only 5.5 minutes left to go, so it's not, the longest amount of time in a race to try and hang on to a position. Elvis Rankin, I'm sure, very capable of defending. But if he's got nothing left, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to sort of hang on. And you can see just small mistakes starting to creep in, running a bit too wide off the exit of 5. Turning in and probably braking just under the bridge, I would imagine, into the left-hander at 6. And just look at that little mud patch going in through each of the corners. Just goes to show how much each of these drivers are pushing the limits in terms of what is acceptable in terms of track usage. Elvis Rankin just trying to hang on. You can see the track opening up through the carousel. Darius Andre at this point, I mean, he knows he potentially has got the pace, but he also equally knows he's only got 5 minutes to get this move done. Also, David Adam trying to put some pressure on to Nikolai Pedersen and find his way through into P3. That was brave through the kink.
Into the kink to get side by side and to make the move. I mean, clearly, I think there's been a bit of a run up the circuit from Nikolai Pedersen, and there's Darius Andre to the outside into Canada corner, straight around the outside of Elvis Rankin. I mean, you can see the quote from our broadcast producer. Now you can drop it. Drop it. I thought you were going to drop it.
I was like, now you can get rid of it. I was like, what? No. Elvis dropping down the ranking. Thank you, Dane Bird. I was so confused for a second. Like, why would we get rid of it? He is still dropping down the ranking. Yes, not ideal. Let's see if he's got a counter-attack with 4 minutes to go.
Elvis dropping down the ranking. What a middle name. That's there to rival Jensen Button was the first person to press the DRS button. There we go. We are back on commentary. Our broadcast producer got a timeout on the VCO Discord. I am going to throw him under the bus straight away for it. We are back in the comments booth. Don't worry, nor me nor Zach disconnected from this one. Solid work from Dane Bear. Darius Andre continues in 5th position after getting past Elvis Rankin. And again, we'll start to try and close down on Nikolai Pedersen. 2 seconds. I think that's going to be caught in the final 2 minutes of this race.
It's going to be tough, isn't it, really? Weirder things have happened. Pedersen makes a couple of mistakes, but we saw just a moment ago from Darius Andre out of the final corner, a bit of a snap, running a little bit too wide and asking a bit too much of the car. I think the difference between 4th and 5th, negligible, realistically. In the grand scheme of things, I would imagine, I would just say bring it home. If an opportunity comes up and Pedersen gets maybe held up in traffic, that sort of thing, then yeah, fair enough. But there's a minute and a half left to go. Just bring it home for a top 5.
Absolutely. Under the bridge they go, into the left-hander. I mean, it's one of those ones where the consistent results, top 5s, top 6s, they're more important than... There's a thing, sometimes you're fighting for, in the case of Elvis Rankin and Darius Andre, you're fighting for 5th and 6th spot, right? It's only 1 point, the difference between finishing in 5th and finishing in 6th. Sometimes you have to sit there and weigh up, is it worth the risk throwing everything at it, leaving it on the outside of a corner where it is hilariously risky, where you might get a small tap and you might end up in the barrier, and then rather than scoring just 6 points, you may end up, or so rather than scoring the points for 6th place, you may end up dropping down to 20th to 40th position to retire from the race. And again, as Will Chadwick said when he was on commentary a little bit earlier on, he's a team manager for EMM. He did say that he'd rather his drivers, if they're involved in the battle, he'd rather them just pull out and finish the race. And that's the important bit. And it's kind of one of those. He kind of probably needs to hammer that a little bit more home to the drivers, realistically, because it's not really happened all the time.
Yeah, really get it into him, I think, is what Will Chadwick needs to do, because that's the thing, is why I like to, is why I want to see that sort of rewarding for a win, because say you're second, you're not going to throw away 49 points for a last-ditch move on the lap. Do you know what I mean? That's sort of where you need that reward to come in, and you're absolutely right. In the grand scheme of things, yes, we'd like to see, you know, that gloves off racing, and I think to an extent we have seen that on a number of occasions. At the end of the day, these are racing drivers, they want to win. But if you want to win the overarching event, you can't be carrying that sort of risk, and ultimately that damage limitation, that risk mitigation is what they're going to need to focus on. Nicholas Boy, though, he's had absolutely no risk over the duration of this race, has he? I mean, he's got a couple of corners left to go, 4.1 seconds clear of Enzo Benito, and the two of them have just given everyone else a demonstration, Nicholas Boy especially, on how to drive this Acura.
Yeah, and for Drago, it'll be scoring them some decent points comparatively to Shezza Esports and BS competition. They'll be dragging themselves into the fight, potentially for a top 3 in VCO INFINITY V. Into the Bill Mitchell bend, and then the final corner. It was a great performance earlier on in the day from this very driver, Nicholas Boy, at Road America, to take victory in the Super Formula Lights. It'll be another victory and a second one for VCO INFINITY V for Drago Racing. Boy across the line to take a victory and take a bow. Dominant it was. 4 seconds clear of Enzo Benito, 20 seconds clear of David Adam and the likes behind. Incredible drive.
Yeah, I mean, you can't knock it in the slightest. It was faultless. Big shout out, by the way, to David Adam. I know, you know, the top 2 were home and clear, but the Blue Liqueur car really bringing it home very, very nicely indeed. A tough battle. Nikolai Pedersen, Darius Andre will round up the top 5, and yeah, what was a very intense battle all the way through, and again, through the majority of the top 10, incredibly close. A shame, though, for Coanda. Elvis Rankin, really not his best race. And we say not his best race. He still finished 6th, right? It's still a good result. But that's the level that Coanda, and that's the standard they've sort of set themselves. 6th isn't good enough.
For the Blue Mercure Esports team, that is a first podium of VCO Infinity. They've had a top 5 and a couple of top 10s, but a first podium for them. Say, really, really solid performance. For Team Redline, though, it is an 11th podium from 15 races. Absolutely incredible consistency. The team obviously closest to them on the points is Coanda. They're at 7 podiums for the 15, so 4 less in 15 races. That's a lot.
I think it just hammers home how good Redline are, and it is a bit of a cliche, you know. Yeah, Team Redline, they're good. Everyone knows that, but every single time that we go to an event, you know, no matter what it is that Redline are in, they always throw something that I won't say surprises you, because you almost expect it from them at this point. They find a way to show you how good they are, and they're not going to win every race. They've done a pretty decent job in terms of race wins thus far, but it's that ruthless consistency that is really rewarded in a format like this.
Indeed. We'll get the race results onto our screen in just a second so we can really see the damage that Nicholas Boy inflicted upon this 50-odd car field, and a dominant performance it was. 4 seconds it was. Nicholas Boy won the race, and you'll be shocked to hear they had the fastest lap as well. Enzo Benito in second, and David Adam for Blue Mercure's first podium in VCO INFINITY V. Nikolai Pedersen and Darius Andre, they're in 4th and 5th position. We saw some great battling from Nikolai Pedersen and David Adam. Elvis Rankin for Commander, 6th position outside of the top 5. Not great for the Commander team, trying to chase down Team Redline. Cody Deeth for Eclipse. Then we have the Sim RC, Rising Sport, and the Solpec Precision car rounding out the top 10. As we'll see the rest of the field roll their way through. We'll pick out some that are maybe slightly out of position. Norby Kish done a great job for Chester Esports to rise up to 11th. You see Pablo Espez there, 22nd spot for the Williams F1 Team Gaming. BS Competition, 25th in the points. Not great. Obviously, they had some dramas on lap number 1. And that pushed them down the order. Not ideal. No one major on this page. Maybe we'd expect a little bit more from Thiago Martel, but obviously the Dutch League racing car not had the best run so far in VCO INFINITY V. Marcel Chinchik, we saw the big spin from him. I gave a 15 out of 10. You had a 6.5. It was a good spin. It averages out to about a 10, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Final couple of positions that retired from the race, Bavano and the grid and go-kart. Whilst we're waiting for race number 16 to get ourselves underway, let's have a little bit of a chat with two-time race winner in VCO INFINITY V. Nicholas Boy joins us in the commentary booth. Drago Racing, I mean, clearly something for you is clicking around this circuit. You won here earlier on in the evening in the Super Formula Lights. You've won here now in the Acura. I mean, clearly this is a track for you.
Yes, I can fully agree with that. I mean, those who know me know this is probably one of my most favorite tracks in the entire game. I've achieved quite a lot in this on this track, so yeah, I mean it's just great that it's coming together like this, and yeah, nice race, I guess. Pretty good pace.
So, where most teams and most drivers are like, right, you're our Formula Ford driver, you're our truck driver. Are you Drago Racing's Road America driver? You just do just keep driving Road America, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it seems like it looks like that. Nah, but it's just this track just works for me. We obviously decided per car. I pretty much picked out my races, and this was obviously one of my top picks to get. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how I got here. Like, I woke up an hour before the race with maybe 1 hour sleep. I'm like totally tired now. I did like, I don't know, maybe 5 Q attempts, and yeah, I don't know. It just clicks on this track. I can't explain it.
So when are we next seeing you in VCO INFINITY V? What car track combo are we seeing you racing in?
I think if I remember correctly, it's gonna be back in the SF Lights and then at Okayama. So dry race. I don't know about that. Just trying to survive, I guess. And then I'm gonna drive, I think, Fuji in GTP in the rain again. Hopefully, rain. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of rain, we'll be having rain coming up in just a moment's time as the Super Formula Lights will take to the track once again. Nicholas, thank you so much. Dominant performance here, an excellent drive. You pieced that together perfectly for a second victory for Drago Racing.
Thank you.
And Zach, it was absolutely brilliant there for Drago Racing. Completely dominant in that race. But as we've said, we are expecting some wet weather in the next race. We'll be taking to Fuji, we're taking to the Super Formula Lights, and it is wet.
Oh, this is going to be so good. I love the Super Formula Light. Just as a car, I did a race myself and obviously Drive Lounge, my teammate Kieran Harding. We jumped into a race at Donington and it was lashing it down. The car still had a surprising amount of grip and it still felt quite comfortable, quite predictable. I'm really looking forward to this race. Fuji especially, that long back straight, that hard stop into T1, those really demanding combined G corners in the final sector. Added challenge of the wet weather and 50 cars going into it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I did commentate on the Radical SR10s around Fuji a little bit earlier on, and there was quite the crash into turn 1. But just because it's one of those ones, when it's in the wet, sometimes it actually makes things a little bit cleaner, weirdly enough. That was what happened at Silverstone a little bit earlier on in the day when the HPD Acura took to the home of British motorsport. It was really, really wet. I think it was that. Yeah, it must have been it. It was either that or the Radical. I can't remember. But 53 cars, I think, got through the opening sector. No crashes. Everyone was all right because it was wet. And it's one of those ones. I remember this back in our day in Formula Sim Racing. Formula Sim Racing World Championship. We raced at Hockenheimring and then Hungary back to back. And Hockenheimring, there was 22 cars that did the race. 9 of them finished. Everyone binned it. And I was like, they were expecting the same thing from Hungary. Because the track was really, really difficult. Turn 4 was really tough in this car. They were thinking that we were going to get the same level of crashes. And I was like, no. Because it's a harder track, I don't think anyone's going to be as complacent as they were at Hockenheimring. That is exactly true. All 20 cars finished.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's a weird sort of dynamic, isn't it? But yeah, you're expecting a lack of grip. You're expecting carnage, and so everyone should be on their best behaviour. Also with the wet, there's really only one line that works. So racing is kind of disencouraged or unencouraged, I suppose, going in through these corners. So I'm going to tentatively say it might be clean, but turn 1 Fuji in the wet, a mistake, a lockup, it could be disastrous.
Well, I mean, it depends if you believe in the commentator's curse or not.
Absolutely
Nathan
not.
Richards wisely informed me that you apparently sometimes do. That's what he said.
Whoa.
Either way, no, it's fine. We'll talk through the starting grid of the Super Formula Lights. It's Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, Showman Shintani, that'll be starting from the pole. Alongside Matt Caruana, a couple of our top contenders for the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. Maniti Racing's Jaden Ladick will start from 3rd position, along with the Delatraz automoted by Major Garage Car. TC Esports' Augustin Tolashi and Sheza Esports' Tamash Simon will start from 6th. Jaden Comright and ERE Race Esports team, along with Alessandro Ottaviani for Vitality and Armand Montario. BS Competition and Eclipse, no sight of Team Redline or Coanda in the first 6 rows. Where have they ended up? Isaac Phelps, who raced in GB4 last year, and we saw him out in the Formula Fords earlier on. We've taken some Porsches around the circuit IRL this year. He starts from grid and go in 13th position. Noah Boulderston will start from 14th. Alexander Spetz for Drago Racing, again, just on that victory in the previous race for Drago. SimRC, Olympus, and then Gustavo Ariel, 18th position, 2 seconds off of the pole. Start from 18th position, our points leader. But Coanda are behind them. Augustin Bernier from 19th position, Peter Zuber from 20th, Alessio Bonino, and then Luis Schrimmer. Shemislav Lamanek will start from 23rd position, and Kasper Umelen will start from 24th for the Falcon team. Fast Repair, Stint 1, Fiercely Forward, GT Spain, the Altitude 3M Esports, and Dutch League Racing. 2.5 seconds off the pole will round out the top 30. Going to be a few drivers and teams that weren't able to set times. It is 2.5 seconds off for Elliot Veyron and Coanda, so a poor qualifying and going to be in the danger zone into T1 with Movano. Tim Yarsha will start from 33rd position with the Bike 500 car alongside Team PGZ, and Visceral from 36. Kazuki Fujita will start on row 18. You amateurs and Delta Sport ride Avalon, who were in a night race around here, and they lost the front of the Radical SR10, had no lights to do an entire lap. That was a bit of a tough one for them. Prism will start alongside MG 18 Simtech Pro outside of the top 40. Impulse, Lion GP, Thomas Engerson Racing with Sherritt Esports, Project 91 Racing Team, and FCB Racing Sim will start from 48th position. Dexter Castro, the final time onto the board, start from 49th. So our top 2 protagonists in the title race out of position. Team Redline, though, quite a few rows ahead of Coanda. They are both, though, very much in the danger zone.
Yes, it's. Should we play the Top Gun song going into turn 1? Do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's not the Top Gun song, but yes,
the one
Highway.
Top Gun.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It wasn't.
I'm young. Leave me alone. It's that one. That one. The song
Songs do exist before films come out.
Do they?
I do know that. Yeah.
That's insane.
Real Gone by Sheryl Crow, though. That did not exist before Cars, and it's an absolute banger.
Absolutely. Immortals by Fall Out Boy as well from Big Hero 6. quality song as well. Always get weird why they make the TV shows after the characters in Fortnite as well. It's insane, really. But
yeah,
nonetheless,
exactly. Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, being sort of outside the front 3 rows going into turn 1 at Fuji, the spray especially, spotting your braking marker, I wouldn't want to be down there on the grid.
No, and you can see the rain intensity rising a little bit here as the pace car will prepare itself to head through the hairpin and then begin the awful final sector before they're racing. Thing here at Fuji, and this is one, if I'm in 50th position, to be fair, if I'm in that mid-pack car, this is the one thing that I'm mostly terrified of, isn't even the run down into turn 1. It's the run on this start-finish straight before the race starts, because they're all waiting for the green flag, but everyone from like 30th on back is trying to jump the start, basically, to gain a few positions before they get into the braking zone of turn 1. Of course they are. And what ends up happening is they try and jump the start, they get it wrong, and I guarantee there will be a crash in the start-finish straight from someone not paying attention, trying to get on it a little bit too early, assuming the leaders have gone.
Yeah, a very, 2020 Mugello Formula 1 safety car restart-esque type of thing.
Awful.
Yeah, trying to just get the jump and very quickly realising that they've not quite gone yet. It's that thing that, fair enough, you're further back and maybe you've got a lot to try and go and get and not a lot to go and lose, but it's a 45-minute race in, testing conditions around a testing circuit. The race, if you're consistent enough, is going to come to you. If you're not consistent enough and you don't have the pace, the gain that you get from taking that risk, it's just going to be thrown away over the course of the next 45 minutes anyway. If you know you've got the pace, if you know you've got the consistency, just let the race come to you over the course of the duration. Those at the front, though, I'm sure are going to be trying to minimise their deficit being on the front row. Of course, that long run towards turn number 1, the slipstream going to be very apparent. The bonus they get, of course, is a clear line of sight.
That Mugello race, by the way, I still think that licenses needed to be revoked after that one. I think that's happened from quite a few F1 races where I'm sat there being like, that driver needs a ban. You need to ban that guy. You need to ban that guy. I'm like, why were you not just like, just hand out actual penalties? But it's fine. We're not going to get onto the FIA penalty topic. Onto the start-finish straight they go very quickly as they'll. It's a long run before we actually are racing. Who's winning this race? Off you go. Curse someone apparently. Could you believe it?
I reckon whoever started P25 is coming through. Consistency is going to reign through.
Whoa.
Now, I think Shoma Shintani from pole.
Shoma Shintani from pole. That's a fair shout. We'll have to wait and see. The control will be handed over effectively to Shoma Shintani. EMM, Matt Caruana, I think, is in a great position to win the race as well. He's got such good speed when it comes to these kinds of open wheelers. But the important bit is the rain has hit VCO Infinity once again. It is wet out there. It is tricky out there for the drivers to navigate. Everyone's being very patient in the background, and maybe we're not going to get the crash on the start-finish straight that I was alluding to.
Green, green, green.
Into the start they go, and the green flag is waved. We are racing with Shoma Shintani leading down into the opening corner, but it is a better reaction to that race start coming in from the EMM car of Matt Caruana on the outside. It will look to the outside and then come into the brakes. The Delatrans Automotive by Majors Garage Cars getting to the outside and has gone in a little bit too deep, along with a couple of cars in the background. They work their way through the opening corner, and shock of all shocks, that is 50 odd cars through the opening turn, and no one's backwards until now. Was that Drago that are off?
Potentially so. That was a bit of a tap to the back end, I think it was. We were so close to getting through cleanly, but probability would dictate that someone at some point was going off. A good initial launch, though, from Shoma Shintani, of course, feeling right at home, both in this type of car and in this weather, and, of course, at home circuit here at Fuji as well. Through the first couple of sectors and towards the front, it's pretty clean. And as you can see, a melee in the background, 3, nearly 4 wide, as they try and make their way through now into the chicane for the opening time.
Easily got a cursed it in my ear. Look, it's down into. I said turn 1, turn 2, and then it was clean, and it wasn't clean into turn 4. But still, relatively speaking, I'd say one car going for a spin. In conditions like this in a car like this, I'd say it's pretty clean. There is a couple of cars off the road there going through the chicane, entering the third sector, and a bit of side-by-side in the awkward final sector, including someone going for a bit of a spin. Don't rejoin back onto the racing line. Careful, careful, careful. Oh my God, that is terrible. 0 out of 10. I love to see it.
Oh my goodness me. That
Penalty.
is probably the most toasted rejoin in Sim. We've seen some bad ones. That is up there.
The thing is, you could see it coming for such a long time. Yeah, more cars driving up and onto each other. Importantly, Gustavo Ariel will be running up the order at 13th position, having gained a few then on the race start. Where, though, is Coanda and all the mix? If they manage to work their way through all of this opening drama, and are they able to continue on in this race? We'll update you as soon as we can on that one, but it is Shoma Shintani leading by half a second. There is Gustavo Ariel getting to the inside of Corentin Guinness, of course, the Sim RC driver, and going down into turn 3. The position switch will happen.
Indeed so. So Gustavo Ariel, of course, trying to make his way forward. Not the best of qualifyings, as naturally it is going to be quite difficult with just a single lap. There you can see Elliot Veyron, Coanda, the Frenchman, well, way down the order, and again, it's just adding salt into the wound for Coanda, isn't it, really? Still a long race to go, and again, in these conditions, anything can happen. Here we see Matt Caruana, of course, racing in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. Very similar car to the Super Formula Lights, and in fact, actually, I would say the SFL, a much more predictable car. You drive it less on the nose and less with the pedals than you do the traditional Formula 4, which means you can lean on it a little bit more. So I think, actually, those that are quick in, say, the Formula 4 car, definitely will transfer and maybe even feel a little bit more comfortable in the SFL. Whether they're feeling comfortable in weather like this is remains to be seen. Crucially though, Tamas Simon, Matt Caruana and Jaden Ladich all need realistically to not allow Shoma Shintani to get out of that slipstream range, because it's going to be a big help over the course of the next just under 42 minutes. And Shoma Shintani, if you let him get out of that slipstream range, if you can keep it consistent, is going to run away. This is Drago at the start.
Yeah, so a bit of a slide there into the opening corner, but this is where there's a spin to the left-hand side. What ends up happening side by side? Just squeezing. What? Why? Did you know there was a car there? There was a lot of squeezing happening there for Drago Racing. A bit unnecessary, just give a little bit more room, but maybe there was something more happening behind and around, I don't know, but that was certainly not ideal. By the way, I will say wet weather conditions on Super Formula Lights. Last time we had that in the Road America race. I've got to say that Gustavo Ariel, who's obviously running in this race in 10th position, I genuinely think was one of the luckiest drivers I've ever seen. Now, obviously, luck and skill go hand in hand, and obviously it's because he's absolutely rapid. Qualified in second spot, had contact down into the first corner with Sim RC, Corentin Guinness behind the wheel of that one. Ended up in the gravel trap, no damage on the car, rejoined the race circuit, worked his way back through, spun at the kink and tapped the barrier, and was still able to keep going in the race without any major issue. Ended up finishing in second spot for Team Redline. Wonder if we'll have a similar race in here. Looks to the inside as he's got the battle ahead of Alessandro Ottaviani and Thomas Imborg. He's dropped backwards a little bit in the race to the Delatraz automotive car, and that green and white car is really feeling the pressure from that bright yellow of Vitality.
Indeed, so you definitely can't miss it in conditions like this. Gustavo Ariel, though, of course, making some good moves and up into P9 again. Consistency of the name of the game. There's a spin there. That's Corentin Guinness. Yeah, indeed. So tumbling down the order, a slight tap there, of course, in whether it's still recoverable as long as there's no damage. But with the pack coming through, I'd imagine he's probably got a tap or two for good measure on the way through. Of course, they swap at the lead as well. Tamas Simon and Shoma Shintani swapping positions as well as Gustavo Ariel on the back of Alessandro Ottaviani. It's all kicking off with just under 40 minutes left to go, heading on to what will be the 4th lap of racing. And now Tamas Simon for Cesar Esport lead the way.
Yeah, 2 seconds they are clear of Caruana and Ladick in 3rd and 4th position. Will that gap close its way back up? One thing to note for those keeping your eye on it, if you haven't seen a Super Formula race in VCO INFINITY V, there is no requirement, well, there's no requirement of pit stop technically anyway. If you can run to the end, then run to the end. But with the fuel in these cars, they can definitely run the 45 minutes, especially when it's wet. You don't use as much fuel when it comes to the wet weather running as you would do around the dry, but even in the dry you wouldn't require usage of a pit stop in the Super Formula Lights. Gustavo Ariel gets past Thomas Imborg and up to 7th position, and then back down to 8th, and then back up to 7th. Clearly, they're side by side for 7th.
I think so, yeah, trading positions. Gustavo Ariel now up in a 7th position.
Oh.
I think he managed to get that one done and dusted.
Jaden Ladick in the background had a spin going down into the hairpin there, so drops down to 6th position behind Augustin Torlaschi and Jaden Conwright.
Yeah, suboptimal to say the least, and again I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that over the next 38 minutes. Like we say, no pit stops, especially in the rain. You'd be surprised as to how much you can fuel save, especially in the Super Formula Light. Quite intuitive to do so. Doesn't lose too much with a lifting coaster, a short shift, and especially with, you know, turn 1 at Fuji especially, you've got that big lifting coaster opportunity. I think this is what happened to Ladich. Just a bit too late on the brakes, locking the rears, getting a bit squirmy. Tried to turn in once again, and I think just asked a bit too much on the entry to the chicane.
Yeah, 2 seconds they are clear of Caruana and Ladick in 3rd and 4th position. Will that gap close its way back up? One thing to note for those keeping your eye on it, if you haven't seen a Super Formula race in VCO INFINITY V, there is no requirement of pit stop technically anyway. If you can run to the end, then run to the end. But with the fuel in these cars, they can definitely run the 45 minutes, especially when it's wet. You don't use as much fuel when it comes to the wet weather running as you would do around the dry, but even in the dry you wouldn't require usage of a pit stop in the Super Formula Lights. Gustavo Ariel gets past Thomas Imborg and up to 7th position. And then back down to 8th, and then back up to 7th. Clearly, they're side by side for 7th. And easily done in this weather. The track's really greasy and slippery. Elliot Veyron's done a great job, by the way, to go from 30th position up to 16th. Well, maybe that's 17th because Peter Zuber for Grid and Go's coming back through. Oh my God! As we head back to Elliot Veyron, it's 4 wide at the start, finish straight. I thought he'd cleared a few of them. He's going to back out of it a touch, and I think that might be a wise move as everything is getting pretty chaotic here. I thought it was looking really good for him, and he'd cleared his way up in the 16th position and was starting to work his way ahead of all this. I didn't realise he was in the middle of this kind of pack. That is terrifying.
At the very least, he's got a good opportunity to gain 3 more positions. The flip side of that is a very good opportunity for him to be completely wiped out of this race in its entirety through this long right-hander and then quickly into a braking zone. Pretty much as soon as the car's straight, you're going to be hammering it on. 3 wide as he tries to negotiate his way through the Coanda of Elliot Veyron, getting stuck on the curb there. That's going to lose him some traction, and all of that progress he made in this pack beginning to become undone.
Yeah, might even lose a spot in that, but no, will indeed hang on just for now. That is so sketchy, and some more slides. They work their way into the hairpin, back out of it now and into this third and final sector of the track. Looks to the inside of the Grid and Go kart, the second of their cars, and number 2, fiercely forward, the one directly ahead of that. And like I say, you've got the Cooking Race Conventions and Capivara. This is the thing, is even down here, you sat there looking at it being like, yeah, it's the battle for 16th spot. Still, quality-wise, it is a high-quality battle back here. There's effectively, to look at the strength of the field of it, it is still a very strong fight, even though it's way outside the top 10.
100%. I mean, to be on this grid, even lower down, these aren't slouches by any means. These are very capable drivers, and I think that's helped by the sort of the intuitiveness of the Super Formula Light's car as well. More people can be in the fighters in towards turn number 1. Defensive line being taken there from Elliot Veyron. Got to be careful breaking offline. Bit of a snap on the exit as well, as he might well lose out as they come out of the opening corner, potentially fighting away with Grid and Go now towards turn number 3. Elliot Veyron doing his best to hang on. He is really in the mix here. This is the last thing he won. While Gustavo Ariel, of course, qualified out of position, he got his head down. He's been able to get in some clear air. He's been able to press forward and now close in on the top 5. Luck, skill, maybe he didn't get caught up in some battles. Elliot Veyron, of course, has, and he's not had that same luxury of being able to press on. He's now stalled in that, like we said, very high-quality battle that he just can't seem to get unlatched from.
Yeah, and that's the thing, he needs to get to 16th and then break away from them, but that is easier said than done. Slipstream, despite the wet weather, does dish out quite a bit on that start-finish straight, and unfortunately for the Coanda man, it does seem as though it might be a position loss to the Cooking Racing Adventures car, who looks to the inside and will indeed clear. So down to 19th position for Coanda. Great progress early doors, but like you say, stalling out now in the middle. Big send to the inside, going into the penultimate real corner of the circuit. Does indeed get back through. Will have to pick up the slipstream of Grid and Go. Oh, and he's been sent a little bit. That's the thing, going for those aggressive moves. Suddenly you're going to irritate someone, and there is some damage definitely on the Coanda car. Will it have to return to pit lane though to have that one served? Certainly was quite the hip check coming in from the Cooking Racing Adventures car. How is that car looking? It looks relatively all right.
He might get away with it. Again, lower downforce the Super Formula Light, so it can maybe do it. Yeah, no, that's cooked, I think. Maybe. We'll see how it handles over this lap. It's a tough one, of course, the fast repair, but if he was going to take it, surely he'd do it straight away.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's going to be very draggy, and maybe the car might, I'm not sure if it will overheat or whatnot, but it's certainly not going to handle the way it did. I don't know if it's going to be able to keep hanging on. Clearly the pace seems all right in this car. I don't think he'll get a black and orange flag for that one, so should be able to keep going, but it's one of those ones, the thing is, if they come into pit lane to serve it, to get the car fixed, then it is a slam dunk. Basically, Team Redline will have a potentially unassailable lead in the final third of this competition. So for Coanda right now, it's imperative that they keep on the track and keep in this battle at least.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you can kind of get away with it. Damage, a lot of it is psychological. If you get told you have damage, sometimes you drive as if that's the case. We'll see what happens going into the final corner. Bit of a late lunge up the inside. Don't really know what to make of that. Touch and go, really. I think the Coanda car, of course, Elliot Veyron was already committed to turning in. You can't really just stick your car there, but equally, maybe in that sense, you would expect him to turn out. Nice duck to the inside through the final couple of corners once again. I think Elliot Veyron, he just needs to get his head down and drive. Like we say, as soon as he pits, it becomes real. As there's further contact there. Oh my goodness me, he can't catch a break.
Yeah, it did seem as though the World King Race Adventures car, by the way, in that fight was taking pretty close to the racing line, which is where I'd be almost, if it was skidding off of the apex, then I'd be like, yeah, maybe no.
He did get it stopped, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, it was getting it roughly stopped. So I'm not saying that it's Elliot Veyron's fault. I'm just saying that it might be one of those racing deals, as the team Tommaso Zapata out wide, as Tommaso Zapata just going in a little bit too deep at the opening corner, and the switchback will go in favour potentially of the Coanda car that's now well outside of the top grouping. 5 seconds the race lead for Sheza Esports. Tamas Simon taking very much control over this race. Shoma Shintani back into the clutches of Matt Caruana. These two fought a fair amount towards the end of last year in the iRacing British Formula 4 Esports Championship. Just various fights. Caruana, one of the most experienced in that, and you're absolutely right. I think skills relatively transferable between driving that IRO4 it is the FIA Formula 4 car now. IRO4 is what it was when it was added to the service for the first time, and the Super Formula Lights.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, I think the Super Formula Light even more predictable in how you drive it. You can lean a little bit more on the grip. It's a really nice raceable car. Absolutely loved it when I jumped in a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sure the drivers feeling the same way. Shoma Shintani, not a driver that's afraid to get his elbows out. Neither too is Matt Caruana. So the pair of them, I'm sure, are going to be having a good little tussle. And I think probably part of the reason why Tamas Simon has been able to get away. We've not seen much of it, as Matt Caruana, we see there making his way through. A driver that's made some slightly slow progress to the back of the top 5. Of course, the higher up you get, the harder it is, I'd guess, to go and get those gaps. But Gustavo Ariel starting outside of where you'd sort of expect Team Redline to be doing so. He's now on the back end of the top 5. Augustin Torlashi and Jaden Ladich just in front.
Heard the alarm go off. The car has entered pit lane, and it was Elliot Veyron for Coanda. Things go from pretty damn strong to very, very strong indeed for Team Redline. Into the pit lane, you can see Elliot Veyron there to get the damage repair. One fast repair active for all the drivers on the field, so you'll see him come to a stop. Basically, the car will get repaired, and he'll get back going again. But the time lost from entering pit lane, especially around here, it's a long pit lane.
Yeah, exactly, and it's race done effectively. I mean, there's not really much coming back from it. Yeah, fair enough. Still half an hour to go, and maybe he can claw back some points, but going to be quite difficult. Surprised to see this level of battling between Shoma Shintani and Matt Caruana at this stage. There is still half an hour to go, and Jaden Conwright is, reeling them in slowly but surely. Yeah, fair enough. He's about 3 seconds back. But these two giving each other a really good battle. Not only has it allowed Tamas Simon to get away up in front for Cesar Esport, but it is allowing the BS Plus hybrid to reel them in. And like I say, 30 minutes to go. At Fuji, you're constantly going to be swapping positions. It's largely inconsequential as to whether Matt Caruana or Shintani is in front at this stage. There's Gustavo Ariel, though, on the back of Jaden Ladich, potentially to take P6 by the time they get to turn 1.
Yeah, look to the inside, and we'll pick up a little bit of slipstream as well. Gustavo Ariel up to 6th, and as that happens, and the Coanda car right down the order, I think we'll probably be less talking about Coanda as a contender for victory here in VCO INFINITY V, and more see if they can hang on to the runner-up position. And I say that because at the moment they're down in 33rd position for Coanda Esports and Elliot Veyron. You can see it there. EMM, 3rd position in this race, maybe an extra spot if Matt Caruana can get past Shoma Shintani, outscoring them by 30-odd points. This could be big for EMM, maybe to swing themselves into contention in the fight for 2nd spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think EMM definitely have got a chance, especially if there are a couple more races like this where they really are excelling. They didn't do the best of job at Road America, and I think that's going to be their drawback. As an overall, I would probably back Coanda across all the categories, but EMM, if they can chain together a good few races, apply that pressure to Coanda, who clearly I think maybe are feeling the pressure a little bit under a lot of it, and trying to stay in contention for the win. Yeah, don't count EMM out. I would say Cesar maybe a bit out of it. Again, weirder things have happened, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. I do definitely think EMM have got a very strong chance as they negotiate their way through a bit of lap traffic. That's going to give Shomi Shintani just a little bit of a breather as they head on to the pit straight. Cars here, there and everywhere, as to be expected in testing conditions like this. I have to say though, overall pretty impressed with the driving standards.
Yeah, it's been all right actually, relatively speaking. Been some couple of big lunges sent and whatnot, but for the most part, everything's been pretty above board. I'm sure Commander might not agree with that sentimentality. It's fine. It's fine. As Gustavo Ariel, Jaden Ladick, they are still embroiled in this fight for 6th position. Augustin Torlashi's not a million miles ahead as well, and Torlashi also has experience in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship that I was saying about, so a little bit of experience in low-powered open wheels. I don't know how much power this car's got. I think the F4 car's got, I think it's 160 brake horsepower. I think it's pretty similar. It's an odd engine, this one, isn't it? It's 3 cylinders.
I think so. I'm googling it as we speak.
I'm pretty sure it's a 3-cylinder engine in the Super Formula Lights. Of course, 2 engines.
275 apparently.
275 brake horsepower.
Apparently, according to iRacing.com as well, 275 turbocharged 3-cylinder 1.6.
And what's the FIA 4 car? Maybe it's more than 160. Here we go. On to Geagle. Open up the Wikipedia. I mean, you could do a George Morgan and read the whole Wikipedia page word for word. Shout out to George.
Oh no, it's 160. It's 160. 2-litre 4-cylinder, but obviously I think it's naturally aspirated, so it's not turbo. Whereas this obviously is.
Yeah. See, I said 160. I knew it. I knew it was 160.
You know what you're talking
and
about.
I knew this is a 3-cylinder engine. Yeah, exactly. God, someone give me an award. On to the start of the straight. Yeah, I'll be the first one to do it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Tomasz Simon, 5.8 seconds clear. It's like we've had with we're getting this with quite a few of the races. We're getting some big breakaways from our race winners who seem to take control early doors, and certainly is happening here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Shintani and Matt Caruana, they're very good, very capable drivers. And I think that's the thing. Of course, there's a bit of a battle a bit further back. Vianney under a bit of pressure from Bernier into turn number 1. Outside line from the Mercure car as they try and get the switch back on. Vitality trying to get the power down. Again, the turbocharged, you'll have a little bit of power while it spools up, and then very quickly, a lot of torque at the rear wheels might start to spin up the rear tyres. But like I say, overall, pretty predictable in this battle forward as the top 10. As it stands, Alessandro Vianney just able to hang on in that. Again, you cannot miss it, that bright yellow Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, you say about, oh, there comes a look to the inside from Alessandro Ottaviani. Augustin Bernier, rather, on Alessandro Ottaviani, and up to 10th position for him. That was, again, pretty ruthless when it comes to going for that move. I mean, you say about Shomi Shintani being a very capable driver. He is one of the, now, what feels like endless drivers on the iRacing platform that has more than 10k iRacing. I am now very curious as to what the number is, as to how many drivers have more than 10k. Any guesses before I have a look?
It's got to be more than 50, surely. Between 25 and 50, I would say.
It was 30 the last time I checked. That was a few months ago. I would say, do you know what? I'm going to take a wild guess. I'm actually going to say I think it's more than 60 now.
Fair enough. Okay, Dana said 43. Interesting. Oh my goodness me, that was a big snap of oversteer just behind Tomasz Simon. That could have been disastrous.
Oh my god.
Speaking of iRating, Dirt Road, Leo Brown. Do you know what his iRating is?
No.
10.1k.
Damn.
Dirt Road. Yeah.
I've just looked at the. I would never have guessed the number to be that big. As the drivers on the on sports car road. It is 104 drivers. 104 have more than 10k.
Sweats, mate. Honestly.
That is mental, including David Adam, who we have seen out of this competition, who I don't think can ever do an official race ever again, because his iRating is 10,000 on the dot.
Yeah, no, you don't want to risk it. I had a race the other day. I had 2,998 iRating in open wheel, and I was like, okay, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one. I'm going to get that 3k. I just get absolutely shafted T1 at Snetterton. It was awful. It's just how easy it can happen. I remember watching Jamie Fluke was very close to getting 9k iRating at Road Atlanta in the, I think it was a Porsche Cup race, and again just gets tapped around. Oh no, actually tapped himself around on the back of another car, and that's just as easy it is. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of these drivers have Smurf accounts.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? Is there's 104 drivers that have more than 10k iRating. I know there's a couple of drivers that have Smurf accounts, and they're not far away from 10k on their Smurf account.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So there is going to be someone in there that has 10k iRating twice, surely. I'm not going to go through and find it, but if you know, drop it in the YouTube or Twitch chat, and we'll take the information. Thank you very much. We are on board with a couple of drivers going down to the opening corner and some big swappers into the brakes. Look, even if you're trying to back out of it, it's not easy.
No, exactly, because you're offline, and again, a little bit of spray to go with it, and yeah, and also the pressure of like, that's the race leader. I do not want to be that guy that takes out the race leader. So again, a little bit of pressure, and it's tricky. A heavy stop. You know, 75 brake horsepower for the Super Formula Light. You've got a lot of power, a lot of top speed going into turn 1, and then that heavy stop. If you just lock it ever so slightly, and especially to be quick, you have to have the brake bars quite far to the back, which again is explaining why we're seeing quite a lot of stops. Back out onto the circuit, of course, Elliot Veyron after what has been an awful display for him, and once again stuck in a big group.
A big group with some solid names in it as well, because this is Coanda versus Drago. Teams that have multiple victories in VCO Infinity 5. They are fighting at the moment for 30th position. Yeah, not great. It's Coanda in 30th, Drago in 31st, Visceral directly behind, all involved in this fight for 30th. I mean, that just doesn't feel fair, does it? When you're obviously you drop down the field and you think, well, I'll just work my way through. Oh my goodness, that was a horrible rejoin. You think, well, I'll try and work my way through the field and it'll be fine. And then you find out that you're going side by side with Drago, thinking, oh, what are you doing back here?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like, yeah, we're down here. We don't really have too much to worry about side by side. This is the battle for 4th. Gustavo Ariel through on Jaden Conwright in the BS Plus hybrid car, and the Brazilian takes 4th position. Nicely done. What a drive it has been for Gustavo Ariel in this race. Slow but sure progress, and still with just under half of it left to go. So 3.5 seconds to the podium. What do we think?
I mean, 21 minutes, still just over under half the race distance to go. I think it's possible, and it's this kind of drive which is why Team Redline are 3-time champions of VCO Infinity. They've won all of the versions that we've had of VCO Infinity that have happened on the iRacing platform. The only team that aren't Team Redline to have won was when we did VCO LFL Infinity. And it was Roval and Esports that were able to take victory on the Set Course Competizione. Team Redline did not participate in that running of Infinity, and they are the best because they're consistent. Unfortunately, Jaden Conwright has had a bit of a spin. He was just overtaken by Gustavo Ariel, and Jaden Conwright's lost out to Augustin Tolashi, and Jaden Lading now runs in 7th spot.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Jaden Conwright, and maybe just a little bit phased as to be overtaken by Gustavo Ariel. Up now, what is 14 positions? Just looking at the last lap times, we'll see what it is when they sort of break the beam this time through. But it was a 40.9 for EMM and Matt Caruana. It was a 40.3 for Team Redline, and with 20 minutes left to go, still doable. This is what happened to Jaden Conwright, of course. I think just a slight tap, hooked the inside wheel and sent round. Not really actually his fault in the end.
Was that with a back marker, though?
I think so. That wasn't for position.
No, it wasn't Jaden Lading or Augustin Tolashi, which I'd say for the back marker. That's very naughty.
Yes.
Take a hop, skip and a jump out of the way. Thank you very much. Unless it was Augustin Tolashi, because the TC Esports car is not in the normal livery that we'd expect TC Esports to be in, but I think there was more orange on it, was there not? I don't know. I don't know who I am.
No, absolutely not. Don't ask me about colour at all, to be honest. With just under 20 minutes left to go, I have no idea what's going on, especially in these conditions. This is awful for me.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, if you've got any questions about VCO Infinity, about sim racing in general, or about what it's like living with dog vision, drop it into the YouTube or Twitch chat, and I'm sure Zach Sweeney can answer the final one. The rest of them, I'm not too sure. Getting an update from our broadcast was it was Augustin Torlaschi that made contact. So it wasn't someone going lap down, so no one's in the bad books. Just a bit of contact between Augustin Torlaschi and Jaden Conwright.
I think in that context, fighting for position, yeah, you can sort of see it as a racing incident in that sense. If it was a backmarker, completely different, as Isaac Phelps goes down the inside of Imborg. That's into the final sector, and the grid and go-kart making its way through. Phelps had a bit of a drop at the beginning of this race, and has now been sort of carving his way back forward. You can see Jaden Conwright just in front of him for what is P7. Of course, probably, I'd imagine, a lot of experience in this sort of car, in this sort of weather, based on his real-life experience.
Yep, absolutely. Jaden Conwright will be trying to drag himself up to the back of it, but I think with the damage on his car, he can't do it. So the gap will sit at about 5 seconds as Jaden Ledick and Augustin Torlaschi will switch round, and the fight for 5th goes the way at the moment of Jaden Ledick, and onto the brakes into the opening corner. We'll see if he can fire his way around the outside. Cannot do so. The Maniti cannot get ahead of TC Esports, so it is still Augustin Torlaschi at the 4 of that battle, just hanging on to the top 5.
17 minutes and 38 seconds left in this race, still plenty to come. As Thomas Imborg now on the back of Jaden Conwright. That battle for 7th that we saw, and now Isaac Phelps trying to get himself involved around the outside. You can see there from Imborg trying to hang on all the way through. Jaden Conwright giving him plenty of room, bit of a squirm as well. I think maybe getting onto the white line or even the curb as they make their way into the heavy braking zone. Jaden Conwright gets the switch back, and Isaac Phelps does the pair of them nicely red, it must be said, from the grid and go-kart.
Yeah, very much so. Isaac Phelps is well experienced in battling for open wheelers and battling up and down the field. I mean, sim racing, it's one of the ones, right? This is very commonplace. A lot of the young motorsport drivers that are coming through the ranks are all very good at sim racing. All of them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously, looking at the likes of Drago, and they've got a Formula 2 driver. Well, they've got obviously quite a lot of drivers in their ranks, but Alex Dunn, Formula 2 driver, is absolutely rapid on the sim and absolutely rapid in real life. And there's a handful of those in the world of sim race these days that are obviously good at both, but are well involved in both. Yes, Max Verstappen as well is one of them. Jaden Ledick will find his way past Augustin Torlaschi once again on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, down towards turn number 1, a bit of a drag race between the two of them. Torlaschi just on the inside there, left-hand side of your screen into turn number 1. The outside line probably, I would imagine, prevail for Ledick unless he can get the power down, which he doesn't. Runs over the Astro ever so slightly, but to be fair, able to keep at least a decent bit of traction. You can see a slightly clearer path on that traditional race line clearing. Not too much to thwart Jaden Ledick, though, on that occasion. He takes the 5th position. Augustin Torlaschi has to settle just in behind and, maybe have another go. 15 minutes left to go. We are into the closing stages, nearly half an hour into this race, and what will be, 2/3 of the way through. 1/3 left to go with 15 minutes left. And, Tamas Simon, I mean, we haven't really spoken about him too much. He's just had that good of a drive. We've not really needed to. There is the Hungarian, the Fuji Esports machine, and he's just 6.8 seconds clear of Shomi Shintani, who himself, to be fair, has been able to pull away a little bit from Matt Caruana.
Yeah, Cheddar Esports find themselves in a very solid position in the points standings. 5th spot for them. Relative consistency is what's put them there. Interestingly, though, they only have 1 podium to their name, and that was back in race 12. So as much as they are finding that consistency, they're just not having the big drops of scores. The last time I said that podium was done at the Okayama, of course, in the hands of the Radical SR10s, which is great to see. Darren Toff was the one behind the wheel of the Cheddar Esports team. They've got a great lineup of drivers, obviously, Norby Kish and such behind the wheel, and Tamas Simon's been in a fair few of the VCO Infinities before. There's the prediction. That's how long it's taken. Gustavo Ariel has worked his way up bit by bit after qualifying, down in 15th position, something in that kind of vein, 15th, 16th.
Even lower.
Is it? Was it 18th? It was 18th, wasn't it? Yeah. He's picked his way through, now runs in 3rd position looking for another podium for the Team Redline squad.
It's just insane, isn't it? Like, we always talk about Team Redline and they'll have a bad round, and this could have been it, right? Very easily could have sort of been that one where they get caught up in an incident or whatever, but somehow, some way, Gustavo Ariel has just been able to sort of find his way through, and I think a lot of that is down to sort of the experience and that wise head of understanding how to deal with situations like this. Turn 1 Fuji right, smack bam in the middle of the pack in P18, spray, having to judge your braking relative to the cars in front, but also having to sort of predict and hopefully not get driven into from behind. And there's an element of luck to that, absolutely, don't get me wrong, from Gustave Ariel. He very easily could have gone a different way, but once he did get that fortune to survive the opening lap, he's just been chipping away at that gap really consistently, really quickly, and it just speaks volumes as to the level that Team Redline are at. Of course, they're on Matt Caruana, who again, absolutely no slouch in this sort of machinery. Gustave Ariel maybe got his sights on Shoma Shintani. I know Team Redline do a lot of those wacky lobbies with sort of viewers and stuff, and maybe that awareness, those skills that have been built up in Gustave Ariel coming through in a race like today. Matt Caruana, be interesting to see how much he battles with the Team Redline driver, or if they maybe work together. I won't say bump drafting in cars like this, but slipstream off each other to get onto the back of the Japanese driver in P2.
Yeah, they're absolutely not allowed to bump draft. It is against the rules, but you can sit behind and use the slipstream, but like create that aero pocket like you do in NASCAR and try and push the car forward using that instead of bumping. Norris Boulderston, by the way, lost a few positions, was running in 13th, drops down to 16th in the... This is a pet peeve of mine. The team name is the Sorrento Motorsport Esports. Motorsport and Esports. Drop one of them. Just drop one of them. Doesn't matter. Sorrento Esports, Sorrento Motorsports, doesn't matter. Drop one of them.
Yeah. So there's been some long-winded team names, haven't there, in the over the years. BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing Esports World Cup was one of them.
Oh yeah, probably the most egregious because it says red twice now, which is if there's one thing that's worse than saying Motorsport Esports or like Esports Sim Racing or something like that, it's having the same word appear in your name twice. Well, we grilled them for a week, so it's fine. Can't be grilling them at the moment. Yeah, can't complain about them now. Just absolutely in control, and also they're just called Team Redline in this, so that's fantastic.
That's fine. I can deal with Team Redline. Yes, team names sometimes are quite. I remember one time there was I can't remember if it was an Infinity or some sort of an event. It might have been Flexstream potentially, or some. I can't remember what competition it was, but there was a character limit to the team name, and the team literally filled it by saying this is the most amount of characters you can get as a team name in iRacing or something, and that was their team name. Absolute nightmare, to be honest.
For the was it the race for mental health, Jimmy's charity race?
It might have been
Jimmy
Broadbent's one, yeah.
Me and Arjuna and Cam Roger and Dan Kell joined in the Aurora Artifact Calamity flag to flag powered by RaceBot. And obviously, if you imagine the tower there on the left-hand side, it kind of when you exceed the character limit, it just shrinks it down. So it basically was just a big white line, which is just fun to think of ways like that to break the broadcast graphics. Probably longer team names in this. Teletrans Automotive by Majors Garage probably up there as one of the longer team names. Williams F1 Team Gaming Community Academy. They're currently running in second spot. Do you like
that? Yes, I do. Actually, it's quite a long one. I'm going to be nice to Williams because I still want that shirt that they owe me from the World Cup. So I'm going to say very nice things about them on this edition of Affinity. I know last time I was here it wasn't as positive, but Williams. It's not the worst that I think Williams have been because they had what was it, the Chill Blast and Razor and Mercedes AMG all in the name at some point, so it's been worse.
No, I think it's I quite like because then they had like different colours and stuff, and that was what kind of started Browngate, wasn't it, at Daytona when it was brown, not orange, with the Placey entry. But that's fine. Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy. Obviously, I was talking to Ben Hawkins a couple of weeks ago. I would very much like some of the new branded shirts and stuff. He did say that there's potential, so I might get some more. I've got a few. I've got a hoodie downstairs. I think I got a couple of shirts from Williams. I'll be completely honest. I will be biased towards your team if you give me a shirt.
It's as simple as that, really, isn't it?
I'm open to being bought.
That's all it takes, really. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, is I love those sorts of like sentiments or things to take from an event. So a t-shirt is a perfect way of doing that. Commander not going to be taking much away from this race. Let's put it that way. I think they were caught up in a little bit of a kerfuffle through there. I think they're just able to get through unscathed. The problem is, though, that some teams they just refuse to give out shirts. Coanda, oh my goodness me, back into the pit lane, though.
Yeah, Commander are one of those ones who refused to give a shirt out. I wonder if that was for exceeding the 25 instant point limit into the pit lane. Once again for Commander in a race that has very much slipped through their fingers, and as Gustavo Ariel is closing up to the rear end of Shoma Shintani with 8 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, there is potential for things to get even worse for Commander. Could it be another runner-up position, another solid podium spot? This is what happened. It might not have been an instant point. We'll have to wait and see whether it just damage down the inside. A little bit of a tap and a spin with, I think it was Scherer. That was not good. That was very, very scary. And where have they ended up then in the race? They're at the moment dropping down to 33rd. I don't think they're quite out of pit lane yet. Because obviously they've not got the fast repair anymore, have they?
Used it, yeah. So Elliot Veyron going to have to sit there and take the damage. They will finish the race, absolutely. Commander are not probably the type I would imagine to DNF. He's back out on circuit. Really good perseverance from the Frenchman, but it's just been from bad to worse. It was an unnecessary incident, I think, for Commander. Was it their fault? I don't know. The move absolutely was on. I think, again, just one of those things in these sorts of conditions. It doesn't take a lot for a lot to happen. And tap around, oh my goodness me.
Was that Shoma? Was that Shoma Shintani?
It was.
Shoma Shintani for Williams, who have been running so well in this race, has been involved in an instant with a back marker that's promoted Gustavo Ariel and Matt Caruana onto the podium and upper position. Shintani continues to drive around. I cannot imagine that car's in particularly good stead, considering when it was at the bottom of our screen, it was on one wheel at 90 degrees.
Yeah, that was a very perpendicular looking car to the racetrack. Not exactly not where it needs to be by any means. Shoma Shintani, that is, I mean, we'll have to take a look at it. I think this is what happened. Shoma Shintani getting sent and a tap round there. I'm really unlucky there. He got a tap to the front left, that's going to knock it in, and then nearly got another tap when he tried to get himself back to the circuit. And then, of course, the slam down. I don't think that car's going to be feeling particularly pretty. He might get away with it. 7 minutes left to go. If it's just about drivable, he's going to stay out there to minimise the damage. Of course, his pace is going to be nowhere near what it's been so far this race. But again, you have to feel for him, because what more could he have done?
Yeah, that was just wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately, for Shoma Shintani. I think the car seems relatively all right, but just some bad luck for him. Updates on the live standings now that Commander are back out of the pit lane. 672 points for them. 653. It goes to just 19 points between second and third. It is nearly 100 points. 88 between first and second. That is how bad things have been in this race for Commander, how good things have been for Team Redline. They are very much putting themselves into a prime position where it will be theirs to lose over the final 8 races of VCO INFINITY V. And one of those ones where you've got to sit there and think, if you've got like that kind of margin at 80 odd points, that is saying that over the last races, you can genuinely retire from one of the races. You could absolutely retire and you would still have a solid gap. That's how big that lead is.
Yeah, and it just means that all they need to do is finish within 10 places of of Commander between now and the end of the event, which probably not going to be too difficult. Of course, they're not going to want to retire, and even then, they'd still have 30 points in excess anyway. Obviously, that makes it a little bit less comfortable because, you know, a lot can happen in not so long amount of time, but it speaks volumes as to the gap they've been able to pull over the last 16 hours and 16 races of this event. Of course, Matt Caruana is still giving him a good battle. Gustavo Ariel towards turn up 1, so of course the gap may be slightly smaller than what we just saw a moment ago, but only a point. And I don't really think Team Redline are going to be too fast. Second, third, they can coast their way now to the end as long as they don't completely throw it away. It's theirs to lose once again in VCO Infinity.
Yeah, the control they have at this event is honestly terrifying for the rest of the field. I did say VCO Pro Sim Infinity, they failed to get a top 10 on just one occasion over the 24 races. They took 8 victories on the run. They, I think they had, was it 15 podiums, something in that kind of vein. I've got a spreadsheet somewhere that's got it on it. Just absolute domination. Yeah, I've been building. I ran out of time. I started building the spreadsheets on Wednesday and realised that that's not long enough to build a spreadsheet for effectively 3 seasons of this, because there's been the three events I'll try and make it. I was going to do one for VCO LFM Flexion. Didn't even have time to start that one. So much happens in these events. It's very hard to figure out basically everything.
Yeah, even with your super efficient methods of spreadsheets as well, I can't imagine how long it must take. Because again, it'd be 72 races, the 3 editions before this, upwards of 250 odd drivers each time to enter into a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't want to say it, but I was receiving some assistance from AI, Gemini.
Leary is crying.
I'm not going to lie, there were points where I was literally shouting, Ewan is right. I was getting very frustrated where it wasn't giving me the right stuff, which is obviously user error to a degree. But Ewan O'Leary, main hater of using AI for basically anything. Yeah, he might have been slightly in the right on that one, but eventually it's been built. It's fine.
He was going to hate my uni assignment for this semester. We've got digital learning. I'm doing an education degree, obviously, and my assignment is to get ChatGPT to write a 1,500 to 2,000 word essay, and then I need to write a 3,000 word essay critiquing what ChatGPT wrote. I might get you in to give me a hand on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Get him to write the prompt.
Oh, I will. I absolutely will. And then I can credit him in the reference list. Be like, Juan O'Leary gave me a bit of assistance with this one.
What would his prompt be? It'll be, Bagum, give me 15,000 words in a pie, and then he'll send it off. Exactly. Yeah. He's probably actually still asleep. It's fine. Trying to throw him under the bus, and he's not even here. 2 laps left to go. Tamas Simon at the front of the field. Domination coming in once again here in VCO Infinity, where we're seeing the driver who wins run away from everyone, and it has been an excellent drive thus far for the Chezzer Esports team, who are very much embroiled in that fight for what may end up becoming the fight for 2nd position by the end of this event.
Yeah, I think so. I think Redline once again are head and shoulders above the rest, and unless the next 2 races go completely in the bin and Kawanda and EMM can win both of them 1 and 2, Redline are going to be pretty much unchallenged. And even if they lose the lead, which again, a big if they lose the lead, I could still back them to win the event anyway, because they're the type of team that won't let it get to them. They'll pick themselves back up. They'll go, okay, we were able to build a gap once, we can do it again. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens, but yeah, as long as they can keep it clean and to the end, it's just, well, theirs to lose, like I said. And it's not to discredit any of the other teams. This Team Redline praise as such. Kawanda, EMM, they're all fantastic teams. Drago, we've seen their brilliance in the world of sim racing. It's just that in VCO Infinity, this format, it just seems to really resonate with them. They've got a very solid roster of drivers that are quick in almost everything. And, well, then they just excel in a format like this. Battling away with Matt Caruana, of course, negotiating some lap traffic, heading on to what will be the final lap of racing next time by. Gustavo Ariel still fighting for that 2nd position. Matt Caruana clearly pushing to get through the lap traffic as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is going to be an important point for EMM, who have now dragged themselves back up into the fight for 2nd position here in VCO Infinity 5. Final lap is beginning here for Tamas Simon, 20 seconds clear of this fight. Gustavo Ariel will surely go for something down into T1. Yes, 3rd place is great and all that, but with the misfortune for the likes of Kawanda, this might be the perfect attempt for Team Redline to try and do something here. Defensive line comes in from Caruana. Gustavo Ariel will look to the outside. He'll go full send to the outside of the opening corner, deep onto the brakes, and try and get it on the, effectively, the racing line, the drier bit of the circuit as the rain continues to fall here at Fuji. Big kick of oversteer on the exit of the corner, so he drops it back into the wet stuff. And it is still will be Caruana to hang on.
Yeah, but still 2/3 of a lap still to run. Gustavo Ariel on the back of him through turn number 3. He's going to be pushing very hard to go and get it, I'm sure. In fact, actually, no, I don't think he will be. I think he's in 3rd position. If it's not a do or die move, Gustavo Ariel, I think he's just going to be able to stay behind and take 3rd position. If it's a high yield move, he probably will maybe go for it and low risk, but that is a very big if. I think P3 is a lot more important than the extra point for 2nd position for Gustavo Ariel. Matt Caruana, though, of course, will want to be keeping P2. Cannot take anything away from our race 2, though. Tamas Simon into the final couple of corners.
Yeah, into that final run. and a superb performance for them. It's been a dominating run for Sheza Esports, who take control here at Fuji. Wet weather, Super Formula Lights seems to work out well for Tamas Simon as he crosses the line to win race 16 of VCO INFINITY V and drag themselves into contention for second position on the points list. EMM also in that camp as well, second across the line, 20 seconds back from this. Is going to be a drag race between themselves and Team Redline, but they are closing up on Commander. He's going to come out in second spot, the gap closing down as they cross the line. It will be Matt Caruana just about ahead of Gustavo Ariel, and by just about ahead, we literally mean by a couple of tenths of a second. Great race, that one. Bit of a weave coming in from Gustavo Ariel. I'm thinking he's pretty happy with yet another podium here in this competition.
Yeah, keeping the percentage alive. I mean, it's just incredible, the form that they've been on. What is that? Is it 12 from 16, 13 from 16 at this point?
That is a great question. They've missed the podium on 4 occasions.
So it's 12 from 16.
12 from 16.
That's incredible. I mean, what is that, 75% podium rate? That is remarkable. Yeah. There's a bit of a spin on the run to the line, a bit further back. Ooh, just able to rejoin nice and cleanly. Not the, well, actually probably one of the cleanest rejoins we've seen so far this race. I have to say, big shout out to Shomish entirely, despite obviously the difficulties in that race, to still finish P4. I mean, the damage probably not as bad as we expected, but to hold off Augustin Tolashi, the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy driver, looking very strong indeed. And without the field, I think, you know, wet racing at Fuji could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah. Look, I'd say driving standards wise, it was actually surprising. I think Coanda will probably think it was one of the worst races I've ever been in, courtesy of where they've ended up 39th place and a lap down for Coanda after being involved in a whole load of drama. But you've got to say one main important thing there. They did qualify down in 30th position. And that is the thing with this competition. Racing is obviously very important, but where you're starting from, constantly starting in front, is one of the most important things.
100%. It's just, well, it speaks volumes from it, and Tamas Simon, well, takes victory.
Yeah, he has taken the fastest lap on the way to a dominating victory here at Fuji Speedway. Matt Caruana and Gustavo Ariel in second and third position, with Seamus Shintani for Williams F1 Team Gaming. Was up onto 2 wheels, maybe even just one at one point. Still was able to continue on into fourth, just ahead of Augustin Torlachi for TC Esports. Thomas Imbolg for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage will finish in 6th position, with Augustin Bernier for Blue Mercure. Jaden Comright, BS Hybrid, had a bit of an incident with Augustin Torlachi, dropped down to 7th position with Michael Kybach and the Stint 1 car. Shamislav Lamenek for Was Cooking Racing Adventures down in 10th. We'll let the rest of them filter their way through and point out the odd ones that maybe make up. Caleb Hyde's gone well in this car before, unfortunately, 16th position just for the Eclipse car. Seeing back on this page, Jaden Ledick for Maniti, way out of position. Obviously, down at this point, PGZ out of position. We'll see Commander a little bit down here. We'll see Drago Racing down in these kinds of positions as well. Tim Yarsh, Falcon couldn't quite get to grips with his car. Isaac Phelps for Grid and Go finished the lap down in just 31st position. Certainly not ideal for them. Sim RC, Corentin Guinness as well, down in 44th. Not great. Alessandro Ottaviani showed some great speed for Vitality, but unfortunately doesn't have the result to back it up. There's the final few finishers across the line, and we'll be joined in the comedy box by Tamas Simon, who of course did a dominating performance in this race. Tamas, and I mean, where did that come from? Because you were clearly faster than pretty much everyone else on the field. A dominating performance, as dominating as we've seen in VCO INFINITY V so far.
Yeah, but it was all due to the tire choice. I went with the slicks, and everyone else went with the wets.
You went on the slick tyres in conditions like, where does that call come from?
Yeah.
That seems wild, but it clearly worked.
Yeah, but I tried it in warm-up, and it felt good, so... And on the radar it looked like very light rain, so I thought it might work, and yeah, I guess it worked.
I mean, don't put yourself down. Taking the right tyres and dominating like that is still impressively difficult, especially considering those conditions. I mean, what was it like navigating a lot of those back markers when you're on slick tyres? You're probably having to go offline quite a bit to navigate them, and there were quite a lot out there. Surely quite scary when you're trying to navigate a tricky track like this, especially in that final sector.
Yeah, definitely the back markers were the most... they were who I was most worried about. Not the guys behind, because I knew the wet tires would be overheating. So yeah, I was a bit stressed the last lap.
Well, the stress pays off in the end. A great victory for yourself and the team. First one of VCO Infinity 5. And you're dragging yourself in contention for second in the title race. Congrats, and we'll catch up with you later, Tamas.
Thank you.
There we go. Tara Simon out of the commentary box, as is myself, Lewis McGlade, and Zach Sweeney. We're going to have a little bit of a breather. We're going to hand over to, apparently, Team AI Hatred. That'll be what they're nicknamed now, because Ewan O'Leary and Jake Sperry will take you through the next couple of races.
I'm okay with that. Thanks very much. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, Jake Sperry with you here on the morning of VCO Infinity. 8 races to go, rather, as we get on with race number 17 coming up very, very shortly from Silverstone. Good morning to you all tuning in wherever you are, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us here this morning. Jake, good to have you alongside me. This is an amazing event, and it's been 16 great races so far. Still 8 to go. How have you been reading this race so far that Redline is so far in front of at the moment?
Well, Redline is so far in front because they are Team Redline. You've got to remember that every driver that steps into the stable of Team Redline is there for a reason. It's not just because they can go out there and win one race. It's because they go out and they're expected to win every race. And they're supposed to be the best at every single time they go through. Doesn't matter what time of day, doesn't matter what week, they are supposed to be challengers at everything they do, and they always are, and that's what they're showing at the moment. So teams in this final third of the racing action that we're going to see here in this VCO Infinity, they have to step up and say, right, we've now given them so much of a leash, we've got to be faultless and hope that the impossible happens, that they get a divine miracle, that Redline finds a mistake.
You've got to be there to capitalise on it if indeed it does arrive. So, yeah, we'll see how they get on. It's unfortunate, though, in the previous race, Coanda losing points further once again there to Team Redline, making their equation even more difficult. And as we get closer to the end of VCO Infinity, we'll start to focus a little bit on some of the individual positions as well, which are surely going to be fought over. Second and third between Coanda and EMM, surely one to watch. They're only separated by 20 points now. Shezzy are up to fourth, only just in front by 1 point though of BS Competition. Drago and TC Esports are within 50 as well of fourth position. So there are all those individual positions to fight for all the way down as well. But one quick word on this combination. It's the Radicals at Silverstone. I think pretty much any car goes well round here at Silverstone. But how are these Radicals going to go? I think hopefully a good race for race 17 in store.
Yeah, because you've got a car that is a track day car, and I think that's critical to keep in mind. It's a car that you just get in, you get a wonderful amount of fun with to get yourself up to speed with, and that power to weight ratio gives you an understanding of just how brilliant it is. We see it so often with us here on RaceSpot on the Friday nights.
Let's have a look in a couple of moments' time at the starting grid for race 17 of VCO Infinity, and it's Enzo Benito who has taken the pole for Team Redline. Alessandro Quintana with a good qualifying there in the Radical grid and go. Second place, Will Murdoch and Pablo Espez share row 2, with Derek Sobrero and Alberto Senao sharing row 3. Lots of similar drivers from the previous Radical race that we had at Okayama a few hours ago. Oscar Pai and Luca Alpert are on row 4 in front of Jürgen Frank, who's back in the Radicals again. Nikolai Pedersen rounds out the top 10. Lorenzo Castellani and Francisco Camillo then on row 6, still within half a second of the pole. Oscar Mangan is there too, but Konstantin Schaaf just outside of that half second. Nathan Moore and Zane Khan on row 8 in front of Michael Romanidis and Ruben Lasso then on row 9. Simon Collarts and Daniel Ola round out the top 20. Shezzy all the way down to 20th with after that race win last time. Olivia Piatek 21st in front of Jesse Jones. Dominic Pester and Kalia May then on row 12. Done most of the Radicals race for Teletrazas May. Baujas Erdely and Maxime Naz are next ahead of Alessandro Porter and Dan Voss. Jeremy Laval and Nicolo Ferroni round out the top 30. Some good drivers down there. Inside a second for Ivan Yenderosso, with Fraser Hart just outside of his second off. James Dennison and Sergei Nefediev rounding off row 17, Thomas Cope and Abel Salen. Then on row 18, still about 20 to go, Corbin Lenaway and Leon Closer next ahead of Joshua Anderson, quite a long way down by his standards, and Leon Augustat rounding out the top 40. Yannick Gerards and Mehmet Bert Akers, a regular Radicals driver, starting in 42nd. Van Groot and David Garcia Ross is then on row 22 in front of Isaac Phelps and Juan Carlos Escribano. It's Thibaut Casavon who didn't get a time in and will be starting from the front of those set by iRacing. Seth Brown is going to be starting in 48th position along with all the others who didn't set times. Wojciech Dvorak, Arsene Petrosan, Jacob Blizzard and Sivogon Sukasaran rounding out the 52 drivers, I believe, who will be getting us underway in this race. Have had more stages here today. Sounds like they're underway for the formation lap, or at least close to it, as we look at the Silverstone circuit from the air. As I mentioned, such a great circuit for racing in any car, really, but these Radicals should go well around here. Long straights towards Brooklands, turns and Stowe as well for overtaking chances. It's warm-up indeed that's just coming towards a close now. And very soon the 45 minutes will be underway. They won't have to make a pit stop in these cars throughout the race. There is no chance of rain. In fact, there's no chance of rain now after that previous race all the way until the penultimate one, which is also at Fuji in the Acuras. So a chance really to let loose in these SR10s now and get race 17 underway. An intense start for the 17th time in this race coming up once again. It's the thing you've got to recalibrate your brain for here in Infinity. 17 race starts, all as intense as each other, with over 50 teams competing this time.
Yes, and so every time you have to set yourself up, the good news that you've got is you've always got a break between your first race and your next race. You can't double stack. There's not enough time to double stack. You'd have to basically admit that you'll have to go from the back because you won't have enough time to jump from session to session. So you're looking around at it and going, okay, just consider this not as the whole, but as the sum of its parts. You're looking around at this race. This is a 24-hour race split up into 24 one-hour sections, effectively. So this 45 minutes, don't worry about the fact that it's all about the end game and the team result. Just worry about the fact that you've got to go out there and put your best 45 minutes on the board. Don't worry about anything else. Just go out and race what's in front of you. Don't race the clock in a scenario like this.
Yeah, indeed. As I mentioned, you've just got to recalibrate your brain for this kind of thing. It's not quite 24-hour endurance racing. It's not quite sprint racing. When you actually think about it, 45-minute races are actually relatively long. I mean, they're double the length of what the officials in Radicals normally end up being. And so it's actually quite a long time to be in these cars. Got to manage them throughout. Make sure you keep the car underneath you for the duration of the 3/4 of an hour as the pace car pulls away, and we'll go into pit lane. Bit of weaving from everybody as they come towards the final chicane here, knowing that it's going to be important to have that tyre temperature by the time that we start here. Is Benito going to make them wait a long time, or is he going to just go straight away out of this final chicane? Bit of a tie-up indeed through the final chicane there as he stacks them up. He is going to wait a little bit into the final turn. Still waiting. Onto the front straight now, and still waiting. So there's going to be some caught out by that a little bit further back, and now the green. Oh goodness, they are goals fanning out 3 and 4 wide immediately as they come out of the first turn and into it. Alessandro Quintai is going to try and take the lead, but not quite. Oh, there's a big crash in the background as expected. Benito's off the road. Benito's through the grass, and the pole sitter loses the lead here. BS Competition look like they're going to take it, and he's been spun around, half spun. Benito saves it again. He's in the mid-pack here. It's a disastrous start for Redline. It's a good job there's not any scoreboard pressure at the moment, because they've not had a good start to this one.
Well, you have to say, the ability to wait as far back as they did, they stacked the field up, they didn't get the jump that they wanted, and suddenly everyone has leapfrogged in front, and that's the issue. You find yourself in the mid-pack, you're suddenly having to battle, and suddenly you've got Francisco Camillo there for Capivara trying to go around the outside and give them some notice. It's a scrappy start here around Silverstone, but you can't sit down and say at the start of a race like this that you can just sit back, go whenever you want and expect nobody to jump by. Everyone wants to take chances right now. And look at how it sits now at the front. Burusson at the front with Will Murdoch. TC Esports second with David Sobrero. Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, Pablo Espes third. Uska P there for Coanda Esports. And then Jurgen Frank, ever the veteran, for SimRC in fifth.
Yeah, he is there again, Jurgen Frank, as he so often is for SimRC. Down the years, more than a decade now. He is in fifth place and staying in line. And I wonder if this is going to be a pattern here. These are 5 top teams here who are at the front and 5 top drivers, therefore, as well. I wonder if they've, and it looks like they have, to me, immediately reached an almost informal agreement that we could make this race just about the 5 of us if we get single file and get underway cleanly, stay single file, try and pull away from the rest, and they can fight for the win between themselves a bit later.
Yeah, it's what we call a truce. I don't want to fight you too much, because if we do, I mean, look at the back there. It was just going 3-4 wide in towards turn number 1. But speaking of which, you are still going to have to worry about your placement in the queue. They've got about a second over Nikolai Pulisen there in 6th position. Alberto Senau in 7th. The ever-talented Michael Romanidis there for Drago in 8th place. This group's trying to work out, but I don't think there is a truce. Look at Will Murdoch, serpentine along the Wellington Straight there. That is a case of, I'm trying to shake off draft. There goes Coanda to the inside then for 3rd place. They will jump Pablo Espes there with Uska P. Very nice jump there to get it sorted, and it's only cost them a couple tenths of a second. So critical to stay within the range of draft around Silverstone, because you've got those 2 long straights of Wellington and Hangar.
Yeah, it's not quite the truce that, or the informal agreement of pulling away from the rest that I suspected it would be initially, but Oscar Pye getting through into 3rd place in front of Pablo Espes. That just slows the group down entirely, and Jurgen Frank therefore is only now 8 tenths or so of a second ahead of Nikolai Pedersen for Falcon. Alberto Senau and Michael Romanidis are not that far away either. Then the gap gets to a second before Enzo Benito. Let's have a look at what happened on the start, though. Benito gets really crowded around in towards turn 1, but further behind there's contact as Castellani was tipped around, and I mean, look at that to the outside. Where do you even start with that lot? They pile in. The other grid and go-kart absolutely smashes into it all as well, and Castellani's barely got a car on board. Benito's very lucky that he didn't spin all the way round there through turn number 3, because that was pretty close. Can we say he got away with it? I mean, he's the pole sitter, yes, and he's down to 10th after lap 1, but you might say he got away with it. He got away with it not being worse.
No, I absolutely agree. He got away with that, and the experience that he's got of over a decade's worth of sim racing. Enzo Benito is a character who would have known everywhere to just look in his mirrors, open up his steering, and worry about every single element of what was going on that start. It's never a nice place to be. He would have been nervous on the run, and this is a perfect onboard example of what he got. He tries to cover off the inside. No, there's going to be a car to my inside, so he's got to move over to the middle of the road and try and leave as much room. Takes a tap. Very good quick hands there to avoid. Now he's having to fight through the grass to get back, try and avoid the slowdown penalty through 2. He manages that okay, but he'll still have a car down his inside, and immediately tried to get out of it with full opposite lock, had another tap. Any lesser driver than Enzo Benito would have been around not once but twice in a scenario like that. He's probably, if a cat had 9 lives, Enzo Benito used about 8 of them.
And you start to understand as well that actually none of it really was his fault by the looks of that. I mean, it did get crashed into twice there. And yes, the others might get penalties, but it doesn't really matter for Redline. They have lost the points themselves anyway. So they're down to 9th at the moment. Of course, the live gap after race 16 in this championship now, with Coanda having another poor race last time. I say another poor race, the first one they've had for a while, but another poor race here, putting them now 85 points behind coming into this race. They've got a big margin to overturn. 85 points in 8 races. You do the maths, that is 11 points per race. As long as Benito finishes inside the top 11 each time, or indeed whoever's driving, then Pai and Coanda cannot overturn that margin, even if they won all of the remaining 8 races here, including this one. Here are the live points, though. The gap would come down to 79 as things stand, and they would Coanda be putting themselves out in front in second again. So it's been a bit of a yo-yo this morning between Coanda and EMM, because every time that there's a race, it feels like either EMM drop down and they drop away, or Coanda are just starting to be crept up on by EMM. Has happened a few times overnight, but I think Coanda are slowly and securely now getting second place within their grasp and hanging on to some thin hope that maybe they can catch Redline.
Race lead change then as David Sobrero decides that TC Esports will want a place at the front, getting the pass done on Will Murdoch for position there on Burosud. But I think that Coanda, over the course of this run, they have been showing here in this VCO Infinity race that it has been them who have been the ones to step up and say, we'll be the challengers out there. And it's no shocks, because Redline have basically had a big rival for a decade and a half, and it has been my 3ID into Coanda Esports, and exactly this. They just proved that they are the team that is going to challenge and is going to try and keep themselves in the picture. I think EMM, who of course were champions in Maastricht, will be looking around over at this and saying, look, we are a really good team. We are making great progress here, and we're proving that when it comes to 2026, we are a team like Drago, for example. We are a team like Grid and Go, who needs to start to be talked about and thought about now in terms of these circles of, can we go out there and make something happen and win these events? I think you turn around and see the inconsistency, and I think they're not quite there as a team like Redline and Coanda. If there's tiers, you'd put Redline and Coanda in tier 0. You would put them right now in tier 1.
And Dan Bird behind the camera is putting the point across that they picked up some solid drivers over the winter as well. I actually really like the fact that they've picked up the likes of Luca Alpert, Rafael Renhofer in the last couple of, well, no, it's been a while now, actually, to be fair. I've been saying recently for quite a long time, but they're two very good drivers in sports cars, and I don't think they've shown what they can do actually in this event. I know that they've been driving some of the races. I don't think this event is quite suited to them, but they absolutely dominated DNLS last season, for example, through the 24-25 season, and not quite doing the same this season. But that kind of event, that sort of longer endurance race, that style of racing, that style of car, absolutely suits them well, and they're a team on the march. But out front, it is their adversaries, the likes of TC Esports, BS Competition, Coanda, Williams and SimRC, who are all out front, and they are extending their advantage over the battle for 6th place, which Raikko Romanidis is now coming out on top on, and he is trying to drag the group on his own up to these guys, but that's going to be very, very difficult. About 10 minutes gone, and they're extending an advantage here, and while there's not a total agreement of single file, they are at least helping one another a little bit, i.e. not trying to make map passes every single time, which is possible around Silverstone with the draft you get around here.
It is. You can go out there and just, throw hell for leather and just try and chuck it down the inside every single corner. The circuit's wide enough for it to go and make that happen. It's the largest facility in the United Kingdom. There's a reason why Formula Racing calls it its home all the way back from 1950 onwards. So it's always got a sense of this will be a place where you've got to have amazing racing out there in terms of the British scene. But this is a circuit that, in terms of what these cars are looking at, you want to be as smooth as you possibly can. You want to give yourself as many chances to go and race for it at the end of these races, and there's no point in going out there and attacking things in the first 10 minutes. You're not going to win the race right now from the position of the top 5 unless the 4 behind you come into an instant. What they're better off doing is trying to shake Michael Romanidis away, keep Drago out of the picture, because it makes their life so much easier. I'm just looking at leaders' time on that last lap. David Sobrero did a 155.6. By comparison, Michael Romanidis, the Greek driver, did a 155.6. So they are parity with each other at the moment. And so with that parity, they're going to have to keep this up and hope that one of these drivers runs into a mistake, as Benito takes the wider line here, the diamond line, over around Luffield Corner. That's to try and prioritise an exit. Still in 10th place, and just wondering here for Enzo whether this is going to be a case of just trying to get a finish and a decent finish. Don't have to push it. You said top 11, I believe it was needed for them. And at the moment, Alessandro Quintalle, who is there right there, your front row, effectively fighting for 10th and 11th.
Yeah, it's difficult to say what you need for every race because there are still so many left and so many points to be gained. But yeah, top 11 each time would be fine. Obviously, if Corona don't get a win every time, then the equation changes. But what do you reckon to the idea that Enzo Benito has damage here? Because he's been passed, I think, by Maxime Naz in the last few moments. He seems to be driven away from by the Miniti driver at the moment. With all respect to Naz, who's a decent driver himself, I don't think he's quicker than Enzo Benito, even in these radicals. And Benito took pole, don't forget. So Quintalle's right behind him. These two actually the front row of the race in 10th and 11th. And Benito getting further and further away from the front of the race, to me, is suggesting that maybe this red line Radical has a bit of damage on board and he's limping a bit at the moment.
Well, I'm just looking at it right now, and whatever damage it would be, I don't think it is physical out there. There's not much to indicate that they've been in too much of a scrap, even though that we know that the car has maybe a little bit of scraping there on the rear tyre. Oi, that's going to be one off in front, and that is FCB Sim Racing with Siwakorn Suksaran, who is there. Damage on the front, lap down, and officially here in iRacing with a rookie iRating out there. So obviously just trying to get up to grips with things at the moment for FCB. But for the moment, I think if there is any damage, it is to that left rear, and you can see that absolutely perfectly there. If that's punched in around that section, it's not much, but it's enough that it's going to catch on the air scoop there, which feeds all of that cool air into the car. And so if that's just forcing the geometry slightly different there, you might see a little bit of a drop on top speed, but nothing much by the look of that.
Yeah, it doesn't look too major, but I've got to say, in some of the races today, we've seen very small bits of contact actually affecting these cars quite a lot. But let's wait and see for Benito. He's a little bit loose out of Magnussen Beckett's there. And maybe that's a sign of the way the handling is in this Radical at the moment. As he tried to get on the power, he cannot catch Maxime Naz at the moment. I am convinced there is just that little bit of damage. As out front, 15 minutes about complete here. Sobrero, Murdoch, Pai, Espes, Frank, all in one line. They're continuing to try and keep Romanidis away, but Michael Romanidis, since getting to the front of that trio, is doing a very good job of keeping these five in check. This is a proper race at the moment, and these five trying to prevent it from becoming an 8-driver group for the race lead. And if it does, once it gets to the end of the race, it's going to be quite a battle for the race win.
And people look at this and go, oh, it's so boring. They're all in line and nothing's happening in this race. The fact that they are having to push at 100% to try and keep another driver or another 3 drivers behind at bay is the race. It is the fact that they are having to go at a level of perfection to keep drivers who are very accomplished from joining that group. And they are stringing right now in this pack at the moment. Jürgen Frank just a couple tenths further away than he was on a couple of laps previous. So they are having to put that work up. As we say that, there has just been a change for 11th. Thomas Cope there for Olympus Esports Atlas has gone from 35th on the grid in 15 minutes to 11th, and a top 10 is very possible.
It is. I think actually more possible than not at the moment, the way he's going. Another story of a big gainer through the field. We saw last night Reina Tauvar coming from outside of the top 40 to win the Charlotte Roval in the Super Formula Lights. And Thomas Cope is not quite going to manage such a run through the field as that, but an impressive one nonetheless. On board with Oscar Pai in towards Stowe Corner. Will he? No. And he just lifts off on the way towards Stowe Corner again, just backs away again. I think happy to be in the middle of this group, although Pablo Espes is pretty close in behind, looking left and right, can't go through. Thomas Cope, meantime, gets through into 10th position on Enzo Benito. It is damage limitation for Benito and Quintalle, by the way. I think Quintalle's probably got damage as well. Since these two were on the front row, they're not showing front row speed anymore.
They're not, but you look around and you said top 11. That is P11 now for Team Redline. And so great teams are not judged on their best performance. performances. You can win 5, 10, 15 races in a race like this. You're not judged on how good you do when you're out in front and you're winning these races. You are judged on when you have to go to the B game, when you have to go to the C game, when you have to look, okay, I've had adversity, I'm down in the pack, how do I respond? And this is just doing what you need to. Here comes P to the inside, comfortable move then to get by Will Murdoch, who now moves from first to third in the train after that little soiree of a pass down the inside there. Nothing too adventurous there from Uska. That is just an easy pass there to make that work and say, look, I don't think you're keeping the pace of David Sobrero. I've got to make the move so that we can keep the cadence of the train up. But I think you are judged on what you need to do, and sometimes the best drivers do just enough. It's not popular when you do that. Just ask Alain Prost about how popular it is just doing what is necessary, but there's a reason why Prost got 4 world titles.
Yeah, indeed. I saw a stat, by the way, about how many points he was away from 8. Something like 12 or something.
Well,
Ridiculous.
he had 4 firsts and 4 seconds.
Yes. Ridiculous. But anyway, that's sidetracked again. 28 minutes to go. Pez is looking the most restless to me in this group, and I know that Pi has just made a move indeed, but now Will Murdoch is the one going backwards. I wonder whether Espez is going to fancy himself to fire down the inside somewhere here, and there he goes into the chicane. Oh, it gets tight through there, and you've got to commit to it if you're going to do it, and he didn't really do that through the chicane, so into the slipstream he'll have to go again, and Murdoch will hold on to third for now, but Pablo Espez is not wanting to be third, or fourth place rather, for much longer.
I don't think that was a lack of commitment from Pablo Espez to try and get that move. I think he got it to the inside. Will Murdoch just had enough on the brakes to take a slightly wider line, pinch Pablo Espez there into the club chicane, and that, as you sit, as they work their way out of Aintree corner now and over on towards the Wellington, you're starting to think, okay, when you make moves like these, you have to be decisive. You've got to get alongside. You have to clear the move in 1 or 2 corners. If you don't manage that, you are side by side for longer, and you are going to cost not just you, but the car in front of you time. You can't afford to give 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds out there. That's the scenario that you sit down and go, I don't really want to be in that boat. So this is slowly, on just one move, half a lap ago here, Ewan, becoming now, instead of a group of 5, a group of 2, 2 and 1.
Yeah, there is a danger of that happening here. There's no danger of the groups behind catching up at the moment. Michael Romanidis is too far away, and so are the rest. But how is this front 5 going to split apart as we head towards the halfway stage? David Sobrero has led well now over the last few laps. He's getting good exits in the places that require them. Oscar Pai, I think, within 0.3 of a second. He'll get closer towards Stowe Corner, and he could have a lunge if it was the last lap, but we're a long ways away from that. Towards the right-hander, he decides to stay where he is. Espez close to Murdoch again, in towards the chicane. He's going to do it again here, but look down the inside. Not this time. And Jürgen Frank, either by design or through speed, is just hanging off the back of those two. I don't know whether he's suspecting something might go wrong between those two in front in the next few moments, but he is just hanging off the back of the other 4.
I think all sim racers who are quick use their pace to be quick, and so I think Jürgen Frank, yes, he's got a lot of experience, but he will also know he's got to try and keep himself in range, and he might be giving himself a 2 or 3 car length buffer, but the issue with doing that is if you make a mistake with a 2 or 3 car length buffer, you suddenly now got a 7 or 8 car length buffer. That's no good. So you're looking around at it, and this is what you see from the modern breed of sim racer now, is they're very happy to sit behind and just wait and give themselves an opportunity. I'm sure if they were allowed to bump draft Ewan, they'd all be bump drafting each other down the hangar in the Wellington Straights, because that would be the quickest way for them to go and work, because this is the sort of sim racers who will happily bump draft for 24 hours, hello Team Redline, to go win the 24 hours of Spa. Yeah, indeed. If we get a close finish at the end of it, then I'll be okay, but in the meantime, there will be a familiar pattern. Benito is now under pressure from Nicolo Fioroni, who just got past Alessandro Quintai for 12th place. So Benito is next on the list there for Fioroni. And there's the likes of Zane Khan and Dan Voss all involved there as well. So plenty to keep an eye on
a little bit further down as Coanda try and take some big points, a big slice of that advantage for Team Redline out of it. And just in the last few hours, we have started to see some mistakes for Redline. Having said that, the last 3 races have gone all right. Although 2 races for Sebastian Job in a row ended up with 12th place finishes, which has sort of left the door ajar there for Coanda overnight. And there goes Fioroni. Benito overtaken by him as well. This is a question of how far the lead is going to fall here. Already 12th, and it's going to be further before the end of the race, but they've got to hold on to what they can, even with the clear limitations that this car is giving to them at the moment.
There is a little bit of scraping on that rear right, so it looks like more damage than maybe we had thought. I'm not sure whether it's affected the floor back there. I'm not sure whether it's just punched the exhaust in a little bit that's making it a bit rattly. I don't quite know, but Fioroni comfortably getting a move done on his compatriot, Enzo Benito, and Benito's doing around the the low to mid 56s right now. Everyone behind is around the 55s right now. So Zane Khan did a 55.3 on that last lap, and into the lead goes P to make that change for Coanda. Espes up to third past Murdoch. They're getting busy now at halfway in this race, but you've also got Dan Voss for stint 1. He's quicker. Jesse Jones at Falcon, quicker. Nathan Moore at Solpec, quicker. And then Air-Race Esports team and Impact and Fiercely Ford, all quicker right now than Team Redline. So Redline very much in the tank, trying to say how much we can defend. And Sobrero all of a sudden has lost a massive gap now. He's got about 5 car lengths to try and chase down here through Beckett's corner, and now this long right which leads to the small left on the exit, which is Chapel.
So what has changed here for Sobrero to go from comfortable leader to struggling to hold on from second position here? Espes, Murdoch, Frank round out the front 5 in the order. Murdoch on the outside of Espes, not going to go anywhere with that. Oh, is Espes wide though? And now Murdoch might be regretting that he didn't have a go there. He's on the inside now for the final turn. This is where groups get split apart. Murdoch on the inside. Oscar Pye trying to break the slipstream to Sobrero. You can see it's about to be about those two though, as Murdoch backs away. Here comes Jürgen Frank as well. Is he going to try and take 4th place? No, he won't. But you can see the gaps individually individually between the different cars getting larger now, and it's a chance for Oscar Pye to maybe get away and break the slipstream in this race lead.
Yeah, so he's got 0.6 of a second now to work with over David Sobrero. That's not nothing. And so you start looking at it, anything over half a second, you feel like you've got half a chance to get that gap. You're needing 1 second to 1.5 seconds on the straights to break the slipstream, because the further away that you are, the more diminishing returns you get by sitting in behind the air of other cars out there. So you're just desperate to try and run away. The bigger gap, though, is the 8 to 9 tenths that Sobrero's got over Pablo Espes. So Pablo's really got to knuckle down. He's got to hit his marks. He just missed his braking zone slightly when he went into the Vale and the club chicane there, trying to work that final section out. And if you miss your braking zone by a car length, basically, is what he did. He missed the apex by a car width, and then basically that cost him about 1.5 tenths and allowed Murdoch the chance to try and attack it back. Espes will be happy with the fact that he's still in 3rd position there for the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy. Issue is going to be, you still have to chase that gap down, and this is where the effort's going to be. And look at them in the background there. Romanidis getting around the lap traffic and trying to just drag Sanau and Perlison along, but they are losing ground.
Yep, absolutely. Well, 20 minutes to go, and Coanda are putting themselves into a better and better position here to gain some points. This is the moment where it all started to break apart. Pablo Espes a bit too deep on the brakes into the chicane last time round. Murdoch got to the inside, but watch the way he backs away from this. You know, as soon as Espes' nose is in front, he straight away backs away and I guess realises the gravity of what was going on there, but unfortunately I think it was too late, and the 2 leaders might be away with this. As I was saying, Coanda now have got a big chance to gain a lot of points. Enzo Benito's down to 12. Zane Khan is right in behind at the moment. Alessandro Quintai there as well. I think the the sort of gap or the time difference between those guys starting to normalise a little bit, and Benito might be able to stay around there. But this is still more than 10 points that Coanda would be taking back at this stage, and that's exactly what they need to do from the position they are in. And they have got to think about the fact that it might be even better relying on some of the teams passing Enzo Benito before the finish.
Well, they're just going to have to hope that they keep that pace up. Enzo has responded with a 55.2, Zayn Khan on a 55.0. There's the difference on the right-hand side, so 11 points dropped. Through goes Zayn Khan to get that one. Another point gets notched off then for Team Redline, and they'll be looking behind and going, we're starting to get a little bit of a drop here, and we've got to be a bit careful because Kintaye is still there with the group, but they've got 3 behind that are trying to hunt down.
Just as I said, it was looking good for Coanda. Oscar Pai is slowing on the hanger straight here. Now, what is going on? David Sobrero is being given a big lead. It must be a slowdown. Must be. And he's down to 4th now. Will Murdoch's through. Pablo Espes gets to 2nd. David Sobrero has got the open road in front and has got a big chance to get away. Now, he runs wide coming out of Maggots and Beckett's, and that has cost him so much time.
Well, that's Beckett's corner for you. It's a long right-hander. It punches you back, and you're just trying to do everything you can to get to Chapel, which is the small flick left, and be happy with it. So ultimately for Oscar, he has just pushed a little too hard through that section, and that little piece of road, only created in the 1990s, but widely regarded as one of the greatest racing chicanes in the world because it tests even the best.
And even that small error as well. It wasn't a big error in terms of going off the road. That was a small margin, but even that will catch you out and drop you a long way down. And it could have cost Coanda quite a few points here. Zenkard, meantime, got past Enzo Benito, so Redline lose a point as well, but Coanda lose 3 in these last few moments. And the battle for VCO Infinity honours continues to look like it's going Redline's way in about 7 hours' time. We'll wait and see whether it actually does, of course. Into Baggett's and Beckett's again. Murdoch with pressure from Oscar Pai, and he's not keeping with Espes at the moment either, so you wonder whether Oscar Pai is going to be on his way through here this time round. Gets Maggots and Beckett's correct this time round. No slowdown, no running wide, and now he's going to go to the inside line is Oscar Pai on Will Murdoch. Nicely done, but that is not job done. He's got to continue to recover these positions now and try and get back to the lead, although Sobrero with a healthy gap now.
Well, there is traffic to help. It's, again, Suakun Suksaran who is there in front, the Thai driver. So Espes is not getting the clearance through the corner. Look at how much that has cost the gap. And P will go straight to the outside. This will have to be the long way around. Turn 1 to get it done at Abbey. Now you're going to have to work this out to 2 and 3 if you want to get this sorted. Espes on the outside, out then of the farm into village. And just like that, thank you very much. What a beautiful pass made from opportunity and instinct, and Coanda are back to 2nd again.
Yeah, it all transpired rather quicker than you would have expected to get back into 2nd there, but once the opportunity arose, then he wasn't going to say no. Espes and Murdoch, no, not going to go down the inside into Brooklands, but 2 seconds the gap to Sobrero. I think he's gone, and this is the battle for 2nd, but Espes, I think he's going to be disappointed to lose that 2nd place. As a result of all of that, as much as it was a good pass from Oscar Pai, Espes will still be disappointed, and he'll want to win that place back again.
Yeah, and I think Pablo Espes there actually bumped down the Wellington straight there on the Coanda driver, so I think the stewarding team might have to have a little look at that then from Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, that they haven't made contact and they haven't made any lasting advantage with it.
Yeah, indeed. Less than 15 minutes to go then. And David Sobrero has more than 2 seconds at the front of this race. TC Esports are there or thereabouts in the battle for 4th place in the VCO Infinity competition. They've not actually finished inside the top 3 since race 5. It's been a while, and they haven't won a race yet either, so this would be a first for David Sobrero and TC Esports in VCO INFINITY V if they are able to do it. 14 minutes to go still. Means we've probably got 8 laps remaining as things stand. And 2 seconds with 8 laps is a margin you'd think he can hold on to.
I'd say so. David Sobrero is lightning fast when he puts his mind to it. He is one of those drivers who, over there for TC Esports, has to be credited as a very accomplished driver. And these aren't, I would say, slouches that sit there behind in P, in Espes, in Murdoch, and in Frank. So those drivers are happy with where they are at the moment. Obviously, they'd love to be challenging for the win, but if all you can get is second, you might as well go and take it. It is that sort of day which they are now sat on in line. But I would look now at how you look to prioritise the end of this race, because there are many places on this track which you can overtake at, but you sometimes have to go for the unconventional place to go and get the move done. We've seen a lot of I'll go for it on the hanger straight into Stowe. We haven't seen as much of it into Brooklands off the Wellington straight. I'm wondering how many drivers can get their angle then out of Abbey, through Farm and into Village at turn 3. I think turn 3 might be the one that has been the underrated place to get a move done today.
Oscar Pye just starting to get a little advantage over Espes there. Espes just in front of Murdoch, and then Jürgen Frank, who's been hanging around at the back of the group for some time here. See whether it actually makes any... Oh dear! What's going on there in the background? One of the... That is a pretty big accident. I think it must be a lap driver, because there's nobody dropping from the top 15. And yeah, it is indeed, as they get themselves back onto the racetrack again, coming out of Maggots and Beckett's. Thankfully, didn't seem to get collected by anybody either, but that was quite spectacular in the background.
Well, that... you can argue two things about it. Maxime Knaz and Manatee Racing VCO Infinity were very much caught up in that incident, and two, they got away with it because there was a hefty bit of netcode in that incident as well. So looked dramatic from the pictures that we had, but car runs wide. Knaz was just trying to carry as much speed as he could behind Thomas Cope in 9th place for Olympus Esports Atlas, and the critical fact of it was just not enough room there to be left through, and that's just internet racing.
Yeah, indeed. Well, into Brooklands again for this group. Sobrero comfortable, 2 seconds in front, and as long as he doesn't get a slowdown penalty, he'll be winning this race. He'll be finishing in 2nd place, though. Guarantee they're all going to be aggressive, trying to get it. Jesse Jones gets up to 14th place, passing Alessandro Quintai. Reason why that's relevant is that Enzo Benito is next, although there's a second gap there. And as I said earlier, I think Benito's position is starting to normalise now, in as far as people who are behind him are no longer catching him quite as much as they were before, where when he was inside the top 10, I mean, Maxime Knaz, for example, got through very, very easily and quickly in the top 10, but that's not happening to Enzo Benito anymore. He's further down the field and still being overtaken, though, by Jesse Jones possibly next up. In towards Stowe for these four. It's single file again. I don't know whether they're holding on to some thin hope that they can catch the leader, or whether they're just waiting in their own battle for the final laps of this race to make their move.
So they don't have traffic until Capivara Racing Team, who are about, I don't know, half a minute, 40 seconds down the road. So there's going to be nothing to help them go and get this place back except pure pace and a mistake from David Sobrero. And Sobrero doesn't make them, because none of these drivers in the front really make mistakes. And when we talk about a mistake from a driver and you go, oh, they locked a brake and they lost 0.2 of a second, you consider that the average 4,000 KI rating driver would drop that mistake about 4 or 5 times in a race. You look at someone like Pablo Espes, he does that once. We highlight it because everyone else is practically faultless with the way that they drive. So the level that you have to go to be one of these drivers is there's a defensive little pivot there from Espes, just to ward off Will Murdoch from any sort of dive down the inside of Brooklands corner. I look around at this group and go, well, you're not going to make many mistakes. You're not going to find too much. In saying that, Enzo Benito in 13th is somewhat of an omen at the moment for Team Redline. When you consider in cycling, they turn the number 13 upside down to ward off bad luck. But right now, I would argue Jesse Jones with a great amount of pace to try and hunt this down, but the top 4 out there in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th trying to hunt Sobrero for the win, I think they're relying on a mistake, and he is pulling away, and look at that gap.
Well, there's quite a few queuing up here behind Enzo Benito. He's in the last 9 minutes now, so he's not going to fall too far. I think maybe only behind Jones, and I think that'll be it, personally, but let's see. Maybe he won't even fall that far. I think he's probably struggling a little bit with the rear end. We know that there is damage to that, to the rear end, and it seems to be affecting the straight line speed too. I mean, Jones is coming from quite a long way back here. Oh, but even now he's going to be getting through. That was quite a late defence there from Benito. Jones was clearly expecting it though, and went even further to the right to get through into Stowe corner. Benito going to try and come back again. It's difficult to hold on, and Jones moves into 13th position. Now Benito will be hoping, and I think can realistically hope, that that's the last time he's overtaken in this race.
Well, he'd like to hope that, but there's no guarantees with 8 minutes to go. He was lisking over, was Enzo Benito, to the middle of the track, trying to defend, and it was as late as you possibly could from Jesse Jones to move on out to make the launch down the inside. So it was enough to make that move, but just that, enough. Now Kintaye is happy to sit on the back there for grid and go and bring himself into play. You've then got Project 91 with James Dennison and then Solpek, who are there, but you've got to remember that James Dennison is currently 1 lap down at the moment, so it's just a little bit of a thorn in the middle of that as it stands. But for the moment, Benito would be quite grateful, in my opinion, to have some slipstream, because it stops the natural attack from Alessandro Kintaye.
Yeah, indeed. And he's actually staying very close to Jesse Jones too. Perhaps closer than I expected him to. So maybe there's a fight back coming here. But out front, Oscar Pye still in second in front of Espes, Murdoch and Frank. Now, at 7 minutes to go, now means 4 laps to go when they get to the line here, and they're still waiting. So, I wonder how long they're going to be waiting for now. Is this going to be a last lap job now for Espes to get past Oscar Pye? Is he going to go a little bit earlier than that? See him getting in the mirrors a little bit on the way in towards the final chicane here, but yeah, they might be waiting for the last lap, or at least the last couple of laps in this race.
There's a reason why you would, and that reason is, how much time are you going to give your opponents to go and attack you back? It is that simple of, if you make a move, how much opportunity are you giving your opponent? It's just game theory. Why would you go and make a move when you've got the tools to do so if it leaves you vulnerable a little bit later down the road? Because any move you make, your opponent can do exactly the same in a group like this. So I would sit down. I would look at where Coanda are at the moment in second. They are being hung out to dry a little bit by having to do the donkey work on the front. It's just a case of, can Pablo Espes fully get alongside? With this slipstream, I reckon he can. And when does he choose to pull the pin, as it were? If I was Pablo Espes, it's the last lap with about, I don't know, Stowe and the Vale and Club corners to go. That's probably when I'd love to pull the pin. It's the best place to get the move done.
Yeah, I think so, but you know, you've got to think about the other factors in this group here. Is Murdoch and Frank going to actually let them do that? Because Espes would like to just leave it to the very end here and slip through on the last lap, and I think he can if the other two weren't there behind him, but the fact is they are. So how are they going to play into this, or are they happy to be third and fourth in the group until the very end here? It's not like if they fight that loads are going to get back into the group. I mean, Michael Romanidis might, but that will be it. There's nobody else around. Pye is clearly looking in the mirrors a little bit more, and Espes is waiting again. Murdoch not close enough to pass Espes, and they all stay in the line, but how much longer can this go on for here? Can Espes get his wish of getting to the end at the last lap in this second position of the group, I wonder?
I just want to give Michael Romanidis a bit of credit here, as Maxim Knaz is now in a massive scrap at the moment with Fioroni and also with Zayn Khan now for position. I want to give credit because Romanidis dropped the group behind and has kept it within a second and a half out there to Frank, to Murdoch, to Espes, to P. And that is huge right now for Drago, because if they start going at it here, he's the one who's going to be picking up the major places. And I think that's the huge matter of fact that everyone's going to be looking at the end of this race. Solpec now have caught the back of the red line group right now, which is currently led by Falcon Sim Racing Teal. And so I look around. Oh, actually, there you go. Pablo Espes down the inside is going to make it happen now. And I wonder whether the threat of Murdoch making a move on him has forced his hand.
Yeah, it might well have done. I mean, Murdoch was getting closer there, and it was just natural that he was always going to actually have a go for that at some point anyway with Murdoch. So Espes getting ahead of Pi while he still can here. This was the view that Murdoch had of it in towards Brooklands. Pi doesn't go on the defensive either, so wasn't expecting it. But I don't think he'll be too upset that he's lost that position. Now, he would be if he dropped any further down this group here, and it would be a problem for him as Espes has a good Maggots and Beckett section. That is a couple of car lengths he's managed to pull out over the Coanda driver behind him. Will Murdoch next in line is maybe going to have a chance here at a pass on the inside at Stowe. With 2 laps to go at the line, he is going to go for it. And Oscar Pi loses 2 positions in 1 lap. Espes and Murdoch both slip through. Again, Pi not panicking here. He stays in 4th. He will be back in these last 2 laps.
I think for Oscar, he'll realise it wasn't Maggots and Beckett's that were the trouble corners, it was Kopp's corner, the old turn 1 that was the big trouble out there for him. He just missed the apex slightly, got out on the rumble strip a bit more, so couldn't apply the power on the exit, and you need that run out of Kopp's corner to give you the momentum in through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel to get onto the hangar straight. So if you don't get Kopp's right, and it is a very closed apex at Kopp's, you've got to hit your marks perfectly every time through that corner. It sets up that entire sector to go and be correct, and you sense the need of I need to shake everyone off. Espes is trying to break everyone away. Watch them. They're all trying to cling desperately onto the slipstream to get that move done, to make sure they're still carrying as much pace as they possibly can. And I wonder what Jürgen Frank does in this position.
He's still sitting there behind. I wonder whether he might just do this for the whole of the rest of the race now, but let's hope he does get involved in this 4-driver group for 2nd position. It could have been for the race lead, but that split apart earlier.
Still, you wonder, with David Sobrero happy in this position, you would look around and say that Pablo Espes is holding his margin with a lot of great prowess here at this point in time. I would turn around and see this group 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th as one which I think is racing for itself at this stage, and so we are now in a place where the next stage is going to be critical. And now I would wonder, as they sit in this group 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, who is going to try and stand up on the last stages of the podium. And with that final lap now is going to start. So who is going to stand up and make themselves counted in this group? Espes will be happy here in 2nd. Murdoch will be comfortable then in that 3rd place, knowing that P is there. You've got Jürgen Frank, who is quite happy to sit there in 4th. So now as he goes and tries to work this out, you're looking at Wellington Straight as the best place to go and get a move done. You're now starting to wonder whether that uncorking of a move can happen. Again, they move across the straight, trying to get that toe, but there isn't just anything to work with. They're setting it up. This is the preamble before the amble, before you start leaning the thesis of the final stages of a move to happen. Burusud will be there in 3rd. They've got perfect placement here in this group. They'll be happy with what they've done at the moment to give themselves a chance to attack Pablo Espes. 2 car lengths the difference right now through Woodcote and over towards over towards Kopp's, and this is going to be where Kopp's corner unlocks the rest of this. P very close there for Coanda. Big extend there from Williams. They need to try and use every trick in the book to hold on for this podium. Now every corner is going to be scrutinised here as they head to Beckett's, now looking over towards the left-hand flick of Chapel and onto this hangar straight for the final time. This is where you got to try and find his move. Try and shake it everywhere. Frank goes into the grass, but still it's a 10. pretty much everywhere to try and find his move. Here comes Kuanda down the inside, trying to steal a podium away. Isn't gonna get that. Murdoch opens up the steering. Is there gonna be one last throw of the dice down here at the Vale? Answers yes, because Murdoch's run it deep. Sobrero untouchable as he wins it for TC Esports in race 17. It will be second for Williams, and then it will be Budosson who will take that last place on the podium. Kuanda only managing fourth. That's a missed opportunity for a team of their caliber. Big win for TC Esports, and they'll be happy with it. There are changes over the line, and 14th only for Team Redline. Enzo will say we got the best out of a bad situation, but it is still points dropped, and that can become a habit if you drop it 2 or 3 places more. So that a huge moment in terms of the context of this race. We get to see the last few drivers now making their way over towards the line. Oh, and there's a spin at the final stage. That looks like one of the Budosson cars. It's the hybrid car, Josh Anderson. They're caught up in that. There was contact between Dan Voss there of Stint 1 and I believe Seth Brown at Eclipse. So one Eclipse car, which is the Australian-based sim racing team, dealing with an Australian driver with no help. Team PGZ were caught up in that as well with a bit of a slide. So a mega moment there. Late and a bit of beaching on the curb. Ewan, I believe that we have got you back then. It was a great finish to the race, but not much of a change to be had, but a wonderful finish nevertheless.
Yeah, and a great race across the board as well, with this battle for second position, especially Pablo Espez in the end getting it, though, in front of Murdoch Pye and Frank, who in the end did stick to fifth position, or end up in fifth position, as he has been running for pretty much all of that race. We'll talk to Sobrero in a moment, once we've seen the race results here from Silverstone. Sobrero wins there for TC Esports, their first win of VCO INFINITY V. Pablo Espez gets to second in the end in front of Will Murdoch, Oscar Pye, Jürgen Frank in that group. Michael Romanidis just couldn't quite get involved. Alberto Sanau and Nikolai Pedersen battled for 7th and 8th in the end there. And then Thomas Copen, Zane Khan rounding out the top 10. On the next page, we'll find the current leaders. Team Redline down in 14th position. In the end, they were able to hold back the likes of Nathan Moore and Alessandro Quintai there for Saltbeck and Grid and Go. As we go a bit further down the list, there'll be some more familiar names as always. Shezzy down to 26th. Danilola only qualified 20th, ends up 26th as well after winning the race before. So their points are going to take a little bit of a hit. So many cars still finishing on the lead lap though. Not too bad at all. Across the board. In the end, 45 all on the lead lap. BS Plus Hybrid all the way down in 43rd. Quite a long way down. As Grid and Go in 51st down at the back end of the field. Let's have a chat then, shall we, to Dario Sobrero, the winner of the 17th race of VCO INFINITY V. And Dario, welcome in. Congratulations on winning the race here in the Radicals at Silverstone. Tell us about the moment at which you got away and you realised that you were going to go on to win this race. Was it immediately as you managed to get a 1 second gap over the rest of the field, or what was the point at which you realised you were going to go on to win?
Hello guys, thank you. So to start off, I was pretty aggressive in the start of the race, but as soon as I get to the front, I was just trying to save tires because I knew it was going to be very hard in this track. And the moment I saw that Oscar behind me was pushing a little bit more, I decided that it was not a problem to just let him go. And yeah, as soon as I saw him cutting the track and getting the slowdown, I just, I knew it was the race to win, so I just kept focusing and didn't look back. And I just started to get in that flow state where you just go for fastest lap after fastest lap. And from there everything was just controlled and it was good to win. Yeah.
What have you made of TC Esports' race so far in VCO INFINITY? This is the first time you guys have finished on the podium since race 5, and it's your first win of VCO INFINITY V as well. How have you sort of seen how do you think you've gone so far in this event?
Well, to be honest with you, even though the results are not as great or as good as I expected, I just wanted to at least come out of the event with at least a win or a pole in my books. So at least one of those are already checked. But yeah, knowing how much pace I had on the other tracks, I'm a bit disappointed, especially with Fuji after like a contact on the first lap, and then I recovered everything, and then I spun on the curb after a few laps again. So, and also on the Formula Lights race at Charlotte. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm doing my best for a team. I feel a bit disappointed with myself in some of the races, knowing how much better they could have been. But at the end, it's just it's still solid results. So yeah, I'm trying to do it for the team, and I want to thank them all for supporting me in this event.
Well, congratulations on getting that win here at Silverstone, and thanks for coming to chat to us after the race as well.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. That's David Sobrero, who wins at Silverstone in the Radical SR10s here. Race 17 of VCO INFINITY V now complete. On to race 18, and we continue on again. Fuji in the Formula Ford, straight back to Fuji all over again. But just to reflect on that race,
I think it was a brilliant race. I think we sat down, we watched everything.
So just briefly before we can delivers at the end of the always delivers at the end of the race.
Yeah, it always does deliver, and I think that we saw there that it was going to be about how aggressive did you want to be in the final stages, and Pablo Espes made the move with about 5 minutes to go, gave himself platform, and nobody was able to really stand themselves up and go, look, this is the level that I can hit. This is the level of the next stage that I can run up to, and if you're not going to catch me, I'm just going to play rough shot and defend from it. It was wonderful to see that battling towards the end, but ultimately, there wasn't much of a throw that brought itself together. I think that was a really telling moment out there as far as it went, but we are now moving in towards this next race here at Fuji. So this is now going to be different. We're getting the Formula Fords out. So what we saw from a couple of races ago in the rain, it is a completely different feel because it will be completely dry in terms of racing action. So they don't have to worry too much about what is going to be going on in that sense. But what they will now be also keeping a good eye on is the close quarters nature that this style of racing often tends to get out through. So that is going to be the next stage of what we're looking at now is how do you draft? How do you pass? This is a learning car that you get with the Formula Ford or the FF1600. So now you're starting to think, right, what am I now going to do in order to pull myself right up to the top level and be as good as I possibly can? There are some wonderful drivers that are in here as qualifying is currently underway. Full chicane that is available. I've seen the likes of Emil Bernstorff, for example, out here, the former GP2 driver who has been so brilliant. Jack Sedgwick is out here and looking to make things happen. Diogo Pinto, another driver who is definitely worth keeping that into play. And Ewan, I think as we sit and get ready for Fuji, this is going to be all about a drafting masterclass. Yep,
it definitely is. I mean, I've only done one Formula Ford race a little bit early on, if it was at Silverstone, and we were just waiting for that end of the race. It was about staying in the front group. It was about getting to the front group in the pit stop phase, and then battling it out once it was all said and done at the very end of that race. I'm imagining it's going to be very, very similar here as well. Maybe even a run up towards the line, but by a few, because of course the run to the line out the final corner here is quite large. So will that transpire? The gap, by the way, in live points 75 between Redline and Coanda. Now AMM are only 53 in front of BS Competition for third as well. Plenty to look at as we head into race 18. It's Dana Moore who is on the pole by less than a tenth of a second in front of Corentin Guinet, with Alex Riker and Diogo Pinto on row 2. Ali Brzezinski making it a good day for BS there, good qualifying. Isaac Phelps then won 6th place for him. A little bit further down the field, Alexander Spets, who's in some good form at the moment. Jack Sedgwick in 8th, Eetu Eskalainen and Jerome Fischer rounding out the top 10, with Fraser Smith and Emil Bernstorff then sharing row 6. A little bit further down for Lewis Woods and Caleb Hydes. In fact, the other Falcon Sim Racing car right behind one another. Damon Woods 15th in front of Ricardo Ferreira and Jaden Sherwood, with Mate Varga rounding out 18th position. Rounding out top 20, Kazuki Fujita and Tommy Razier rounding out the top 20. Colby Warren and Norbert Leitner on row 11 ahead of Mateo Bellotto and Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez, who is on row 12. Still within a second of pole here, by the way. 25th for Cito Ferrer with Andrea Barolaro, and next up Jesse Taukala and Matis Veiton next ahead of Jamie Hopper and Tom Bland, who round out the top 30. Also within a second of pole was Daniel Steinbinder and Alexander Delatraz, but then that's it. Peter Bode, first driver over a second off pole. Antonio Boaventura next to the Dimitri Marev and Clement Fidri. That's row 18 for those two. Jaden Ladick, quite a long way down for Maniti, then ahead of Simone Nucera. Hani Yoskil were down 39th in front of Luka Nudek. Tommaso Zappola and Alexei Barry rounding out row 21. Rune Bobas is next ahead of Grant Yingling with Max Kremer and Alberto Balden Rivera on row 23. Richie Chauhan and Duncan Sherman rounding off row 24. Before those who didn't qualify, Jordan Dennis Ignat and same as before, Significant Suksahan rounding out the 51 drivers. 51 teams indeed, who still seem to be in the race. Well, they'll be underway very shortly for the formation lap here at Fuji once the gridding has happened and all of that. This is such a wide circuit for the size of cars here, Jake. It's only going to add to the chaos, I feel, of what's bound to be a very busy race.
It is a wide circuit, but it is not a circuit where 2 wide, 3 wide is going to persist through every corner. That final section of the track, which was modified in 2007 by Herman Tilke, is a section of road, Ewan, that is constantly off camber. If you can fight 2 wide through there, you can fight 2 wide through anywhere in the world, because that is so tough to get correct. This is a placement track. I know, and I think we both know, we've both seen drag races to the line around this place in formulas that have more power than this. I just now look at it and go, well, how many wide is it going to be at the end of this race?
Well, yeah, I was going to point that out. I did a Formula 4 race even the last year that came down to exactly 0 thousandths of a second. Had to be separated even to the next decimal place. So it's definitely possible in higher powered cars, and so why not with these in the next 45 minutes? This being race 18 of VCO INFINITY V. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, we will be switching the stream after this race, I believe. So the final 6 races will be over on number 4, but we'll of course remind you before the end of this race that we'll be switching at the end of this one. If you're on Twitch, of course, you don't have to do anything, and you can join us for the final 6 races of VCO INFINITY V. In terms of points, the mentioned Redline are 75 in front of Coanda, who themselves are 44 now in front of EMM, and they are at 53 in front of BS Competition in their battle for 3rd place. So there's some gaps starting to appear, and Redline are going to look to consolidate this. Diogo Pinto starting from 4th place is going to look to stay out of trouble early on, I suspect, and then see how he can move forward from there.
Yeah, I think that's going to be critical, how they go and get the progress, how they move, how they battle through. But a driver like Dana Moore, who was 2nd in the FIA F4 Esports Championship presented by Moser Racing last year, is a very formidable driver to try and get by and to try and overtake. He is lightning fast, and when I saw the FIA F4 series here, of course, for the championship, they also had a drag race to the line with the likes of Elvis Rankin picking up the victory on that occasion. Coanda knows what it takes to win around this place, but it is as stacked can get. Drivers like Alsander Spets in 7th. Watch the charge through the pack here from many drivers wanting to make it known.
Well, there's a lot down the back who are not even going to be formed up in time for this race to begin, although maybe they'll just about get there in time, as some of them a bit sluggish through the final chicanes there. And very shortly we will be underway here on the mammoth long straight here at the Fuji Speedway. It will be a big, big run down towards turn 1 at the venue we started VCO INFINITY V 17 hours ago. The green flag waves and the field fans out as they all react to the green flag. Pinto moves to the outside, almost as if just try and stay out of trouble with everybody else. We're already 4, 5, maybe 6 wide in the midfield here. As we come into turn 1, there's an incident already. Pinto only just squeaks past it. BS competition seem to definitely be involved there. And as they come up towards turn 3, who's going to get this lead? Alexander Spence looks like he's involved here, battling for the lead. Coanda in there as well, side by side through turn 3. It's Coanda who lead on the opening lap after carnage as expected through turn 1.
Look, Elliot Budzinski is only himself to blame for what happened there on lap 1. He went over the tyre of Dana Moore, then into that opening corner. You can't be too aggressive. There's more dramas as they go through the 300, and now as they exit Advan corner and go down towards the 100, keep your eyes on a swivel. I said Alexander Spets, keep an eye. He's second right now, 2 clear. Etu Eskalainen side by side now with Corentin Grenier as they scrap through 3 wide. They go into a very tight hairpin. Emil Bernstorff here for Solpeck, trying to sneak his way around the outside. He is very good in these cars. He's actually won the FF 1600 Festival in iRacing before. And Eskalainen the one who loses out because now Lewis Woods up into 5th. A crazy first lap here around Fuji.
Absolutely it is. Very, very busy on this opening lap. Dana Moore will lead though at the final corner for the first time in front of Alexander Spets and Contaguine, who rounds out the top 3. Look at the long, long line though, and look at the defending in the background meantime as the snake fans out. See what happened here in towards turn number 1. BS competition had 2 cars, of course. One of them, Elliot Budzinski, firing down the inside and ends up taking out his teammate. What a disaster for BS.
Rule 1 of sim racing is don't hit your teammate. Rule 2 is don't hit your teammate. You shout it even louder. There goes Eclipse down the inside. Caleb Hyde. What a start there to go and get that move down through. So there is some great progress being done in the early stages. And the big one, I think, is the second of the Grid and Go teams out there with Jesse Telkula. Started 27th on the grid, already up to 11th right now, and eyeing up Diogo Pinto for 10th.
Yeah, Pinto is in the midfield, and this is 2 difficult races in a row for Redline, but they are still at least in the front group that is connected to the race leader here at Dana Moore, so it's not terrible, but it is much further down than he would hope to be as they fan out 2 wide coming down the hill here towards the very fiddly final sector. Look at them moving up in front. Damon Woods left and right. Pinto on the outside. Oh, he's taking it very cautiously. He's 3 wide again there and he'll be on the inside now. He'll get back into 11th. He is, you can tell, nervous though about wheel-to-wheel contact, as he would be in these cars, but you can't be nervous. You've got to be decisive in one of these groups, and Pinto's down to 11th now.
I think Diogo Pinto is being asked to preserve the race. You look at where Redline qualified the car, they qualified it 4th. Massive incident. Okay, take a breath. Everyone's going to be looking at this phase of racing here in the VCO Infinity as this is a car you can overtake in. This is a car that doesn't, I would say, masks a skill gap a little bit. So people are going to see this as a car where you can take advantages on. Diogo Pinto is lightning fast as a driver as here comes the moves up the front. Lewis Woods now up to 3rd. Lewis Woods now looking to try and get himself to 2nd. Lewis Woods now up to the race lead, making the move into Daiichi corner. Turn number 1 out there on track. I would turn around and say, you want placement, you want ability. If you're in the pack, you're worried. You're worried about drivers who are going to jump down the inside, not because they're better than you, but because they feel like they have to.
Look at this group here, absolutely huge at the front of the field. This is on board with Pinto in towards the hairpin on the last lap, I believe. And just on the outside, just a little bit of a snap. And that's how he lost a place to Jesse Telkula, who's now up into the top 10 for Grid and Go. And they all got back to single file again in time for the rest of the final sector. What about this time round? what's going to happen down into the hairpin this time around. It's a decent overtaking chance in these cars where it isn't normally. Oh, that was close. Escalainen there very nearly went into Caleb Hyde, I think it was. It might have been Spets, but oh dear, in the background there's more contact and there's trouble there. Now we've got a break in the group. It felt like there were, 20 or more involved in this until about now. Over the curves there as well for the TC Esports driver Ricardo Ferreira, who went airborne there briefly through this final sector. Of course, got to be very, very wary of those curves.
I knew Ricardo Ferreira all the way back in about 2017 when he was racing in a Kia Optima League out there in iRacing. That's where I first got to see him. He was very, very quick then, and he is looking to try and translate it. Telkala side by side. Floor will have no help with the hit there over the anti-cut curb. It's there to protect elements of the circuit, so you don't have to go for it. But we are now going to push 3 wide because there.
Oh no!
That's huge contact. Tommy Rozier is going to have to back out and worry a little bit more. Just about saves his bacon, but contact on a straight as long as that, you've got to be very, very careful about it. Those wheels will tangle, and they've only got the strength of the suspension to hold them together and in place.
That was really quite a moment, but well saved, to be fair, from Rozier, although to rather get himself into a lot of trouble there. He saved himself from an incident. Could have been worse. Pinto down to 13th as he's now trying to make up a position on Damon Woods, I believe. Oh, sorry, he's defending from Jaden Sherwood. Dear me, Pinto is really struggling at the moment, and this group just continues to go on. This group, by the way, not indeed connected to the leaders anymore. The top 7 are looking to break away now, and Pinto's not a part of it. He's lifting off down in towards the hairpin here. I think he's trying to play the fuel game at the moment. Thinks, well, I'll see you all later. But maybe there's something deeper going on here. Pinto is struggling massively. There goes Blotto now to the inside line. Diogo Pinto for Team Redline down to 16th now, and these are not the races you want to be struggling through. Is he just fuel saving? Is he struggling? Hard to know at this early stage.
This is freight training, and this is freight training at the highest caliber right now, because they're not going to give a driver who has won 2 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup any form of respect out there. That was Jack Sedgwick through, and Blotto, and that was nearly Dmitry Murayev then going through. They've also got Shera Esports and Luka Neudek, who is there. They've also got Richie Chowan there for Impact Sim Sport. So this is still a strong group that is out there and is trying to form itself up. We've got 3 wide just in front of this group now as they go through, and this is just limpet home mode by the looks of it here from Diogo Pinto. This is the most anti-Pinto drive. I wonder whether he's got damage somewhere that we haven't seen on the underfloor, because that is the only thing that would indicate why he's dropping back so far, especially when you consider that Dana Moore is 2nd, and that's huge for Coanda.
Yeah, it's either that or he's fuel saving in a big way. I mean, we're here. Dana, our producer, was on board just privately there with Pinto, and apparently not on the throttle at all through the final sector, basically just letting all these guys go and saving the fuel throughout. I mean, we are expecting pit stops, at least if this race is going to be anything like the Silverstone race earlier, which you'd expect it to be. Escalainen through the middle of Guinea and Hides gets away with that, doesn't get any places. Hides will get through on Guinea though, on the outside line, I think. In towards, no, Hides on the outside of Escalainen, and Ferreira now, he's going to go over the curbs, they're going to go over each other, contact with Solpek too, and Bernsdorf is caught up in that, rather an innocent bystander in that one.
Yeah, you're going to push it 3 wide, coming up out of the chicane. That's going to be a recipe for disaster. It was egregious down the inside. You just got to give each other room. There's no room, you fight for the exit. And ultimately, Ferreira's got to leave more room, knowing there's 2 cars there. He just thinks there's 1 car alongside, there's 2, and suddenly the chain reaction over the anti-cut curbs is always going to create a drama. Mate Varga also spun from that group of his own accord, and suddenly you got 3 cars away. It's Woods and Moore and Spets, and it's going to get busy everywhere. 3 wide along the main straight here. Rozier, Sherwood, Telkala, you got Sedgwick in there as well. This is as busy gets, and there's contact. Round goes. Then the grid and go machine, Telkala finding himself tapped around. They've got to leave each other more space and give each other a bit more respect out there, in my opinion.
Well, the top 6 have broken away now at the front of the field, and that might not be a bad thing. The battle for 7th is the big group now that continues on all the way down, and this is the one that contains Diogo Pinto, who's in 13th at the moment. Now, he's committed hard to this fuel save strategy, I feel, because he's lost a lot of track position to go and do it, and he's taken a lot of risk as well by getting himself involved in this traffic. So, and that risk is not going to abate either anytime soon. Certainly not, at least for the next 10 minutes. So, it's an interesting call for a leader of this race. Oh no, Sedgwick hits Roser in towards the hairpin, and there's the return of favour. Cedric nearly spins all the way round. Matteo Blotto will take both positions here coming into the final sector. They're still side by side.
They are long left of GR Supra corner, now trying to get it sorted, and then they've got Panasonic, which ends the lap outright here. This track owned, of course, by Toyota as they work it through the final corner. Cedric looking to attack straight back, but Marayev is going to hold the line, so that will deal well for the moment. But big packs like these, drivers who don't want to give up anything, think they can race against anyone as aggressive as possible, you are going to see issues like this come up where they go and battle. Now, you are seeing Diogo Pinto lift a lot. I think he is trying to save a stop, because what you've got to remember about this place at Fuji, incredibly long pit lane. That's what you've got to remember as well.
Yeah, that might be the equation that they've figured out here, Team Redline, because to be fair, at the Silverstone race, the Formula Fords, a few hours ago, earlier this morning, we saw guys getting within 8 minutes of making it. Now, admittedly, that's still 4 laps, and that's a lot of fuel saving. But if it's closer anyway around here at Fuji, then you figure out that it's a long pit lane. Then you figure out, we're going to be in even bigger groups than what we were at Silverstone, because it's an even less technical circuit in some places. Maybe they've decided that this is worth a go, but Pinto, the thing that would have stopped me from doing it if I were them is just the risk that's attached to this. You have so many other teams, so many other cars, and not all of them, with all the greatest respect, are really towards the front in the field, so it's really dangerous.
The issue that they're going to run into is they are lifting so much into these corners, they're going to need a lot of spotter work to realise where do I have to place myself into some of these corners. They've got LICO of about 200, 250 metres in various areas of this circuit, and at the level of which that they're trying to fuel save here, as we watch Jaden Ladich here for Manatee Racing looking to try and bring himself into the mix, you run the risk of being run over by a driver who doesn't quite understand what you're doing. It's always a risk in a group to jump off of the throttle, allow that gap to open, and especially in cars like these, Formula Fords, there's no way to indicate what you are doing in that scenario except the speed difference that you're going to jump in over the top. So that's what you're going to have to try and uncork into the pits. One's going to go. So Tommy Roser couldn't deal with the damage any longer there in the number 27. So he's going to get out of the group, get some clean air, and try and work this group further on forward.
I don't know if you heard that at home there, but I just paused for a moment to listen to the clutching into turn 1. Pinto is on maximum fuel save at the moment, but to your point, it very nearly happened into the hairpin last lap with Jaden Ladich there, who, to be fair, is a recognised and very experienced driver, so you'd expect not to run into the back of Pinto, but not everybody in this field is, and so you do fear for Redline that they might end up in trouble. 7 seconds only off the lead, so if they can cut out the pit stop, they're absolutely the race leaders, but I've still got big reservations about whether they can actually do it. Luka Ludek, meantime, spins in front of Pinto and gives him that 12th place back again. This group is just not getting any smaller.
It's not. A full 360 for Scherer, back off and away again. That will hurt, but this is where you're starting to wonder what this strategy is going to be like and how it will play out. I think you're going to have to wait very late to see it happen. You got the Falcons then up in front. You've then got leading 1 and 2. So you got Lewis Woods, you got Damon Woods, and they are both going to try and get themselves as much of a gap to work with right now. And if they're working together, that helps on their tandem effort. Danamore 3rd, Alexander Spets 4th, Ricardo Ferreira 5th, and Corentin Grenier then in 6th place. They'll be happy with this group. They'll be happy working, but Falcon will be incredulously happy about the way that they can now tandem along the main straight. More drivers coming in.
Oh, there was some coming in and some faking it, and some stay out. So it's all changed in that group behind as we get to the middle third of this race. But don't expect that to be where all the pit stops come in. We may well see some teams just go as far as they possibly can. As I mentioned at Silverstone, the team managed to get to 8 minutes to go, but that would still be 4 more laps. At Silverstone, that feels like it would be far, far too long of a fuel save, or far too big of a fuel save to manage before you could think about cutting out that pit stop. Pinto still only 7 seconds off the race lead, and maybe these guys are not in reaction to that, but they're just trying to reduce the front group now here, and they have been successful. Just 6 of them now at the front. Very, very helpful in a race like this to have a teammate like Falcon do. They're one of the few teams with teammates around.
They are. I was listening there through at Coca-Cola Corner there, or TGR Corner. Oh, sorry, that's turn 1, so Coca-Cola Corner. And you could hear the engine re-engage through the middle of the corner there for Diogo Pinto. So he's clearly trying to work with this circuit as much as possible. And what doesn't get the credit for how much ability you can fuel save around this circuit as we focus on your top 3, which are now forming 2 groups. I think Danamore suddenly realised I've got to get into a fuel save mode. What you don't realise is it's really hilly around here. We're at the base of Mount Fuji, which is the lone mountain here in Japan that can be seen a long ways away in all directions. One of the 7 wonders of the world. This is a place where on the downhill section you can save a lot of fuel, and if you can only engage the engine for the uphill sections of this track, that's only the final third of the lap. It's pretty much all downhill as you go. So figure it out how you want to. This is a very different race from what we saw an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 10 hours ago, you name it.
Maybe this front group is reduced now to just 3. Ricardo Ferreira's with them, but what about the others? Spets, Moore and Greenay not there any further. So Coanda, if this strategy is going to work, they have to capitalise on Redline being down the field and Pinto being down in 12th place, because if this backfires, then suddenly Coanda have got to take advantage again here. And at the moment, Danamore might be seeing the race lead actually get away from him at the moment, because Woods and Ferreira are over a second in front of Alexander Spets, who leads this second trio now.
Well, the Lost Woods, I guess, would be the story of the day right now. The Legend of Amor would be just a footnote by the looks of things as they go. Alexander Spets is lightning fast. He has represented Sweden at a national level. He has been so influential with the car in the Daytona 24 that very cruelly found itself out of contention with about 5 hours to go. This is a car that can, or a driver who can pretty much pilot a car to the level that everyone knows and understands from it. He is simply wonderful, but right now he's been given a job to do. Keep it within a second of Ricardo Ferreira. He's just about managed that, and he is really pushing to bridge the gap where Danamore just isn't.
Well, it's teetering on a second now from 3rd to 4th. Ferreira to Spets. Falcon continue to dominate this race now past the half-hour mark remaining in this one. Are these guys coming in? Oh dear, shouldn't be really able to do that. Jaden Sherwood comes in anyway, pretty much on his own. And this is what we see in the Formula Fords. While it is a big drafting race, it's not quite like a NASCAR Super Speedway race, for example, where you see lots of guys coming in together, and if you don't come together, then it's a big problem. We will see guys coming in on their own here and trying to take an advantage as a result. And so there's going to be a long period of this race now where we're not entirely sure where everybody is. But look at that. It's very dangerous when you're drafting off someone pitting in like that.
At your own risk. As simple as that. You know that a car's going to be diving into the pit. You know how much you have to be cognizant of that. So at your own risk, so be it. Now, drivers now getting by as we watch the front three and then the three behind it working through Diogo Pinto. Matthijs Vijten, for example, for DLR Simlab through. Clement Vidry for Bleu Mercure has gone through. Only Richie Chauhan now sits on the back of that group. If you're having to let everyone through, be fifth in the line and still lift off on the straight, how much into the tank are you praying that it's going to work? And remember, it's an uphill drag to the finish. If you run out of fuel here, you know it, and you know it quick.
Yeah, and you're not going to make it. So there's Pinto. Heard a bit of clutching in, by the way, from one of the front three there down to the hairpin, by the way, but I'm sure there won't be as much as Pinto. Just have a listen to this. Quite as much as what we saw on the opening laps there. We were on board a lot earlier, about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago with Pinto, and he was letting everybody through in the third sector, if you remember that lap. Pinto barely touched the throttle. The problem in this kind of a group is that they're actually going quite fast, and so Pinto has got to obviously use the fuel to keep up.
He does, but now... That's a crazy amount of Lyco in towards turn number one. You're just looking at that going, well, if you're going to have to go into the tank and realise this is how much I'm going to have to save in order to try and make it, I believe he is the fuel whisperer at the moment. He'll be praying that tank just does not drop, and they are battling pretty aggressively in front, has to be admitted. Through 300 right, up over towards the Advan corner. Vidry to the front of the group now as Bider then has side-by-side with Simone Nicera of Absolute Motorsport 8, and then they tangle wheels, but they're okay for the mount.
Yeah, this is a bit of a problem for Pinto. He wants through the corners for them to go fast, but he'll save a lot down the hill here on the way towards the hairpin. No pressure from behind as well, so he'll be clutching in for a very long time on the way down there. Getting on the brakes, Nicera down the inside of Perdurton again and up to 11th place. So this battle just continues on, but they are losing time to the leaders. These guys pushing on properly now, although Spets and Amor have caught up. They're in the group and around the halfway stage in this race. How far are they going to be able to go in terms of fuel here, and when are we going to see pit stops? Are we even going to see a pit stop for Diogo Pinto? We believe it is their plan to not stop at all, and if I were to predict at the moment, I think that is a step too far, but they are redline after all. It's difficult to write them off. The question I've got is that why would you do that when you're in such a strong lead in this race in VCO Infinity? Putting their big lead at risk here really by doing this, to my mind.
If you don't take risk, you don't get reward from the risk that you take. So the way that I understand it, in a team like Redline, right, you go back to 24 hours of Nürburgring and the risk they were willing to take there and how they got parked in a race like that. They are willing to do anything and everything to what they think the winning strategy should be in that race. Doesn't matter what risk they think it is, they're only dropping 8 points as it currently stands, because Danamore is 5th and he's got a lot of work to do to jump him up the order. They feel this is the best way to get this race done. Fair play to them, continue on with it. But what you would say with Team Redline is, if this doesn't work, that's going to be a really big loss compared to what they would have done by just driving out there at the front and trying to compete with everybody else. 5 now again to the front. I look at what they're doing now, there's a lot more risk attached to it, but if you don't take big risk, you don't get big reward.
Oh yeah, yeah, I mean, really, you know, the risk they've spent, you know, in traffic for a lot of this race, that could have gone wrong, although, you know, now it's thinned out a little bit and they're okay now. And the point you mentioned earlier, if they run out of fuel, it's an uphill run to the line, and if they don't make it to the line, they'll drop to the very, very tail end of the lead lap. And at the moment, the tail end of the lead lap would have you outside the top 40. Now, it won't be like that in 20 minutes' time, but even so, into the pit lane for the two Falcon cars. Lewis Woods and Damon Woods both in pit lane with more than 20 minutes to go. So they, I think, want to, now that Spets and Amor have caught up, I think they want to run on their own again. They want to try and have this a 1-2 between themselves.
I think that's a very wise decision. Coming together, make the same strategy call, get themselves a little bit more fuel in the car and see how long a stop is going to take for them. Don't expect them to take too much because they'll have as much of a strategy run that's gone through. Damon Woods has already pulled away off and back onto the transit lane then with Lewis Woods in tow. So you're talking, what, 10, 11 seconds on a stop? That's not much in terms of how much fuel has been taken on board. So I would look around at that and go, well, that's going to save me time between now and the end of this one. We look at where they've come out, what, just outside the top 20 at this moment in time. That's pretty good going. So, sorry, 13th, 14th, that's still really good going. So you're looking at, what, a top 15 on this strategy at the moment from those at the front. Get in.
Well, if he doesn't have to stop, Pinto is by far and away in the lead at the moment. And if he does, then you'd have to say these two are. Although there are plenty of others who will still have to stop, and they'll be there or thereabouts with the two Falcon sim racing cars. So Ferreira, Amour and Spets come out the final corner, and there might be a bit of a race between these two groups now, albeit separately. Well, no. Amour looks like he's coming in. Spets is going to play a risky game of slipstreaming again. And no, he's coming with him. Wow, okay. So Ferreira's going to be on his own for a while now. At least a lap as he leads. Dan Amour and Alexander Spets, though, didn't want to let the Falcon guys get out there for too long on their own. And I think they're probably right to do this, because otherwise they could have ended with the Falcon sim racing cars a long way in front of them. If they pit now, they can't let that undercut get out of control.
No, they are covering off the move, and so they hang out Ricardo Ferreira. It's not an undercut in the sense of you're looking at tyres being the big difference maker. It's an undercut in the sense of you're going to be back out and again with fuel levels and the ability to slipstream and draft. So I think it is rather important. Diogo Pinto looked 24 seconds to hunt down. Alexander Spets has saved a lot better than Dan Amour. Dan Amour has been stuck in the lane for an incredibly long time. This might be the moment where Coanda really now has to pay. I wonder whether he's been caught speeding on the lane.
Yeah, he's still there. It has to be speeding.
He was caught speeding on the lane. That might cost them the Infinity.
Well, it's a crucial moment in race 18. This was a big chance for them to gain points on Redline. If this strategy goes wrong for Redline, Coanda have to be there to pick up the pieces. As it stands, they're not going to be. It's one of the more difficult pit entries of the 5 racetracks we've got here, and 48.9 seconds is a definite penalty, as we know, and it's 38th position for Dan Amour. This is slipping away from Coanda Esports in race 18.
And I'm sure a driver like Dan, he comes from Wiltshire, it's not too far from my neck of the woods, but you can't give at this stage of the VCO Infinity a 30-point margin over to Team Redline. They'd be over 100 points clear. That's unassailable at this point, and they'd also give 20 back to Esports, who haven't really been lighting the world on fire in the last couple of rounds, but they're going to be looking around at it going, well, yeah, we're going to have to be up there and now starting to think we can challenge. In has come TC Esports, but that is the moment, unfortunately, there, Ewan. If there was hope, and, you know, Redline, give them credit, they've given themselves such a margin by being so consistent. Mistakes like that are exacerbated when you need the result, and they will hurt a lot more, and it should be a case where EMM are staring down the fact of second is very much on for them.
Yeah, it is, but, you know, a couple of Infinities ago, I can't remember which one it was exactly, but the Redline didn't really make an error at all throughout the race, and this time round in Infinity 5 we have seen time and again a number of errors for Redline. You know, race 11, 13, 17 all outside the top 10, but on those occasions Coanda not able to gain as many as they should have. In race 11 Coanda were outside the top 40 themselves, and 13 they did win and got the maximum out of it, but they've got to capitalise on these incidents and accidents more often than what they're doing, and unfortunately that might be the moment that really seals it now.
in the minds of those taking part here, with still 6 races to go, but we'll see. Damon Woods and Lewis Woods have been caught by Alexander Spets though, so Moore would have been with these guys. That's the more disappointing thing. He would have been with these guys, and if it is their strategy that prevails here, they would have been fighting for the race win.
Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda, and you didn't. Now these drivers are looking to try and get what they can out of it, but here's the issue. You look at that gap to Diogo Pinto, it's still 23 seconds, so they still have to look at this as, I'm not really going to gain that gap and that time back. So he's obviously in a place where he's not too worried. He's done a 150.9 on that last lap, did Diogo Pinto. So these drivers here, the 2 Falcons, they're doing what, 150.5s at the moment out there on track, 0.4 of a second a lap. That's not going to cut the mustard with 14.5 minutes to go, I'm sorry.
Well, let's see how far. Well, let's Viton and Greener go side by side in front. Pinto not bothered at all as he few saves further. If this strategy does work, he's going to be a long way out front of the rest, but the question is whether he can actually do it here. Jaden Ledick and Jack Sedgwick are continuing out front as a duo. We'll see how far they can go as well here. 14 minutes to go. As I mentioned, Silverstone, it seemed to be 8 minutes to go was the real upper limit for those guys in that one. The lap times around here just short of 2 minutes, so expect to see maybe 3 more laps. But there are drivers in this field hoping to go the whole way, and Diogo Pinto is one of them. The gap is very, very large, but we're just waiting really. These next 10 minutes or so, we're just waiting to see whether he can make it.
Well, that is motorsport in a nutshell. It's the eternal waiting game, and you're trying to do your best with the tools that you have available. There are currently in front of this group 8 cars that have yet to come down in and make a pit stop, and Norbert Leitner is the last of them at the moment. Richie Chauhan, Luca Neudek, Diogo Pinto, Corentin Guigné, Matthijs Veit, Jack Sedgwick and Jaden Ladic are those who have yet to come down in and make their call. But as we say that, in have come Ladic and also Sedgwick, which means that Matthijs Veit leads for DLR X Simlab.
A nice moment for them to be able to get out front. Pinto is nowhere near them though. So what is that going on down there on pit lane? Somebody was reversing and don't look like they were parking in a in a car park or something. But anyway, Viton does lead by nearly 3 seconds. Greener then next in line. Nudek still hasn't pitted, etc. Top 6 still haven't pitted. But again, as Dane pointing out behind the cameras, the big question here now is how quickly he can go without the tow. He's been fuel saving in the slipstream so far. This is uncharted territory for Pinto now.
It is uncharted territory. So if you're going to be left on your own with this margin, Corentin Guigné, you probably expect him to let Guigné through and take a tiny bit of help up the hill. Look, has already engaged clutch, trying to lift through the corner. Guigné's not going to play that game either, so they sit through. 18.5 seconds. The gap is just going to whittle and whittle and whittle. Every time you look at that clock, you're just hoping that it's going to tick faster and faster. It's going to get you over. But in a race like this, the clock almost runs slower out there in a race like this. You certainly turn around and say, look, in a race like this, Diogo Pinto is racing against his fuel gauge, and he's not looking at the cars around. He's just looking straight down at the dash. It is a truly different way of racing, and it is honestly, it takes so much attention span to go and do it, especially when you've raced, what, 18 of 24 races? You're looking around at now Diogo Pinto going, yeah, I have to concentrate now for Team Redline. As now another car comes in, that's Matthijs Veit, and Pinto leads.
Now Pinto does lead, but he's not getting any help here from the likes of Guigné or Luca Neudek. It's Guigné trying to do the same. Look how much hit. Goodness me, it's a slow bicycle race at the moment at the front. Luca Neudek is not playing these games and doesn't quite know what's going on in front of him at the moment, I suspect. He goes down the inside of Guigné, and now the Frenchman will get a bit of slipstreaming assistance, but I'm not sure Guigné's been doing this the whole race so far, so surely moving to this strategy sort of part of the way through is not the right one, although
I said that earlier about doing it from the beginning, and now look where we are. So 10 minutes to go. Let's see how far Pinto can take this. He won't be displeased to let Nudek through at all here. And there you go. So more slipstreaming help for Team Redline and Diogo Pinto.
It is, but they are side by side at the moment, which isn't going to give them too much help. This group is now not playing ball together. That was close for Noidek there, and rightfully, Diogo Pinto lifts out an extra 50 metres early. You are in race preservation mode, and that was very nearly race over for Redline.
Well, he's going quicker than Nudek through the corners, which is the problem, and then he needs him on the straights, so it's all a bit of a mess at the moment. But Pinto is just trying to get every bit of fuel he can right now, trying to preserve every bit of fuel he can. Did they actually make contact here? Oh, they did as well. Dear, oh dear. That is what Pinto could absolutely do without, but Nudek will get away from them here now, with less than 10 minutes to go. Pinto will be on his own again, out front, leading the field. Damon Woods leading the line of 3 drivers trying to catch up to Pinto in time. There's 10 minutes remaining. There will be 5 laps remaining, including the one they're beginning right now. They need to be gaining about 3 seconds a lap or more.
Well, 3 seconds a lap from this point is a huge difference by comparison. In has come Norbert Leitner down to the lane, and they're at 15 seconds. So take a look at their marks. So they're in the 150.0 range at the moment. Redline, 53.1. That indicates to me that's 3 seconds a lap. They're happy with it. Redline are deep in the tank.
Well, if that rate of closing continues, then it doesn't matter whether Pinto's got the fuel or not. He's going to get caught by these guys, and surely on the run to the line, you wouldn't fancy a team that'd been fuel saving the whole way round, but you never know. I'm not going to make any further predictions about what this race is going to look like by the end, because this is just madness at the moment here in race 18. These 2 Falcon Sim Racing machines and Alexander Spets for Drago Racing are not out of it just yet. They set personal bests last time round, it's worth saying, at the front of the field, into the low 50s. Pinto in a 53.1, but can he go a bit quicker later on? Has he done the fuel saving here nearly now, and is he going to be able to push on a bit? As I say, 3 seconds a lap is a significant amount, and yes, they did it last time, but they need at least, well, 4 more here, 4 laps to go as they come over the line.
They need a bit, and they need quite a bit, so this lap's going to be interesting. In comes Noidek to make a stop, and I reckon Pinto is going to hold that. Oh no, he's going to cut. No, he's going to stay out, so he just stays out at the right time. So he's fooled everyone, including me. There, 51.3, lot better of a lap there, so had to go right back up to the limit, but they are on the same straight. So at least for the moment, they're okay for the time being. 14 seconds to margin with 7.5 minutes. I think they're just going to have to hope that Diogo runs out.
That was quite ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know whether there's... I don't even know how many laps remaining, by the way. I suspect because he's going so quickly that Pinto might even force an extra lap here, but let's wait and see on that, because it's hard to tell from this far out. But that was a 51.3 that time. Much faster. Look at him clutching it round the long right-hander here, as well as into the braking zones. He's trying to get absolutely everything out of this car right now. This is just an extraordinary race, even in isolation, never mind the implications for the VCO INFINITY competition as a whole. At the moment, Redline gaining around 30 points. I think the priority for Pinto is make it home on fuel. Do not run out of fuel. That would let Coanda completely back in the door.
It would do, because they'd fall down to the bottom, and as far as where Coanda are right now, they are 31st out there, so they're looking around at it. If they'd run out of fuel and not finish on the lead lap, they would be P42 as they cross the line. A little bit of counter steer needed there by Diogo Pinto. You can't afford to scrub anywhere out there on a lap like this, so they would drop effectively 12 championship points. If this goes wrong, it would keep Coanda in it, and I mean just in it. And you're seeing here, every line is trying to be taken over, and this is getting a little bit sloppy now from Diogo Pinto, because the immense amount of concentration he has to do two. That's two mistakes in the final sector.
There's 11 seconds though, he's maintaining a decent advantage. Just over 5 minutes 40 to go, and just after the line he lifts off in towards turn 1. It's a 53.0 again that time round from Redline. Where are Falcon Sim Racing going to be in as far as lap times are concerned here? I think it's low 50s. Drago actually in the 49s there. It's very quick from them. But is it enough? Is it enough to be catching Redline here? It's going to be so close even as to how many laps there are remaining here. Greeno seems to be trying to make it to the end as well, but I'm not sure he went for the strategy from the beginning, and therefore it is very, very difficult to manage. 6.5 seconds already away from Pinto. He's going to be in front of Woods, Spets and Woods here very soon, and that could be a problem, an obstacle for those three behind. They've got to be efficient through any bit of traffic they get here.
Literally everything you're trying to run against here, anything you find, you've got to use. They've got FCB in front. They are, believe it or not, catching them in front. It's Diogo Pinto at a rate of 1.8 seconds on that last lap, and in fact they almost just spun in front. But that's the difference. You get the visual marker and cues of the car in front. That's where you look at Woods, Specs and Woods and go, they are going to be buoyed. They will see the car closing in the distance and go, yeah, we can go and catch that. Gap's down to 8.5 seconds now with, what, 4:12 left on the clock, lap times being done. This is going to be quite close here. I reckon it's 3 laps to go here.
Yeah, I think it might be as well. And that extra lap might well be the nail in the coffin. Where's the line here? What times are going to be when they get to the line? Oh, it's close, but I think it's the wrong side at the moment for Pinto. The fact they're going so quickly might be their undoing. You don't often say that. 52.8 that time round. The fastest lap of the race so far from car 33 and Lewis Woods there. As they pass Greeno now into turn 1. All of them get through. Greeno is going very, very slowly in fuel saving mode at the moment. Has Pinto got enough for this extra lap as well, or is he praying that this race is caught a lap shorter here?
The issue that you got, he's safe if it's 2 laps, he's not if it's 3. They're catching way too quickly for 3 laps to go. Gap's down under 7 seconds at this point, and you think about it with 2 laps to go, if it's 2 laps left, Diogo Pinto is going to be praying at that clock that he doesn't have to go around again, and I think old Father Time is going to look at him, take one stare and go, no, you go round again, buddy, and that is going to be the difference maker then as we go on board with Damon Wood. At what point, though, does all of this alliance, though, break?
Well, yes, there is that to consider as well. These three are not teammates. Lewis and Damon Woods are, of course, but Alexander Spets is on Drago Racing, and for now it's a convenient alliance, but for how much longer? Up towards the end of this lap, are we going to see a white flag? I doubt it, as Pinto comes up towards the line.
No.
He's still got more than 2 minutes left. I think even the other guys are going to get to the line and enforce 2 laps remaining, to be honest. Up towards the line there's Pinto, 2 minutes to go. No white flag. 2 laps still remain. In the background, they're also going to force an extra lap as well, so it's not even like Pinto can slow down enough into that gap and allow this race to run out. I think those guys behind would force an extra lap too.
Well, they're going to close at 3 seconds a lap, so it would be 3 seconds heading on to the final lap of the race, and you can't slow down 3 seconds to run the clock out. You are stuck in the bed that you have made, Diogo, and you have just got to sit back and say, what can you do? Now, the car behind of Suksaran has just gone around, so that's now going to mean there's nothing in between these drivers, and Diogo now has to play a very tentative game. Is it now a case of I've got to go maximum fuel save, or is it, do I have enough left in the bank to go full throttle along the final straight?
Well, the gap is holding around 5 seconds now. And Pinto's been getting gradually a little bit quicker in these last couple of laps. 51.9 last time round, and he is still going on this fuel saving, so clearly
he wouldn't be doing this if he was going to come in at the end of this lap to begin the final one, because he's giving up. He is carrying on with this, and he still believes he can get it. More than 3 seconds, still the advantage. It might even come down to that run to the line in the end. Not in the way that we were expecting at all, but it may still come down to the very end. There are less than 30 seconds remaining. Diogo Pinto is pulling off one of the extraordinary drives in the history of VCO Infinity. We've got about 3 seconds of a margin. We've got the white flag in hand. 1 lap to go here at Fuji in race 18 of Infinity number 5. And this race is not done yet. The 3 chasers with 3.5 seconds to gain in 1 lap remaining.
I think the issue you're going to run into for Diogo Pinto, what happens when that gap comes down under 1 second? They will get slipstream and tow, and now they're squabbling amongst each other. Down the inside of turn 1, they're going to hold each other up. Spence gets into the back there of Lewis Woods, and Damon Woods now can start going through. The inmates are fighting against each other, and that's only going to help Diogo Pinto at this stage. Spence now to Coca-Cola once away down the inside here at turn 3. Wide to extend goes Lewis Woods, and now through 300 right, the gap's 2.9, and Redline will be chuckling.
You mentioned the alliance might break. I'm amazed that they've done this now. They've gotten so close, they've come through so much together here, but they've broken it at the end, and they're still in touching distance of the race win here. Pinto's fuel saving massively still. He's on the clutch all the way down this hill. He was halfway down there on the clutch. He's saving a little bit more so that he can get to the line here, because it is that drag uphill again out of the final corner. Damon Woods, 1.5 seconds behind leading the charge, but Alexander Spence is not in a bad position, by the way. Are they jockeying for position here, coming onto the straight? Are they believing that Pinto's out of this? Are they fighting for the win? It looks like they might be. A second is the gap. Pinto needs to get a good run out the final corner, and he needs to hope and pray that he's got enough fuel to take him all the way to the start-finish line. Has he got enough now? 1 second. Damon Woods leads the charge. He's going to lead Alexander Spence to victory if he's not careful. Here comes Spence. Pinto still going. He's coughing. He's out now. Yeah, can he make it to the line here? It's approaching very quickly. Damon Woods is 2. It's going to be extremely close. Oh, he's going to get there. Diogo Pinto survives. One of the most extraordinary VCO Infinity finishes you're ever likely to see. The greatest fuel-saving strategy I've ever seen. Diogo Pinto's made it. 0.3 of a second to spare. He's timed it perfectly. He's out of fuel over the line. He hasn't got a fuel for a single more meter in this race. He survives and he wins race 18. What a race.
That is the race that wins Redline the Infinity. I say no more.
Wow. I mean, if they weren't going to anyway, then they will certainly now. That is an extraordinary race. I mean, again, I take the point earlier, what I said earlier. Why would they even try this when they're in the lead by so far? But I'm so glad that they did, because that was an incredible race.
That goes down as a tortoise versus hairstyle race. There were teams and drivers who thought that they had everything scouted out. If you were going to go and play fuel save around here, you needed to do that very, very early on. It takes a lot of guts to make a decision like that, and Diogo Pinto has just simply said, I'll stand up, I'll make that work. Only team who could make it happen, and there's often a measure of metric that people don't realise. The drivers who are the quickest just so happen to be the best fuel savers as well.
By the way, the only other driver to do it, Concha Guido, finished in 12th place, 15 seconds off the win. But how about what the others are going to be feeling at the moment, by the way, given the fact they battled in towards turn 1 when they really didn't have to be honest, and they only miss out by 0.3 of a second. Well, we're replaying that one in their minds, but Team Redline pull off an extraordinary feat. They win by 0.3 of a second in front of Falcon Racing, who sandwiched the Drago Racing team into 3rd. TC Esports end up in the top 5. They're having a strong run in the last few months. And Lime GP and Jaden Sherwood having a brilliant race there to end up in 6th. They ended up heading a group involving Shezzy Esport, Sopep Precision Racing, ERE and EMM, rounding out the top 10. EMM get a bit closer to Coanda because they're outside of the top 20, by the way, in this race. Delacharge are also involved in that group. BS Plus Hybrid and Elliot Brzezinski dropped to 19th in the end, despite having that run for the lead in towards turn number 1. That incident certainly did not help them in that race. Grid and Go ending up in 17th with their best car. And here's Coanda, 23rd. Another 22 points lost. Surely that is the moment at which Redline can feel just a little bit more comfortable in the lead of this championship. And surely they're on their way to another VCO Infinity crown, as we have seen met them achieve many, many times before. 38 cars on the lead lap on this occasion. Not too many having trouble in this race. Elias Reike, you can see, finishing down in 40th for BS Competition. A bit disappointing for them. They've not had a brilliant morning. They certainly had a brilliant overnight. One of the best teams, probably second best to Redline overnight, but not a great start to the morning for them. There's the other Grid and Go card all the way down in 43rd, and some of the others as well, retiring in some cases. Let's have a chat, though, to the man of the moment, Diogo Pinto, shall we? What a great race. So we've only got a quick moment, so we'll squeeze it in. Diogo, congratulations on one of the most extraordinary drives I've ever seen in sim racing. Just tell us what it was like from your perspective.
Yeah, it was an awesome race. I mean, we committed to doing this since the formation lap. So I did not expect to be this close. At some point I thought we were really comfortable. But yeah, it was amazing. I mean, yeah, just really, really fun to do this and finish it so close.
And I can sense he's just smiling through the screen as well. I can only imagine what it was like to drive in. It was a lot of fun to watch. But what gave you the idea to even try it? Because it didn't even occur to me that it might even be possible. How did you decide it might be possible to, and how did you decide to go and do it in this race?
So at Okayama with Sevi, it was already quite close. So this one was even closer than that, 1 liter closer to making it. So we just spoke about it, and because racing at the front is really dangerous in this car, we just committed to saving because it's also really safe for us in the points. And yeah, I mean, this car doesn't use a lot of fuel, but has a really small fuel tank. So you can really maximize the fuel saving with coasting. It has really low drag, and we can really use the slipstream to our advantage. So yeah, that's what I did. It's really easy when you have someone in front, but it's really hard when you're in clean air. And yeah, I could just hear the engines behind me approaching on the last lap. I thought I was cooked, but it ended up being all right. On the line, I just trying to make the car go faster, and we're running out of fuel.
Yeah, extraordinary finish. Congratulations, Diogo, on a brilliant drive, and thanks for chatting to us at the end of the race as well.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Diogo Pinto, winner for Team Redline in race 18 of VCO Infinity 5. The best race of the event so far. We'll see if we can top that in the next 6 races. I'll be surprised, but you never know. We'll give it a go over the course of the next 6 races. A reminder to you at home, if you're on the YouTube streams, to switch over to part number 4. If you're on Twitch, sit back and relax. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time with race 19 of this event. Lewis McGlade and Zach Sweeney will be taking you through those next couple of events. So make sure you stay with us after this break.